polarization, more infrastructure.
Unsparing, unmatched, unrivaled coverage. India Today with Karnataka for Karnataka. Who will rule the Vidhana Saudha? The only exit poll India trusts.
If you are seeing India Today, then very often before counting day, you do get to see the exact poll.
Sharp rise of the BJP.
All three trends spot on this time.
Channel with #1 exit poll strike rate. The only exit poll with the #1 election team. State of war, exact poll. 10th May, 6 p.m. onwards. Only on India Today TV.
Is there enough understanding of lifestyle diseases? That's the big question.
The only news channel to focus on what matters the most, and that is your health. India's news TV industry's only health show. India Today's relentless effort to bring to you the best reports and the best medical and wellness experts on health, lifestyle, wellness and more. Watch Health 360 with Sneha Mordani at these times, only on India Today.
Good evening, hello and welcome. This is the moment that we've been waiting for after a bruising summer in Karnataka. Elections and voting is almost over. It's now time for the exit poll, or as we call it here on India Today, exact poll, because it's time for the Axis My India exit poll that we will be bringing to you in a short while. Everyone wants to know what's going to happen in Karnataka, which many see as a primer, a teaser to what could happen later this year in other state assembly elections and who knows, general elections 2024. So put your seat belts on, have a cup of tea. Rahul Kawal and Preeti Chaudhary will join me in a moment. But first, it's time for the headlines on our special exit poll show. Less than 30 minutes to go for voting to close in Karnataka. Netas, Abhinetas come out to vote. 52% turnout till 3 p.m. Stand by for the India Today Axis My India exact poll. Who will rule the Vidhan Saudha? The most awaited numbers will come up in a little while from now. Prime Minister Modi launches a scathing attack on the Congress in Rajasthan, says party leaders busy fighting amongst themselves, calls Congress's Garibi Hatao guarantee a fraud.
कांग्रेस की हर गारंटी के साथ कांग्रेस के नेता और अमीर हो जाते हैं और देश का नागरिक और गरीब हो जाता है.
Real Sena, Supreme Court crucial verdict in the Maharashtra defection case to be pronounced tomorrow. And Imran Khan will go into 8 days custody as Pakistan continues to burn. Khan claims he will be killed in jail. Okay, but it's time to tell you all that's been happening in Karnataka. Take a look first at the visuals we are getting you. Voting is still going on in different parts of Karnataka, the battleground states. Voting began early this morning and will continue till about 6 p.m. Visuals coming in from different parts of Karnataka show that polling has been rather active. And as we play those visuals, I'm just going to go across to our big plasma screen to tell you how that voter turnout is actually turning out today. So take a look at those visuals of polling that's taking place even now, as I said, in different parts of Karnataka, and then we'll tell you exactly how it's playing out. Remember, Karnataka has 5.8 crore voters, and polling in general has been about 70% in the past in Karnataka. Bengaluru, of course, has been well below that average, about 54%. But take a look at the moment. As of 3 p.m., voting was 52.18%. But this is as of 3 p.m. We expect that to go up to perhaps where it was last time, around 70%. In 67, voter turnout was 63%. Take a look at, and this is true of large parts of the country, with every poll that the country does, voter turnout turns out to be higher. States like Bengal are over 80%. Karnataka, in that sense, is a moderate voting state. 72% in 2018 was equivalent to 1978. Take a look at Bengaluru, a city which complains a lot about collapsing infrastructure. Do Bengalurians go and vote? Unfortunately, they don't. Voter turnout last time was 55%. Just 1 in every 2 Bengalurians had voted. We expect the voter turnout to be better. Guess what? It was a Wednesday, so you couldn't take the long weekends that sometimes the upper middle class wish to take at voting day. So let's go straight across to Sagai Raj, our correspondent on the ground there in Bengaluru. Sagai, voting still going on. We expect voter turnout to be at least higher than what it was 5 years ago. What have you seen through the day? Have you seen excitement over polling day today?
So if you notice, when it comes to Bengaluru South, it was quite considerable rate in the morning. But as the day progressed, especially in Bengaluru South, Central, as well as in the North, it was quite disappointing, where the turnout seemed to be quite less. I am right now in Bangalore Central in one of the constituencies, and you can see there are hardly people behind me. There are 2 booths here, and one booth has registered close to 58%. And the other booth around 50%. And apart from Bengaluru, if you notice the other places like Ramnagara, Dakshin Kannada, Ramnagara, Udupi, they seem to be a resounding performance close to 60 to 62% around 3 p.m. And this might increase probably in another 45 minutes, where we learn from our reporters there in those constituencies that there are more people who are waiting in the queue to exercise their franchise. But in Bengaluru, it's quite disappointing in few constituencies. But few MLAs have also alleged that a lot of people, a lot of voters try to come here, but their names were left out from the voters list. The same old allegations which was being made by the Congress MLAs, saying that many minorities votes were being removed from Shivajinagar as well as Shantinagar. Now the same allegations from the MLAs on the same.
Okay, we'll come back to you, Sagai, for more. I saw Yash, the film star, KGF star, there voting. So good to see the film stars voting. Your pictures of Prime Minister Modi, who today incidentally is in Rajasthan at the moment. Mr. Modi there addressing effectively campaign meetings, because that's the next big battleground state. It never stops for Prime Minister Modi. He seems to be on a constant election cycle, as are my colleagues who are back here. Rahul Kaval looking rather spiffy in a new red jacket. What color is this, Rahul? What is the color? Maroon.
We've got very serious things to talk about. We'll stay
what is the color?
Focused. I have no idea what the color is.
It's a very smart looking color.
designer deta main pehen leta hu.
And we've got Preeti Chaudhary just back from all over Karnataka. Not on a bike, but still traveling across a beautiful state, right?
Stunning. But you went through the prettiest part. I went through central, old Mysore region, then to Kalyan, Karnataka. You went to the prettier part.
No, I did. The prettiest, look, let's not compare which is prettiest, but there are different parts of Karnataka that have their own magic. You go to coastal Karnataka, there's this place called Marvante, where you have the sea on one side and you have the backwaters on the other, magnificent. Go to Coorg, terrific forest land in the Western Ghats. You can come to Kabini, magnificent wildlife. And you can see old Mysore, which is a beautiful city. And then there's the chaos of Bangalore. So it's a beautiful part of the world.
And this is, make no mistake, the most significant election this year. Because if the BJP is able to hold on to power, despite the anti-incumbency that the government faces, if Modi can do a Rinku Singh, pull the BJP out of a hole in the last phase of campaigning, and when the exit poll numbers come out, if he can show there's been a turnaround in the back of the Modi magic, then where does it take the Prime Minister's individual stake? On the other hand, if the Congress is able to snatch Karnataka from the Bharatiya Janata Party, it would be the first convincing victory for the Congress in a direct fight with the BJP since Chhattisgarh 2018. Remember, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh were both tight wins where the Congress didn't really cross the magic figure. Chhattisgarh was where they won a resounding victory. The question is, can they do a Chhattisgarh? Because if they do that, it changes opposition dynamics in the build up to the next election, because it at least gives the Congress a sense that grand old party abhi zinda hai.
Absolutely, Rahul. I think it's a make or break election, particularly for the Congress. Because if the Congress cannot hold on to Karnataka, it means that it has no real entry point into the south. It's already struggling in much of North India. Many of those states go to the polls in November, December. So the Congress desperately needs Karnataka, in a sense, to have some kind of a bridgehead going into the winter polls and then into the 2024 elections. I know critics of the Congress will say it's an ATM for the Congress, but either way, ATM or not, it's a state which is of great significance in this country, and therefore for a party like the Congress, if they can't win Karnataka, given the fact that that trends have been anti-incumbency. No government, Rahul, remember, in Karnataka has been re-elected since 1985. So much like Himachal Pradesh, which the Congress won against the BJP, there's a history of anti-incumbency. If even in that anti-incumbency mood, the Congress can't pick up Karnataka, it would be
but there is no comparison in the political significance of a victory in Himachal versus the political significance of a possible victory in Karnataka. This would charge the Congress to the extent that it will make them feel that we can still take on the BJP. Remember, after the 1962 war, many in the Indian army would speak of Chinese soldiers as if they were 10 feet tall and would, go from Arunachal Pradesh all the way into Assam within a day. So they became larger than life. If the BJP is indeed trounced by the Congress, it would give the Congress something to hold on to. And therefore, the next 6 hours are very exciting, because at 6:30 p.m., we will start putting out the results of the exact poll. This is the team which has far and away the best track record when it comes to post-poll surveys.
And also what makes it exciting is 3 of the last 4 elections in Karnataka have thrown up hung assemblies. Now that doesn't happen in too many other parts of the country where you get repeated hung assemblies. So Karnataka in that sense is a state which is fraught with uncertainty. I can tell you everyone in Karnataka has 3 options today. It's not just 2. It could be a BJP win, it could be a Congress win in the exit poll at least, and a hung assembly. But we're going to go on to our reporters. But before that, Preeti, what's the nicest thing that you found on your travels to Karnataka? What to you is the standout feature for you about Karnataka?
Well, politically or otherwise, but politically, Rajdeep, I'd be watching out for 3 things. Number one, what we were told right from the beginning, that caste is above all when it comes down to voting in Karnataka, has class cut caste. Why do I say that? Especially in my travels through central Karnataka and part of the belt that you were in, which is Bombay Karnataka, Kittur Karnataka. They say the Lingayat vote is standing strongly behind the BJP, but what I saw was the Lingayat vote in terms of when you go down to the rural belt, in terms of class, it was behind the Congress. The more affluent Lingayat behind the BJP. The second thing I'd like to watch out is in Kalyan, Karnataka, when we talk about the Dalit vote, the Dalit is about 17%, the left or the right Dalit. The left is supposed to be with the BJP, the right with the Congress. I did see anti-incumbency where the left Dalit is concerned. I did see them gravitate towards the Congress. Lastly, so much so, especially our colleagues who are local journalists there would say, you guys coming in from Delhi making a big deal of this whole Bajrang Dal controversy. I'd want to see if it works for the Congress or against. Why I say for the Congress? I met a lot of Muslim voters who earlier on thought that go the SDPI way and now deciding to go with the Congress way. Similarly, in old Mysore region, a lot of Muslim voters who thought they could possibly vote for the JDS now thinking that maybe not, because the Congress has come out openly and seemingly supported them.
Okay. Interesting. Let's go straight across to all our correspondents. Nabila has been there in her home state from Bangalore South for the last month. Lucky in that sense. Nagarjun Dwarkanath, our bureau chief, is in Richmond town, central Bengaluru. Saga is in Shantinagar. We just spoke to him. Shivakumar is in Kanakpura. And Anaga Keshwa is also out there on the street. So wonderful to have all of you out there. Nagarjun, why don't you take off? You're the one who's been talking to all the netas since early morning. What is the mood? Is there a sense of nervousness given the fact that, yes, the Axis My India exit poll numbers haven't come out, and B, because Karnataka is known to surprise everyone with their verdicts?
Rajdeep, before I start off, at least I've got 30 calls since afternoon asking for the numbers, and my answer is even I don't have it. wait till the exit polls come out on our screens. Bureaucrats, politicians, people have all called me for an exit number. So people have been curiously watching our channel for the numbers as well. But looking at the body language, even since morning I've been traveling across Bengaluru through 15 to 17 constituencies. Both the parties were upbeat in the morning, but as the day progressed, we saw the Congress people more in a vigor. There was more vigor and celebrations is what we felt. And even the stringers across the districts are saying that in rural belt, the Congress Karyakartas have more in a celebratory mode, but doesn't take back the fact that the BJP solid cadres are on the ground as well. But like we saw in 2018 when they were in the opposition, the same flavor, the same vigor, of course, is not there because they're in the government, and even knows that beating the anti-incumbency will take a lot of effort as well. That is very natural. But the body language seems the Congress people who I'm speaking to and BJP who I'm speaking to, the Netas, Congress seems to be in an up mood and also very eagerly waiting for our numbers as well, Rajdeep.
And that typically happens with the Congress. They start celebrating before they should. That's usually not a good idea. Remember Bihar 2015, outside the BJP office, there were firecrackers going off. Things turned out quite different. So yes, the exact poll will give you a sense of which way the winds are blowing. But if you are smart, you'll keep watching India Today. But wait to celebrate till you get a good sense on the 13th. Popping any bubbly before that is always fraught with danger.
Particularly because it's Karnataka. You know, I keep saying there are very few states left where you have this kind of three-cornered competitive politics. There was a time when Uttar Pradesh would throw that round. Remember, Samajwadi Party, BSP and the BJP were all in the race.
No, but is it three-cornered any longer? That's the question.
We
We'll
don't
find
know.
out
We
soon
don't know.
if the third corner holds, or is it going to crash? I think that's JDS's political future is at stake in this exact poll.
No, absolutely. Also because, Rahul, you know, we are going to go region by region.
No, absolutely.
And fascinatingly in Karnataka, last time the BJP led 3 regions, Bombay, Coastal and Central. Congress in 2, Bengaluru and Hyderabad, Karnataka, or Kalyan, Karnataka now. And JDS in Old Mysore. I'm supposed to now also call it Kittur, Karnataka.
Kittur.
You know, where it's become an extremely sensitive issue. You're not supposed to call it Bombay or Mumbai, Karnataka. It's now Kittur, Karnataka. We've got a Kannadiga in the studio, Dr. Sandeep Shastri. You have no problem calling it Bombay, Karnataka, Mumbai, Karnataka, right?
I think we are
or North Karnataka. What do you want me to call it?
We are politically correct if we call it Kittur, Karnataka and Kalyan, Karnataka.
I see. Okay.
No, but our graphics are going to call it Bombay, Karnataka and Hyderabad, Karnataka for the simple reason that that's what it's largely known by. And these new region names are catching on. We will change it next time around, but this time we took a call to stick with the name that everybody understood. If they don't understand the name, then that's really just for Sandeep Shastri and Rajdeep.
Fair enough. Nabila, you're a Bengalurian. I presume your vote is there. Have you gone and voted? And along with you has the rest of Bangalore voted? They can't keep cribbing. They can't keep cribbing and not vote.
You know, this is precisely what we understand is urban apathy, and it's so disappointing, Rajdeep, that we're seeing Bengalurians, urban parts of Bangalore, largely who have stayed away from voting. Either they blame the heat or anticipating rains, because the weather forecast showed the second half would be rainy day, the first half was slightly sunny. They just needed a reason to stay away from it, and largely we've seen that very dismal turnout. 62% though as of 5 p.m. It's still better than the last time. 55% that was recorded in 2018. 62% as of 5 p.m. This year is still slightly more satisfying. And I did hear you and Rahul speak a little about the JDS's prospects. I'd like to tell you that in Ramnagaram, which is known as the JDS bastion, has turned out the highest number of the highest voting percentage, 63.3% as of 3 p.m. So you can only imagine it's the highest voter turnout for the JDS bastion of Ramnagar, where H.D. Kumaraswamy, Nikhil Kumaraswamy really belonged from. So it appears this time for the JDS and largely for Karnataka, as much as we see while Narendra Modi comes to Karnataka, they talk about national security. It's otherwise largely been a hyper-local elections, with the JDS, in my view, faring fairly well in terms of voter turnout. Now, how many seats will they win? Only, of course, our exit poll will suggest that, and counting day will tell us a little more. But otherwise, it's unfortunate that the voters' turnout has just settled at 62% as of 5 p.m.
Okay, but every time someone...
Mood, DK Shivakumar riding in auto in Kanakpura.
Every time someone mentions, though, Ramanagaram, I am reminded of Gabbar Singh.
Surely.
Surely.
Yeah.
You know, it is, every time you cross Ramnagaram, you see all those scenes.
And now they built the Mysore Bengaluru highway.
That's right.
Which goes, so you can actually see where Sholay was shot.
You know, and it's a great story. You know, Ramesh Sippy was told about by somebody that you should come and see this place. This is the ideal sort of space to sort of create this village with dacoits there, and it, you know, Areo Samba.
Sir,
I keep saying, where was Samba standing on those?
But Rajdeep, politically, it also gave the JDS its, phoenix moment when Deva Gowda, who lost in 89 from elsewhere, came in and won in 1994 from Ramanagara. Sure. And today his grandson, Nikhil, is standing from Ramanagara.
Who lost 2019.
Yes, who lost 2019.
But you know, lots of phoenix movements in Karnataka. Indira Gandhi's phoenix movement, Chikmagalur.
Right.
1978. What was it?
1978.
Ek Saw Langur, something, Saw Langur, Chikmagalur. You know, that was the rallying cry when she took on Virendra Patil there in 78.
Right.
But what's your sense? Have you voted, by the way, Dr. Shastri?
I have voted. That's why I delayed my coming to Delhi.
You voted?
I went early morning, voted, and then drove to the airport to come on time.
So you've been both local and national today. He's done the local thing early morning, and then he's been national in the studio with us.
Did you sense some enthusiasm at the polling booth and across Karnataka, or is it the same old urban apathy, especially in Bengaluru?
I am keeping my fingers crossed for Bangalore city, because in the polling booths I saw there seemed to be a little more of enthusiasm. However, I stay on the outskirts of the city, so it is much more there. In the heart of the city, where actually polling is often low, I'm not too sure if there is any change that is happening. Rajdeep,
by the way, you know, that ditty was Ek Sherni, Saw Langur, Chikmagalur. Indira Gandhi was the Sherni, taking on the Virendra Patil and
in fact, Rajdeep, if you now drive from Bangalore to Mysore, those hills of Ramnagaram are so visible, because the highway straight takes you through the...
But sir, in the way that real estate is in Bengaluru, how long will those hills be visible? Because now there is a massive expressway that goes through. Since 1952, Karnataka has had 23 chief ministers, 10 of whom have been from the Lingayat community, 6 have been Vocaligas, 5 from the backward caste and 2 Brahmins. The question is, on the 13th, who is likely to be the next chief minister? The Lingayats and the Vocaligas together dominate between 48 to 58% of the seats of Karnataka. That's the kind of dominance that these two communities have.
But you know, while we focus a lot on Lingayats and Vocaligas, I think one of the things, and maybe our exit poll will give us more data on this, is the Dalit and tribal voter. You know, I think for much too long, particularly the Dalit voter, the BJP's rise is seen, Rahul, to be a Lingayat-driven rise, and to a large extent that's true. But the BJP, particularly last time, got a substantial vote of the Dalit left in particular. Those who felt even more oppressed than other Dalit groups. And it is, I think, going to be critical as to how
if at all Mallikarjun Kharge, as Congress president, has any role to play, especially in the Hyderabad-Karnataka region and to some extent in central Karnataka, we will find out when those exit poll numbers go up.
Sure, he's an SC, you know, he's an SC right, which is traditionally voted for Congress. But that doesn't, you're right. I think the fact that you've got a Dalit as a Congress president, you know, it's his home bastion. He's won 11 times there.
Lost in 2019.
What's important is both the BJP and the Congress this time have tried to create a rainbow coalition. Who is more successful in that? You have Lingayats plus part of Vocaligas plus the OBCs plus the Dalits which the BJP is trying to bring together. The Congress on the other hand with Ahinda and Vocaliga, the Vocaliga leader and the backward caste leader and the Dalit leaders and a chunk of Lingayat votes. So this rainbow coalition is being attempted by both the groups, and who succeeds better in that, I think, is the one who is going to cross the halfway mark.
Because, you know, in 2018, the Congress made that critical mistake of virtually dividing the Lingayats by, you know, suggesting that the Veerashaiva Lingayats will get separate religious status. It boomeranged. This time what they've done, they've given 51 Lingayats tickets. So they've actually wooed consciously Lingayats, including those who are in the BJP, the likes of Jagdish Shettar, Mr. Saudi. These are, particularly Mr. Saudi, I think was a big loss. You will find North Karnataka, in my view, Rahul, this election is being decided in North Karnataka, Old Mysore. North Karnataka, BJP has to hold its ground. And in Old Mysore, JDS has to hold its ground. If Congress breaches both these citadels, then I think you're going to have a real election where who knows, the Congress could well be ahead of the
But
other side.
Rajdeep, when you talk about the Lingayats, yes, they've given tickets to 51, Lingayats where Congress is concerned. But I would reckon it's that 5 guarantees that they are giving. It's actually working in terms of there seems to be a class divide within the Lingayat community. The more affluent, strongly behind the BJP, the rural, looking at the 5 guarantee card. More so, what is interesting, as Mr. Shastri can also weigh in, that BSY, Yediyurappa, who's larger than life, hasn't really come out strongly in support. You haven't seen him much, and people are seeing that he's missing.
This is the one big thing in this election. The first election in, 30 years, where BSY is not the face of the BJP. And I won't forget a press conference, Rahul, of the BJP announcing its manifesto. It was at 10 a.m. The only leader who had come at 10 a.m. was Mr. Yediyurappa, and he sat quietly in a corner. And then all the spokespersons and national leaders came, and I asked myself, can any of these leaders get even 1/10 of the vote that man can get you in Karnataka? And I don't know what the final number will be, but I do believe that Mr. Yediyurappa not being that active, hyperactive figure is a factor.
I just want to bring that out on a screen because what we'll try and do on India Today now and on the 13th is try and put things in perspective using cutting-edge data analysis, because opinion is free, right? Everybody has an opinion and they can voice it. We'll just try and show you how many Lingayat, Vokalinga, SC tribal candidates have been given tickets by different parties. So the BJP has 67 Lingayat candidates in the fray this time, the Congress 51, the JDS 44. The BJP has 42 Vokalinga candidates, 43 for the Congress, 54 for the JDS, and the JDS is largely seen as a Vokalinga party. 37 Dalit candidates for the BJP, 35 for the Congress, 34 for the Janata Dal. Amongst the tribals, 17 for the BJP, 16 for the Congress, and 14 for the JDS. The Congress has 12 Muslims, the JDS 23, the BJP none. And one of the things that we'll find out in a short while from now is the impact of that high voltage Bajrang Bali campaign. Because if this was, say, Uttar Pradesh, this would have worked like magic in favor of the BJP if they were in trouble, and they used this to try and get their base and the larger state enthused. Does it work in the same fashion below the Vindhyas? Does it work in the same fashion in Karnataka?
Remember, Hanuman was supposed to be born there? Hanuman,
I went to his birthplace.
So his birthplace.
Use a Hindi term.
Anjanadri.
Hanumanji was known for his chalang. Here BJP, Congress, JDS have all three tried the chalang. Now the question is, how far will they go?
That can happen, and I want you to look out for it when the numbers come out. Theory number one, that this rouses the BJP base, which was a bit lackadaisical building up to the polling day because they weren't enthused by the performance of their state government. So it gets the BJP base charged up. They go out, they pull whoever they can from their homes, their uncle, their aunts, their mothers, their fathers, their sisters, the wives, and take them to the polling booth. That's theory one. Theory two is that this actually works towards polarizing the Muslim community, which is about 13% of Karnataka's total voting community, powerfully, especially in Old Mysore and in central Karnataka. And it polarizes them in a way that they vote en masse towards the Congress, like the Muslims voted in a state, for example, like West Bengal. If that were to happen, then the Congress gets a 1 to 2% extra bump. The Congress's assumption at this moment is that the Bajrangi voter is largely the BJP voter. So this is BJP preaching to the choir. That's the BJP voter. It doesn't get them the incremental vote. But the Congress thinks this could get them the incremental Muslim vote.
Rahul, and for once, I must say, I said it 2 weeks ago, when no one was showing gas cylinders being garlanded, I called it a gas cylinder election. I have seen in the last 2 weeks, suddenly every party has discovered the gas cylinder. The Congress is doing puja of a gas cylinder, the BJP announced 3. I don't think, but my own view is, I haven't seen an election where the gas cylinder has played such an important role in recent times. 1,200 rupees.
And the Congress knows it.
At 1,200 rupees gas cylinder, you go to the poorer parts of Karnataka and suddenly you see people saying, this election could well be revolving around the price of gas cylinder and those 5 guarantees that Preeti spoke about. But our correspondents have been waiting. Shibimol is in Kanakpura and that is Shivakumar territory. Shibimol, where is Mr. Shivakumar? I had seen him last doing puja to a gas cylinder. Where is he today?
Well, Rajdeep, he's in Kanagapura itself. In fact, I'm right outside his residence. He's inside. He's expected to come out any time and speak to us is what we understand. But since 6 a.m., I've been here in Kanagapura, and this is DK's turf. And the energy around him and the Congress workers seem to be very positive, especially the common public here. When we spoke to a lot of them, everybody expressing the desire to see DK Shivakumar winning this seat one more time, and also specifically saying that they want to see him as the Chief Minister of Karnataka if the Congress comes into power, because he's been the man who led this Congress party. It's been a different Congress that we've seen in Karnataka compared to any other parts of the country in the recent past. They've strategized very well, stuck to the local issues. Rahul Gandhi or his disqualification was never a factor in Karnataka. It was the people's issue, the Karnataka people's issue that the Congress focused on, rightfully strategized. He's been the man, even when the Bajrang Dal ban was an issue, he was the one who interfered and said that, if we come into power, we'll make sure that we build a lot of Hanuman temples. So he's been leading this group, the Grand Old Party in Karnataka, very well. And of course, as you all were rightly mentioning, it's a do-or-die battle for the Congress party in Karnataka. They have to win this going into the 2024 general elections, and also considering that if a united opposition alliance is formed before the 2024 election, a victory and a win in Karnataka is going to give them that bargaining power for that leadership spot in the united opposition
in the
alliance.
manner in which Messrs. Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah have fought this election, privately and in closed doors, they've had the most bitter fights, like yelling, screaming, shouting at each other. But publicly, like they did at the conclave when they came, they were giving each other, tokens and hugging each other, and Shivakumar especially holding up Siddaramaiah's hand. So when it comes to public appearances, they've made it seem as if everything is okay. Behind the scenes, they've had their problems, but next morning when they wake up, they come to a press conference, they're projecting unity.
And Rahul, just contrast that with what we are seeing playing out once again in Rajasthan. The pilot Gehlot battle, the next big state that's going to power, to elections. Contrast what they've done. DK is the more resourceful, energized, sort of relatively younger Neta, extremely ambitious, resourceful. And you've got Siddaramaiah. And Siddaramaiah, to my mind, is one of the last links with the old style Neta. Social justice, welfareism, not exactly the most communicative, not exactly your TV style Neta, not exactly familiar with the world of Twitter. But my God, when that man comes before an audience in Canada, you have a different, it is a classic example why Delhi journalists must go to the ground. When you sit in Delhi studios, you say Siddaramaiah, not articulate. Put him in an audience before Kannadigas, and he epitomizes this welfareism politics, the gas cylinder politics. If Congress wins, they should go and give a crate load of gas cylinders to Siddaramaiah. He is the man who perhaps more than anyone else perhaps will help them win if they win, of course.
Poll actually showed this, that Siddaramaiah had much higher popularity as Chief Minister.
Every poll I think shows that.
Rahul, going back to your point, both realize that unless they both are together now, you cannot win this election, and neither of them can become Chief Minister. So I think there is this realization that this unity is very critical till the election
But
is
will
over.
it hold after the 13th?
Now.
How do things change?
But what's interesting in Rahul in all of this is the likes of Rajdeep Singh Surjewala, who went as General Secretary to Rajasthan to actually, build bridges between Gehlot and Pilot, have actually been successful here to try and build the bridge, because he failed miserably there. He went as General Secretary. He was in charge of Rajasthan to actually build bridges between the two.
The bridge has not been crossed as yet.
Yeah, the bridge is not, but at least there is, bonhomie.
Because there is a point in that. When did the Sachin Gehlot thing go horribly wrong? After the election.
After the result.
Now there is some talk whether they will, if the Congress wins, will it be 2.5 years, 2.5 years? Look, no one in politics agrees to 2.5. Whoever gets the first 2.5 wants to stay.
It didn't
work in Chhattisgarh. So there is that talk. Siddaramaiah has made it very clear, this is my last election. So in a sense...
This morning he came out and said last election, yes, but not retiring from politics only.
But look at the difference, Rajdeep. In the CSDS and C-Border polls, Siddaramaiah was around 40%, Shivakumar was 3 or 4%. Now, if you just go by pure play logic, it's very clear who should be the chief minister if the opportunity were to come along.
What I gather the Gandhis have promised, because at the end of the day there is a high command in Delhi. They have promised Siddaramaiah, you win this election, you become chief minister initially. Whether it means for the full 5-year term, we don't know.
But the Gandhis are terrible at keeping their promises because they couldn't make Sachin chief minister later.
Absolutely.
So that promise, Mr. Siddaramaiah, if it's been made to you or to DK Shivakumar, is a IOU you should look at with a lot of suspicion and wariness.
And while the focus is on the Congress so far, there's also the BJP. I saw 2 ads today which in a snapshot gave this election away. The BJP ad is vote for us with Mr. Modi coming out of a Kamal ka phool. And the Congress ad had Siddaramaiah and Shivakumar and a small picture of the Gandhi family. When was the last time when local leaders were bigger than the Gandhi family in a Congress ad? In the BJP, it's Mr. Modi and the small image is of Raj Bommai and Mr. Yediyurappa. But Saurabh Bhaktania, you're in Raj Bommai's constituency of Shigao. You tell us, is Mr. Bommai still as enthusiastic that he could be chief minister? The BJP has not officially said he will be chief minister if the BJP wins. Where is Mr. Bommai today?
So let me tell you, Rajdeep, that what Bommai actually prefer is to be in Hubli, then come to Shiggaon for some time. But let me tell you, for last couple of days, for complete 24 hours, Bommai was in Shiggaon only. Now look at this particular polling center here. This is the Shiggaon polling center. Now it has been completely closed. The votings are over. I met Bommai today also and he was very confident. He looked little bit tense. He might not be tense about his Shiggaon, but maybe about the entire Karnataka state because he wasn't very convinced about the campaigning. Now I also asked him that how many seats is BJP predicting to win in the elections. So he did not give me the number, but he said that BJP will win. And the second thing is said that I don't know who will be the CM. It will be the legislative party and the parliament body who will be deciding. I met second heavyweight leader from the Congress party, Jagdish Shettar. Now it was complete different situation. Jagdish Shettar looked very much happy. In fact, he also gave us the number. Jagdish Shettar told us that Congress is winning over 130 to 140 seats. I also asked him that it can be a hung situation that you will be taking a support of JDS. He said no JDS, nothing. This time Congress is making the government Purna Bahumat ki sarkar very comfortably. So individually the leaders are very much confident, but again what the entire numbers are will be very important to see and interesting to see on 13th May.
We have a special guest in the studio now. From the Rashtrapati Bhavan to the exalted heights of think tanks, now back for television punditry. Ashok, welcome.
Thank you.
Great to have you with us.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Glad to be back.
Good to have you, Ashok.
Missed being on TV? Rashtrapati wants to, I mean, it's fancy, but you can't sink your teeth into an exit poll like you can today.
After 5 years in government, it was frustrating not to be able to offer one's opinion on elections.
So Karnataka itself is a fascinating state in many ways, Ashok, because it's been the BJP's gateway to the south. It's been a state which has thrown up a former Prime Minister in H.D. Devagowda, and it's been a state which I've been saying, one of the few triangular contests left in this country.
But a triangular contest that is gradually over the years becoming more and more bipolar.
Sure.
If you remember the JDS, which is really it's a fascinating story how that party, the Janata Party, threw up 3 governments between 83 and 99. It threw up a Lingayat chief minister, 2 of them, a Vokaliga chief minister, a Brahmin chief minister in Hegde, and a Kuruba deputy chief minister in Siddaramaiah. And gradually, all of them have sort of whittled away. The Lingayats moved to the BJP, the Kurubas and the backwards moved with Siddaramaiah to the Congress. Now it's only the Vokaligas left. And it's gradually becoming bipolar. At some point, it will become bipolar.
No, the moment Devagowda
it could be with this election.
is no longer in the fray, there's a chance that the party could split. The 2 brothers don't get along. One is quite close to the BJP, the other seems to be more towards a secular kind of mindset. Will the JDS hold? That's the BJP's big bet. Remember, the manner in which the BJP has gone out and fought in the 64 seats of old Mysore this time, they know at the highest levels that they run a risk that their vote share could potentially go up, which, because it's a first past the post system, could end up improving the Congress's seat share conversion in this election. But when I asked one of the top BJP strategists this question, he said, यही problem है आप लोगों के बारे में, आप छोटा सोचते हो, you have to think 15-20 years into the future.
And
I think you were standing there when we had that conversation.
And absolutely, and the reason why the BJP has never got a majority in Karnataka is simply because they've never really made that big breakthrough in old Mysore. They made it in the Lok Sabha. In Lok Sabha, the BJP dominated old Mysore, except for Mandya, which was won by independent.
I have the data here.
They were about
41% of the vote share in the Lok Sabha of 2019, whereas in an assembly election, the last assembly election, the BJP had only 21% of the vote share in old Mysore.
Rahul,
and the JDS at 35%, the Congress at 35%
Rahul,
vote share.
part of that was in the 2019 Lok Sabha election, you had a Congress-JDS alliance. And that alliance led to the BJP making deep inroads into Janata Dal pockets.
No, which is what Amit Shah said. एक बार वोट पड़ गया ना, आदत पड़ जाती. That's the way they're thinking. They're playing the long game.
Sure, they're playing.
And that's why, as Ashok ji said, if this time the JDS faces a challenge in the old Mysore region, it would be to a certain extent advantage BJP.
No,
but you know, the fact is, one of my images of Karnataka is going to the farmhouse of Mr. Kumaraswamy. And Mr. Kumaraswamy's farmhouse is a farmhouse which is more like a ranch. You know, it's never ending. There are cows, there are fish. And he was sitting there.
What did he feed you?
He was sitting there having papaya juice or melon juice. Come, Baba, come. And he said, look at all this. All TV only showing Mr. Modi, only showing Congress. All of you are paid. Nobody shows me. I have traveled for 5 months. I have covered 100 constituencies. You all only show these big parties. I don't have money, brother. I said, you don't have money? He said, no, compared to them, I don't have money. I don't have the money that these parties have. So I said, sir, but I am told that KCR is funding you. Maybe BJP is funding you. What, brother? See my rally, small road show compared to Prime Minister. He was trying to play himself as victim. Look, and he also said, I haven't worked as hard as I have in this election. He has traveled. He's done a 5-month yatra. And you know, sometimes regional leaders tend to get written off in the national media. I'm not saying that Kumaraswamy will do well, but he is, you know, the joker in the pack, because if it is a hung assembly, all roads will lead to him. His father is still around, 91, is doing some campaigning, but, you know, HD Devagowda won't, I think, take the final decision without consulting Kumaraswamy, unlike in the past.
And I mean, his roadshow has also taken a toll. He had to go into hospital for a few days.
That's right. He's quite a character,
I want to show our viewers a sense of the average profile of the candidate who's in the fray. It gives you a sense of who our possible netas could be. So we can look at how many of them have criminal cases against them, and this is either serious criminal cases or just criminal cases per se. Coming up on your screen right now, 581 candidates have some kind of criminal case against them. Out of these, there are 404 candidates with serious criminal cases. And 122 candidates of this lot are from the Congress party. If we were to now move over, 96 are from the BJP, if we were to now move over and look at candidates who are classified as crorpatis. There was a time when you had netas who came from a socialist kind of background with less than 1 crore rupees. Now there are 1,087 candidates who have at least 1 crore rupees. And it actually, of that lot also, 215 are from the Congress.
You know, but Rahul,
216 are from the BJP.
You know, crorepati theek hai yaar. Aajkal TV pe bhi kaun banega crorepati? You win crore. It's not crorepati. It is that their assets have quadrupled. From 2018, the MLA's assets, as per ADR, average MLA's assets have quadrupled. That, you see, Dr. Shastri is our good old man from Bengaluru. Every Karnataka politician seems to have some real estate or mining baron backing him.
It's not just... You look at candidates of all parties in Bangalore city, you scratch a little deeper, you will get a real estate connection. But the larger point, Rahul,
and that's similar like my, you know, I come from Maharashtra where that's the same.
But let's see one more thing happening, Rahul, this time.
Yeah.
This time, every constituency is seeing an expenditure which has never been seen before. Karnataka may actually beat Andhra this time in terms of total expenses during an election. And that's something that the typical Kannadiga is quite aghast about. the amount of money that is flowing both in the campaign and through the candidates.
But Rahul, you talk about criminal cases. It's interesting because if you go up in Kalburgi and Chittapur, where Priyank Khadge is standing, the BJP candidate from there has 41 criminal cases against him. He's a history sheeter. Now, the entire campaign that Priyank Khadge has run is against him, in terms of you had Yogi Adityanath coming in and campaigning in his constituency, where the person he's campaigning for is a history sheeter.
In case you're wondering, when do we get to the business part of this program, we just want to give our viewers a sense of what to expect this evening. 6:30 p.m. onwards, we will start running the post-poll study data. Remember, this is a single-phase poll, therefore the life of the pollster is slightly more complicated than in a multi-phase poll where you get more time. So a lot of this is done pre-poll, a lot of validation is done on the day of the poll, and Pradeep Gupta and his team at Access My India are now ready. We have the data with us. We'll start going region by region starting 6:30 p.m. and give you a sense of how Karnataka is voting this time in comparison with the past.
Ashok, I just wanted to get you in on that before we come to the numbers. How do you see this election from a national standpoint? Because both parties have put a lot of effort. The Prime Minister, typically, of Mr. Modi, out there till the very end doing road shows. The Congress, Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi in Karnataka, unlike in Gujarat, where they were missing in action. Mallikarjun Kharge's home state of the Congress president. Do you see this election only as a Karnataka election, or do you believe it has a national significance that could have an impact on 2024? Because traditionally, Karnataka has voted very differently in state and general elections.
True. I mean, in 2019, the BJP won 15% more in the general election than it had won in the state election. And the Congress, to be fair, has almost always polled more than the BJP in assembly elections, even if it's won fewer seats. I think this election is important because it kicks off a national calendar which ends next year with the parliamentary elections. My sense is the Congress had a decided advantage when we started this election campaign. Mr. Modi's campaign has narrowed the gap. I'm not sure it has completely covered the gap, but it has certainly narrowed it. It could have converted what the Congress thought was a victory into something much, much closer. We don't know yet. If that is indeed true, then obviously it's going to be an advantage.
But it also shows, Ashok, the fighting spirit of the modern day BJP. Even when they know they have their backs against their walls, even when the data coming in from multiple sources is showing them that the state government isn't popular, the Prime Minister nonetheless, the Home Minister, they've gone all out, they've given it all they have.
There is something to be said about double engine Sarkar. It's not just a slogan. What Mr. Modi is saying is there are goods and services that the central government delivers in terms of whether it's housing, whether it's PM Awas Yojana, whether it's Jal Jeevan Mission, whether it's the infrastructure boom we've seen in India. This is what the central government delivers, and that is also touching your lives.
But Rajdeep,
no, that's true, but it can be, let me just, disagree there. It can be a double-edged sword.
No, absolutely.
You see, because then what happens, you diminish the chief minister. What is happening in this election? As I said, that snapshot, you have Siddharamaiah and Shivakumar versus Mr. Modi. Now, what has the Congress cleverly done, some would say, focused on local issues, made it Kannadiga pride versus Delhi. But the moment you do double engine Sarkar, when someone says 40% commission Sarkara, you then also get caught.
But
Narendra Modi cannot
every party plays to its strengths.
Sure, absolutely.
The BJP is playing to its strengths, so is the Congress.
So my point is, when then your opponents say 40% commission Sarkara, Mr. Modi cannot go to Karnataka with the same confidence to talk, na khaunga, na khane dunga, as he can go in a Gujarat.
But that's not the point, Rajdeep. I'm making the point that look at how much personal equity he is willing to invest. What did anybody in the Gandhi family or elsewhere do in Gujarat? They hardly fought, they hardly bothered because they thought, yahan hone wala kuch hai nahi, what's the point? The Prime Minister is putting himself out there. Over the weekend, a roadshow 6 hours plus Saturday and Sunday. For a man of his age in Bengaluru, he is genuinely giving it all it has. Even in old Mysore,
no, but
the way that they fought.
But on ground, what you see in terms of, yes, the Prime Minister all across Karnataka is still widely popular, but there's a difference on what went down in 2018 and what's going down this time. That novelty factor is missing. 2018 was the Prime Minister first time in the centre, coming in, campaigning as a star campaigner for the BJP. It was new for Karnataka. They'd only see him in 2014. This time around, that novelty factor is not there. So they'll turn around and they'll say, well and good, he's there, he's popular, but we've seen it before in 2018.
No, I take your point, but I want you to answer a conundrum for me, Dr. Shastri. It's happening in more and more states as well. Karnataka consistently from 1985, when Rajiv Gandhi sweeps the Lok Sabha, 8 months later, Ramakrishna Hegde wins the Vidhan Sabha. From 85 right up to now, Karnataka has consistently voted differently in state and general elections. Is it that the Karnataka voter is extremely knowledgeable and wise and says, "Mujhe Modi chahiye Delhi mein, mujhe Siddha ya Shivakumar chahiye in Karnataka"? Is it virtually that kind of split state where the same voter is voting very differently?
Karnataka voter has her feet firmly on the ground.
I like
and
you saying her
knows what he or she wants. I think
what she wants.
I think there's a very important point that was made. Double engine Sarkar has been a huge factor for the BJP. But what's happened in Karnataka, Ashokji, is
one engine is not
one engine is not functioning.
Is it one engine not functioning or only one engine?
Or one engineering is only following the other engine. Because even in the campaign, the highlighting has been what the center has done for Karnataka. But the voter in Karnataka is asking, that is fine. That vote we will give you next year when the Lok Sabha election is held. But what about the performance of the state government? That question has not been addressed.
We just saw it, Rahul, 6 months ago. Gujarat was an exception because it is Mr. Modi's home state. But look at Himachal Pradesh. BJP got 69% of the vote in Lok Sabha 2019. They come down to 43%. We saw Haryana. BJP got 58% in Lok Sabha, comes down to 36%. We saw it in Delhi. Here, the BJP gets 58% of the vote in Delhi Lok Sabha, comes down to about 40%. We see it in... So I'm just wondering, double engine is the strength. But double engine can diminish a chief minister to the point where if the opposition has effective local candidates, and that's critical, they can say, look, we are here sitting in Bengaluru. Why do you want to vote for someone who's sitting in Delhi? That's all I'm saying.
But it also shows that the opposition needs to fight with some intensity, like the Congress has fought. Win or lose,
and it needs
the Congress gave
credible local leaders.
But in many other states, they weren't even wanting to fight. Gujarat being a classic example, they just gave up on the fight. That I think is just pathetic. That's the worst thing you can do when you concede even without fighting.
I agree with you, Rahul, entirely. But look at what has also happened in Gujarat. And dare I say, more surprisingly, in one of my home states of Maharashtra, where is the local leadership? You see, who is that leader? It's all very well to take on the chief minister of a BJP, even a Bhupendra Patel, but who is your option?
No, leader to banane mein banta na. Bhupesh Baghel is from where? Bhupesh Baghel also became a leader in Chhattisgarh. It's not as if he was always a leader.
Rahul, you're right. My point is, even Siddharamaiah, he comes through the JDS stock, right? He's not a congressman, but he was empowered, made chief minister. 5 years you made him, he became a face. Shivakumar has been empowered as the as the Karnataka Pradesh Congress chief. He's become a face in a way. You have to empower people. The Congress has made the mistake over the years of failing to empower local leaders.
Because they want yes men.
Absolutely.
They want yes men.
And the BJP runs the risk, if the double engine Sarkara goes to a certain extent, that your chief minister gets diminished. Imagine if Yediyurappa was still there. You see, if Yediyurappa, I'm not saying now, it's a contentious issue, but should you send a leader midway through his term into the Margdarshak Mandal, crying everywhere the Congress leaders are going, saying, look at what they did to Yediyurappa, they made him cry. Now that is your strongest leader. When I saw him sitting at a corner in a press conference, I said, is this the way your tallest leader is treated?
Okay, I just want to show our viewers on the screen.
Mr. Yediyurappa has been the BJP in Karnataka for years.
So what do you do then?
At some point, there has to be a generational transition.
That's the thing.
The BJP has changed 70 candidates this time.
Absolutely. I think, that, Rahul, we'll have to see at some stage. BJP has given about 70 to 75 first-timers. How well do they do? This is a generational change election, and a figure that we are never talking about is BL Santosh. He is the man who has planned this Karnataka campaign because he has told the party leadership, we need a generational change, even if it means, as you've been saying, 5-10 years for us to dominate
Karnataka. It's a double-edged sword for BL Santosh. He's the all-powerful Sangathan Mantri.
Yes.
Karnataka is his home state. Some of those who defected actually blamed
BL Santosh.
Without naming BL Santosh. Some named BL Santosh, but they basically spoke of a Brahmin mafia that was controlling ticket distribution, and they were unhappy with it. And how those defectors fare then becomes really important. I'm giving you historical context on how defectors have fared in Karnataka in past elections. 107 defectors fought in 2008, 25 of them won. 103 defectors fought in 2013, 16 of them won. won. 131 total defectors in the last assembly election, 37 of them won. I'm going to break this up now party by party to give you a sense of how each party fared with the defectors they'd brought on board. For the Bharatiya Janata Party, in 2008, they had 21 defector candidates, 8 of them won, 10 in 2013, 3 won, 58 in 2018, 27 of them won. Let's take a look at the same data for the Congress. In the Congress, in 2008, 24 defector candidates, 11 won. In 2018, 20 defector candidates, 7 of them won. Now, the critical thing here, Sandeep Shastri, is can the likes of Lakshman Savadi, can the likes of Jagdish Shettar win? Because if they do, then there are people in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh who may start thinking along those lines. If they get beaten, and the likes of Amit Shah have made it a matter of prestige to ensure that Jagdish Shettar loses in Hubli Dharwad.
Rahul, you're right, and these figures tell an important story that defectors have not done well generally when it comes to a assembly election. But I would widen that canvas. You are talking of a defector, somebody who changed at the time of election. But today, both in the Congress and the BJP, you have candidates who in their political career, close to 40, both the leader of the opposition and chief minister. 40% of the candidates on both sides have been members of other parties in the past.
But you know, which also Rajdeep points out to the fact that independent strong leaders are so important where Karnataka is concerned. Even if you look at it, so there was anti-incumbency against the BJP. The BJP goes ahead, replaces 23 of its MLAs. Those 23 should have ideally replaced more, but they couldn't because they were very strong leaders in their constituencies.
You know, it again comes to how the Karnataka business model, as I call it. Politics is business in Karnataka. If I'm a district leader of a particular political party, I control banks, I control cooperative societies, I control education institutes, I may be in real estate, I may be in mining, and you see it in state. I'll give you Belgavi, or Belgaum as they would call it in Maharashtra, but Belgavi today, it's Karnataka's day. The fact is, you've got Ramesh Jarkhioli. He was in the Congress, switched to the BJP. His brother Balchandra Jarkhioli is in charge of dairy. He's the one who sort of handles the entire Nandini issue. And you've got, both are in the BJP. But Satish Jarkhioli, their brother is in the Congress.
Working president.
And working president there. So you see, you've got a situation where even within families, you separate the spoils. Look at the number of families whose sons, daughters, nephews are all in politics. Every Karnataka former chief minister virtually has a son or a daughter today in politics. Bangarappa's sons are contesting against each other. Gundu Rao's son is there in the Congress party. You've got Bomai's son is the chief minister. S.R. Bomai, a Royist. He was a left Royist whose son now today is in the BJP. And the list goes on and on. H.T. Devagowda, of course, is a private limited firm in a way, the JDS. But that's the business model. I think Kannadigas have accepted that. I think what Kannadigas want, and Dr. Shastri may, is that they have decided we want to separate state and general elections. And the challenge for a national party is to one day ensure that you can converge your national identity with the local, which Mr. Modi has attempted in a way more than other leaders.
It's also, in many states,
yes,
a multipolar contest from the 90s or the 80s has gradually become bipolar. Okay?
Yes.
In the BJP, Congress, whichever party,
yes,
regional party, Karnataka has remained a holdout. It has remained triangular with strong local leaders.
Right. I've got two guests waiting on OB, and that can be tough for them. R.K. Upadhyaya is one of the senior most journalists in Karnataka, and Harish Bijud, brand custodian for different brands, brand Bengaluru, Harish also. But you, R.K. Upadhyaya, you've been among those standing out because you've been saying, don't rule out the BJP in this election. The BJP is very much in the race. Why are you so confident that the BJP could beat the Congress in this election?
Well, Rajdeep, I think, the Congress party started up this campaign a few months ago very, very aggressively, and they were the ones on top. Whether it was a corruption issue, the price rise, all these issues they brought to the fore, and the BJP was simply not able to reply to that. And that is when even this raid on Madal Virupakshappa happened, and Yediyurappa was caught with red-handed. So these issues made Mumbai government defensive. So I thought, at that point of time, it was looked like a walkover for the Congress. I thought they will get a simple majority on their own. But then comes Prime Minister just about 2 weeks back, and then he takes over the campaign. he did a blitzkrieg across the state. I mean, he covered about 18 districts, held about 25 public meetings, 6 huge rallies, road shows, and I think that has transformed the campaign in
Seeing the Modi fact, I'm sorry to stop you because in 2 minutes we have to go to the numbers. Therefore, I have to stop you. Yeah, very quickly.
You see, I think the Congress made a big blunder with its manifesto, where they brought in the Bajrang Dal issue and they compared it with PFI. That is where the turnaround happened, and even the Congress leaders had to really go on the apology. And the Congress president himself started saying Bajrang Dal ki jai in his campaign.
Okay.
So
Harish Bijur, quick 30 seconds before Rahul gives us the first big numbers. Go ahead.
Yeah, very typically, this is an experimental election as far as I'm concerned, because the BJP is trying something very, very distinct. The BJP is trying to actually say that people are not important possibly, but the system is. And I think that's a terrific point to chase, because the BJP is establishing a system. The very experiment of new leaders being brought in is totally experimental. And the idea is centralization is more important than localization. And selling the line that we have a strong leader, which is Prime Minister Modi at the top, can we go ahead with it?
So we have about 2 minutes to go before the Election Commission guidelines say we can start showing the numbers. So I just want to give you a quick sense of the starting point in this election. The BJP at this moment has 116 MLAs in the assembly, but when the results were counted in 2018, they had 104. The Congress starts off at 80, the Janata Dal Secular at 37. When compared in terms of votes, remember the Congress actually had more votes than the BJP, about 38% of the votes for the Congress, 36 for the Bharatiya Janata Party, 18 for the Janata Dal Secular. This is important just so that you know what the starting point is. And now just a few more seconds and then we can start putting out region by region the results of the India Today Access My India exit poll for Karnataka. Remember, this is a poll with 90% plus accuracy record, far and away the most reliable polling team in action. It's 6:30 and here it is. Rajdeep, are you set? We start.
You start. You kick off with coastal Karnataka.
We'll start with coastal Karnataka, and what I'll do is I'll show you where coastal Karnataka stands in the last election, okay? So 16 seats for the BJP, 3 for the Congress. That's where things stood in the 19 seats of coastal Karnataka. The coastal part of Karnataka is the smallest part of the state. It's also the most commonly polarized part of the state. Coming up, the first set of numbers from the India Today Access My India exit poll, which show that the Bharatiya Janata Party could end up with 50% of the vote share, the Congress at 40% of the vote share, 10% gap between the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party in coastal Karnataka, translating into a 16 versus 3 advantage for the BJP in this particular region of the state. Now that's very, very significant because that shows in coastal Karnataka, as was the case, Rajdeep, in the last elections, the BJP has gone all guns blazing and decimated the Congress.
In fact, if you see the rise of the BJP begins here. If you look over the years, North Karnataka, which we'll come to a little later, but coastal Karnataka has been a BJP bastion, barring 2013, which was the one election where the Congress was able to actually get more seats. In general, since 2004, the BJP has dominated coastal Karnataka. And this is where I think the politics of religious identity has actually had a greater effect. A much larger Muslim population in coastal Karnataka. You go to places like Udupi, you can go to Mangalore, a beautiful part. You can go to Bhatkal, Uttar Kannada presumably is included in this. Not surprising that we are seeing possibly the BJP holding on to its fortress.
Holding on to this fortress as per the exit poll. And let me add, the very first election BJP contested in Karnataka in 1983, they won 18 seats and a large chunk of them was coastal Karnataka. So they've always.
So what is the factor? Is it as simple as the religious polarization?
It's not
Is it
just,
the work the RSS has done on the ground in this area?
I think the frontal organizations have been historically very strong in coastal Karnataka. Also, I think let's also keep in mind there is the economic factor. The polarization becomes possible because of the wealth distribution that you find in coastal Karnataka. That also impacts on the capacity of parties to polarize the vote.
Okay, yes, Ashok.
If the Bajrang Dal issue has an impact at all, I would feel it has had an impact here with the BJP ensuring greater turnout. So it's not that new voters have come to the BJP because of Bajrang Dal, but its own voters have come out in greater numbers.
No, that's true, because if you look at the sheer numbers, Rajdeep, on the map in terms of voter turnout, while the rest of Karnataka was recording a 20% at 11 a.m., coastal Karnataka had already surpassed 30% in voter turnout. As we closed in at about 3 p.m., coastal Karnataka is over 65%.
We can show that if you look at a vote density map, which is the heat map for Karnataka, you will see that the maximum voting has taken place in the coastal parts of the state. If you move towards Hyderabad, Karnataka, the voting that's happened is much lesser. It's in coastal Karnataka that the maximum voting has taken place. And that really shows how the voter enthusiasm, there it is on your screen. It'll just give you a broad sense. See, this is just voting intensity. So the areas which are darker in shade is where vote percentages have been higher. Amongst the darkest parts of Karnataka are Uttar Kannada, Dakshin Udupi. So all these areas of coastal Karnataka is where the maximum voting is taking place. If you go towards Hyderabad, Karnataka is where the voting percentages are lesser. This is updated till late in the afternoon. We'll update it once voting actually concludes. But the BJP of Harish Bijur and R.K. Upadhyay to a rousing start in coastal Karnataka. In 2008, when Yediyurappa had split the party, the Congress had done well
2013.
over here. 2008, the Congress had 7, the BJP had 10. 2013, the Congress had 13, the BJP had 3.
That was the election where
Yediyurappa was fighting on his own. Last election, the Congress had 3, the BJP had 16. So if there is any anti-incumbency which is supposed to be visible in the first set of numbers that we put out from coastal Karnataka, there is no R.K. Upadhyay anti-incumbency visible here. So some of what you are saying seems to be true in coastal Karnataka.
Well, looks like BJP is doing well in the coastal Karnataka as expected, but I'm a little confused about the figures. You see, BJP is getting 50% and Congress is getting 40%. That's a difference of 10%. But still the number of seats remain the same. BJP is getting 16 seats and Congress
win with bigger margins.
Seats.
You win with bigger margins.
Some disparity?
No, you win with bigger margins, Mr. Upadhyay. You just win with bigger margins. That explains it. And the Congress has some pockets where traditionally they've won. The likes of Mr. Kadir, for example, have been winning elections in Bangalore for years. So there are those who have their pockets. That perhaps explains it. But in general, are you surprised 16 versus 3, or does it go according to your pattern?
No, I think it's fair enough. I don't think it would have gone up any further, 16 and 3, because Congress is also very strong in coastal Karnataka, and in fact they dominated for a long time before BJP really came on, on the scene. Before that, it was always Congress, and Congress remains a strong, party in the coastal Karnataka, and they have fought, this whole business of communal, this thing in Karnataka coastal area. The whole business of communal divide, you see only in coastal Karnataka, not in North Karnataka or South Karnataka or West Karnataka or anywhere.
Okay. We want to go across to a special guest. Mohan Vishwa joins us. Mohan Vishwa is, in many ways, a very close confidant of Basavaraj Bommai, the Chief Minister of the state. And he's also helped in planning the campaign strategy. Shama Mohammed of the Congress is with us as well. Shama Mohammed, in the first set of numbers that we put out from the India Today Access My India exit poll for Karnataka, 16 versus 3. No visible anti-incumbency in coastal Karnataka as well. And this is India's most reliable, most accurate, most exact pollster.
So, Rahul, coastal Karnataka, as I know, and that's very close to my hometown, Kannur, Mangalore and all the rest of it, that's called Dakshina Kannada part of it, is very polarized. You have to understand the RSS came into Kerala through Mangalore, Kasaragod, Kannur, and then Tellicherry. So that is a very polarized area, and we know what is. Now, when you look at the voter percentage, it's not very different, 40% and 50%. We are talking about 20 and 70 or 80 that way. So there is, yes, but I feel in coastal Karnataka, we will do better than last year. When I was out there, I felt that, there is a kind of change. So the polarization definitely is there. That's the place where the polarization is affected. But unemployment, price rise is a very big issue in Karnataka when I was there. So that is one of the things which I have noticed, which people have been telling me, and corruption. But I felt corruption is an issue, but this unemployment and price rise is what is really, really worrying, especially a lot of students graduate out of that coastal areas, engineers, doctors, and they find no employment as such there. They need employment, all these engineers, doctors, BBM students. And it's not just that many students come from outside. There are many students coming from outside. Rajdeep's son itself studied from Manipal. So there are a lot of them coming from outside, but there are those who live there also. And the other thing, what I'm
seeing... But it's a relatively more prosperous part. It's a relatively better off because remittance economies are there. That's the point I think viewers will need to understand as we do this poll. Karnataka, Rahul, is a mirror cracked. It's a bit again like Maharashtra. You go from region to region, the politics, the geography, the economy is very different. 4 PSU banks started in coastal Karnataka. Syndicate Bank, Corporation Bank, Vijaya Bank, all of the Canara Bank, all of them started in this region. This is a region which has had extremely an entrepreneurial ability. It's been, and for the longest time, Hindus, Muslims and Christians did live in harmony. Oscar Fernandez, we need to understand how history changes. You see, today's viewers need to be told a lesson in history. Oscar Fernandez used to win elections from Udupi. Margaret Alva used to win elections from the Dakshin Kannada, from North Canada. So you've had a past where communities work together. In the last 20-25 years, they've got differentiated. Where did the groups like Sri Ram Sene emerge? In Bangalore. Where did the RSS make its entry into Karnataka? To some extent not, but also coastal Karnataka.
There's also been a Muslim radicalization.
And there's been a Muslim radicalization as well as a counter. So SDPI, PFI, this is where they also grow.
But Rajdeep, of the 23 MLAs that the BJP replaced, a major chunk of them have come from coastal Karnataka. This is the area, yes.
This is the exact point I wanted to make. If the Gujarat model was tried anywhere, it was in Dakshin Kannada.
And it's delivered to the extent. But the reason that the BJP could also change MLAs is because they had the confidence of a 10% vote share gap. So you weren't so dependent on the individual MLA. You could go out like you did in Gujarat.
MLAs had been there for many terms and some of them faced very strong anti-incumbents.
Let's go across to Mohan Vishwa. He's been very anxious, very nervous through this campaign as he's helped Basavaraj Bommai, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, with this election campaign. 50% vote share versus 40% for the Congress, 16 versus 3 for the 16 for the BJP, 3 for the Congress. You would say that the BJP in this KPL, the Karnataka Political League, off to a smashing start in the power play.
See, actually, when you look at the history also in 2018, it can be, or in the 2019 union election also. So we have done really well in the state. And of course, the coastal Karnataka is our stronger bet that everybody knows. And I was expecting 17, not 16. I don't know where Congress is getting 3 seats. Okay, 2 seats I knew. So we just want to see where that 1 extra seat is getting, because we were expecting at least 17 over there. So, if you take the history also, we are very strong in that particular region. And like as Rajdeep was mentioning, it's an education hub, it's an entrepreneurial hub, and people do think wisely and they do vote. They have done the same in the past and they have done it now and they are going to do it in the future also. So nothing surprising for me.
Mohan, in that though may lie both the seeds of your success, but possible failure, because where there is a middle classization, the BJP seems to do better. Where there are still stronger lower income groups, are you as confident? Do you believe there is a class divide emerging possibly in Karnataka?
No, Rajdeep. If you look at any class in the society, it can be an upper class or middle class or lower class. Our schemes, both at the center and the state, have reached everyone. And our schemes at the center and state also have divided in such a way that, it will accommodate all the classes. The lower class also, the poorest of the poor also, if you would have seen, see the COVID, I believe, we got the best managed state award from India Today itself, if I'm not wrong. So that's the way COVID has been managed. So the more beneficiaries over that COVID was, the lower class. And, other schemes of central governments like Kisan Samman Yojana, it might be, or the state government scholarship for the students of the farmers. There are a lot of schemes which has reached even to the lower class also. See, Rajdeep, if you remember, we did one thing called as the beneficiary Samavesh, where we reached more than 4 to 5 crore beneficiaries across the state. So we have reached out to all class. It can be an upper class or middle class or lower class. So that's how our government has, done an administration from past 5 years.
Just for context for our viewers, in coastal Karnataka, in the last Lok Sabha, in the last assembly elections, the BJP had 51.6% of the vote share. The Congress had about 40%. The JDS had about 4%. In the Lok Sabha elections, the BJP had 62.55% of the vote share. The Congress had 15%. The JDS had only the JDS had 15%. So basically, the BJP largely holding on, and Ashok Mal. This, at least from just the limited prism of coastal Karnataka, would give some relief that they have just about a 1.5% loss of vote share, but they've largely held on to a big lead.
I just want to make a point about what Rajdeep said about middle class versus poor. Now, in 2018, Mr. Modi had been in power for 4 years, right? The BJP was still seen as a middle class party, not quite reaching the poorest. In the last 9 years of delivery, at least in North India, it has acquired deep constituencies among the poor. This is a test whether that model has worked in Karnataka as well. This election more than 2018. This is 9 years.
For example, earlier on in Karnataka, the BJP was giving 5 kgs of food grain per month, while the Congress has offered 10 kilos per month. And the BJP in its manifesto has again offered 5 kilos per month. So when you go down and you actually speak to the people on ground, they think that they are being shortchanged.
Okay. We're now ready with the second region of Karnataka. This is Central Karnataka. 23 seats here. I want to go across to the election intelligence dashboard and show you where things stand at the starting point. This is always useful because then you get a sense of, where the match opens, and then we can see where it goes. So of the 23 seats in Central Karnataka, the BJP had 16 in the last elections. The Congress had 4. The JDS had 3. This is Central Karnataka, Devangiri, Shimoga, Chikmagalur. What I want to do now is walk across and show you what Central Karnataka looks like. This is the second smallest region. So 19 in coastal, 23 over here. Coming up on your screen now, the second region of Karnataka that we are tracking here. It seems that the ball is swinging slightly in the other direction. The Congress has a 2-seat lead over the Bharatiya Janata Party in Central Karnataka. The Congress's vote share standing at 41, the BJP at 35, a 6% gap in vote share, converting into a 2-seat lead. So while the BJP was up 16 versus 3 in coastal Karnataka, Rajdeep, the Congress now pulling it back with a slender lead of 2 seats, but a 6% gap in vote share in a region which the BJP had dominated in the last elections. Right?
This is huge because this is, remember, the area of it's Yediyurappa country.
Yes.
This is Shimoga, this is Davangere, this is Chikmagalur, this is not Tumkur, Chitradurga, Chikmagalur, Shimoga and Davangere. This is an area where the BJP has been able to build a strong constituency. And the significant factor, I said we keep focusing on Lingayat Vokaligas, the scheduled caste Dalit population. Central Karnataka has a much higher average of Dalit population than the rest. The Muslim and tribal population here also is higher in 2 of the 4 districts compared to the state average. So you are now finding the possibility of the rainbow coalition that we spoke about of Muslims, Dalits, STs. Traditional Congress voters, but particularly Dalits who had moved to the BJP, STs who had moved to the BJP, wooed by the BJP through reservations, are possibly coming back to the Congress fold because income-wise, they might be hurting much more than the more prosperous coastal Karnataka.
If I could add a point to what you're saying.
Yes, go ahead.
This is also the region where Janardhan Reddy has floated his own party.
Yeah,
and this is where he is exercising.
No, sir. We are using, so just to correct you, we are using that as Hyderabad, Karnataka. It's coming in Kalyan, Karnataka. So we are not, he has floated and has got candidates here, but his stronghold is in Bellary. Right, the fact is, I think we've got to come now to terms with, and keep maintaining, you will see the Dalit vote play out in this election. It is the story of Karnataka this time, Rahul. You will see it. We keep underestimating. It is a 17% Dalit vote. This SC left, SC right division could be melting away in poorer parts of Karnataka. But please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, what I was saying is also this is a region
it's thrown up 5 chief ministers.
Now, you have a Lingayat presence here.
Strong
but you also have a very strong OBC, as you said.
Right.
Besides Dalits and tribals, you have a strong OBC presence here. So that rainbow coalition we are talking about is seeing its impact in central Karnataka if our exit poll were to be correct.
But you know, I met a farmer. I'll give you a simple reason, and you can buy coffee crop damaged due to rains. Many of the coffee growers had lost their incomes compared to previous years, and the workers had lost their jobs. Now, these are very localized issues. When you hyper-localize this Karnataka election, that issue in Chikmagalur of those coffee growers who've lost their employment becomes an important issue. Please go ahead.
You know, Rajdeep, I traveled extensively through this region, and we talked about, right in the beginning, I said I'd like to see where the left and the right Dalits go, even the Lingayat population in this region, Rajdeep, because when you spoke with them, you know, you're talking about these new rainbow coalitions, but I actually believe it's the class which is trumping caste here. You go to the affluent are clearly behind the BJP. You come down and you go into the, you know, the villages in the rural belt, even though for me language was an issue, but with whatever I could get, it was very clear that, you know, the left Dalit villages were clearly gravitating towards the Congress Lingayat belt. The villages in the Lingayat belt, you saw a huge, you know, distinction between the affluent, where the mutts were different, but the villages spoke in a different language. And it was class, not a rainbow coalition of sort.
So this is, you know, I think the BJP has good news from coastal Karnataka. This is the first bit of disappointing news. R.K. Upadhyay.
But they're still in the fight.
Oh, very much so. If you look at the numbers, very much in the fight. But the BJP, to get a majority, needs to start winning in its bastions. Central Karnataka has become a fortress for the BJP. As I said, it's Yediyurappa country. It's thrown up other chief ministers in the past 5. It's a beautiful part of the world. You know, Chikmagalur is gorgeous. The Malnad belt is beautiful. The Jog Falls come near Shimoga. I'm just trying to give images to our viewers of this beautiful part of the country. And Agumbe, where the highest rainfall, the home of the king cobra. This is beautiful country, but Mr. Upadhyay?
Yediyurappa land and Ishwarappa land.
That's right. It's Ishwarappa land also. So not just Yediyurappa, but Ishwarappa also. We presume, of course, the BJP will hold on in places like where Vijayendra is contesting in Shimoga. But are you surprised with these numbers, Mr. Upadhyay?
Also elected a former prime minister in 78.
I think yes, because see, the Congress has made a huge gain here. From 4 seats, they've gone up to 12, which means, you know, 8 seats they've gained. I think what it can explain is, you know, Yediyurappa being sidelined, Ishwarappa being insulted. I mean, these were stalwarts from Shivakumar region. So Yediyurappa has, you know, really built up BJP in Karnataka, and for the last 30 years, he was the one who was leading the campaign. And the fact that, you know, he was removed in the middle of, you know, his tenure, and also very unceremoniously, also could have played on the, you know, minds of the people. And in this election, he was just a shadow. I mean, he was just following the leaders, and hardly was seen in, you know, all the public meetings. And Prime Minister in many places did not even, you know, take him along. So even before that, you know, one could see that Bommai was also not very cordial, in the sense that, you know, he was not taking him along in many of the campaigns, and you know, the central leadership had to intervene and tell him that, you know, you cannot ignore Mr. Yediyurappa, because he's one of our tallest leaders from Karnataka, and that is why, you know, some kind of a patch-up was done. But probably that has not worked to the level that the people of Shivakumar and this region have expected.
Let's look, Rajdeep, at how votes have moved in central Karnataka. In 2018, the BJP had 40% of the vote share here. That's now come down to 35. In the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, the BJP had 54% of the vote share in central Karnataka. The Congress in the last assembly elections had 33% of the vote share. That now potentially goes up to 41. That's an 8% vote share jump for the Congress party in central Karnataka. This is where the BJP's campaign, Ashok, starts looking a bit wobbly, because this is what you think the BJP would dominate.
Lok Sabha election, they swept this region with huge margins of victory. So in that sense, if you see it, there is a little decline, a significant decline of the BJP.
No, if this trend holds, it's worrying for the BJP.
Now, people were hoping that central Karnataka would see the BJP hold on to its strength, and that the exit poll does not seem to suggest has happened.
You know, the fact is, in Karnataka, we are seeing early trends, but the broad picture that we are seeing is where the BJP has a 10-12% gap, as they have in most coastal Karnataka, they are holding on to it. Where the gap is narrowing, naturally, if there is a swing away from the BJP because of anti-incumbency, the contests are becoming tighter. Central Karnataka, the contests are tighter traditionally than they are in... And remember, there is a third... You know, JDS has some pockets here, where the JDS has given tickets to those who didn't get a ticket from the Congress and the BJP.
The JDS's vote share, according to our post-poll study, comes down from 21 in the assembly elections to 17 now. So a 4% fall in the JDS's vote share. And this is the point that Ashok was making earlier. Does it stay a triangular contest? Does it increasingly become a bipolar contest? Because Rajdeep, as you've been pointing out, that outside of old Mysore, the JDS's presence, election after election, is actually diminishing.
It is, but you see what also happens in Karnataka, I don't get a ticket from the Congress, I don't get a ticket from the BJP, I go to the JDS
party hopping.
and I go party hopping, and I can take my own individual vote, even if it's 10,000 votes, and that can make all the difference. I was told there are 28 such constituencies where JDS rejects Congress, BJP rejects, who have joined JDS or are contesting as powerful independents, can make the difference. You see, that's when an election gets hyper-localized, then those possibilities exist which don't exist in a traditional bipolar fight as we see in other states.
Look at our numbers there. The JDS has a 17% vote, which is nearly half the BJP vote. But we are looking at only one seat, which means very clearly our exit poll says that the JDS vote is resulting in the Congress being ahead and preventing the BJP from actually
But just look at the tally that's playing at the bottom, which tells you that of the total seats in the two regions that we've put out, 42 out of 224, for where we have trends available, the BJP is still leading on 26, the Congress on 15. So it's still advantage BJP as we go region by region. The JDS only at 1, 26 versus 15, a gap of 11 in favor of the BJP. So BJP thinks, looking at this poll at this moment, that the fight is still on.
But central Karnataka was an area the BJP perhaps hoped to do a little better.
You know, the
if
fact,
these polls are right.
You know, and that's why it gets interesting in Karnataka, because you're going to change, this election is going to change, because the two biggest regions of Karnataka are still to come.
But you're going to Bangalore next.
You know, but the two biggest regions which will eventually decide will be Kittur, Karnataka and Old Mysore. You know, 114 seats between them, and that will change the entire picture possibly, or could give the BJP the advantage they want, because North Karnataka is a traditional BJP belt. So we've got one traditional BJP belt still to come, and you've got a belt where the real three-cornered fight will take place.
And we'll just find out if the Prime Minister's efforts in Bengaluru over the weekend actually yielded in some dividends, because Saturday and Sunday, the Prime Minister carpet-bombed Bengaluru. So I'll show you where Bengaluru stands in the last assembly elections. 15 for the Congress versus 11. Now remember, between the assembly elections and polling now, the BJP actually took this up to 16. The Congress came down to 11, but that's because they took a lot of the Congress and the JDS MLAs. But this is where things stand at the end of the last assembly elections, 15 versus 11 for the Congress. Now, remember, unlike a lot of other urban pockets like Delhi, like Mumbai, which have become BJP bastions, where does Bengaluru stand in the India Today Access My India exit poll? Here it is on your screen right now. 44% of the votes for the Congress, 38% for the Bharatiya Janata Party, 17 seats in Bengaluru for the Congress Party, 10 for the BJP, the JDS only at 1, a 7-seat gap for the Congress in Bengaluru, and a 6% vote share differential. And this, Rajdeep, after all the effort the Prime Minister made after the carpet bombardment of Bengaluru.
Let me be fair. When you look at the numbers, you're comparing the old numbers with the new, there's only a 1 seat gap. Last time, the BJP got 11 seats, they're down to 10. The Congress had 15, they've got 2. It's not a major switch.
The PM's efforts have narrowed the gap.
Yeah. So you see, let's be fair. It's not as if this is a massive change from 2018. It's a small change.
But
15
from 2019, it's a massive change.
No, let me finish the point. Okay, it was 15-11 last time. It's 17-10 this time. So it's a small difference.
But can I differentiate?
But
Rajdeep, they look at the BJP thinks they're at 16. You're thinking they're at 11 because that's what happened in the last elections. But they've poached MLAs.
All those who moved from the Janata Dal to the BJP and Congress to the BJP were given tickets. And I suspect when you talk about 10 seats here, they are the ones who are actually doing well. Because they were individuals who had strong presence in those seats.
You're saying those who moved from Congress to the BJP and were given tickets?
And Janata Dal to the BJP.
Okay.
And who were ministers in this government.
The likes of Mr. Sudhakar and others.
All of them. And Sudhakar is in Kolar.
Yeah.
But here you had others who were there. And I will not be surprised if the 10 seats we are talking about are seats of those MLAs.
Yeah, but
so I think the worry point is the traditional seats which the BJP had in this region, they may actually be slipping in those seats. Partly again because of anti-incumbency, you have not changed candidates for several elections.
But let's take the point that Preeti made, because Bengaluru was a city which the BJP dominated in 2019 Lok Sabha. If you look at the margins, also huge margins.
But traditionally,
I'm just trying to.
The point that I was making was in 2019, after the defection of MLAs, the chessboard looks very different because it added 5 MLAs from the Congress that defected. So practically, if you look at it, the BJP has lost 5 extra, not just 1.
No, sure. But the point is that in Lok Sabha, the BJP swept Bengaluru city.
Yes.
They won all the seats of Bangalore. They won South, they won Central, they won North.
Even last time.
That's right. So therefore, you've got a classic example of what we are saying is the Kannadiga mindset. The same Kannadiga, who remember has not had a BBMP, the municipal corporation elections for 3 years.
Despite a court order.
The fact is that you've got a very different voter voting in state elections and general elections. General elections from 2014 and 19, the likes of Nandan Nilekani lost to an Anant Kumar by a huge margin in the Lok Sabha. Come down to the Vidhan Sabha and it becomes a tighter contest. In fact, a contest where the Congress has the advantage. So I think the more elections get localized, the more they get hyper-localized, then even if the Prime Minister carries out a road show, people will say, but who's going to solve my pothole problem? Who's going to... The anger that I have against my local corporators, I think, is being taken out at times on the MLAs. Because there's no local corporation.
A lot of BJP supporters in Bangalore said the campaign for next year's election began with the Prime Minister's roadshow in Bangalore city.
I'll give you context. In the last assembly elections, the BJP had 41% of the vote share here. The Congress had 40%. That now translates to 38 versus 44, 6% lead in favor of the BJP in Bengaluru. This R.K. Upadhyay would be a big blow for the BJP because they thought that they'd be able to win Bengaluru in the manner in which they've been able to win Delhi or Mumbai. Remember, of the total that we put out, we got 70 leads so far out of 224. The BJP is still in the lead, Rajdeep. 36 versus 32. The BJP is still in the lead in the 3 regions, but that's largely on the back of what happened in coastal Karnataka.
No, but before you go to R.K. Upadhyay, it's not just Bengaluru. Please look at Mumbai. In Mumbai, 7 seats out of 7 went, when it comes to Lok Sabha, 6 out of 6 went to the BJP. When it comes to a municipal election, the BJP and the Shiv Sena and the Congress are all in the fight. Look at Delhi. In Delhi, the BJP sweeps Lok Sabha. The moment it comes to state or MCD elections, the opposition... There is a big picture for our viewers. The more the election gets localized in India, it is more and more difficult to use one size fits all. You can't expect then the Prime Minister to overcome the deficiencies of your corporators, your MLAs who are not seen to be working. I mean, somewhere we've got to recognize how, and the intelligent Kannadiga voter, that's why Dr. Shastri has gone back to Bengaluru to pursue academia. It's, that's why C.V. Raman went to the beautiful city of Bengaluru. It's a city where enlightened citizens look differently at Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha. That's my sense, Rahul, from these numbers. Maybe Mr. Upadhyay, who's also a Bengalurian, has a very different picture, Mr. Upadhyay.
Well, Well, I'm a little bit surprised with these figures, largely because, it was seen that Prime Minister made a huge impact during his, last campaign roadshow. It seemed to be a very, very spontaneous reaction from the public. They were there everywhere in lakhs, and early in the morning when people were there. And so, if it is not translated into votes, I think we have to see whether it is really so. But in terms of the number of seats, I believe that it's 15 versus 17, Congress going up by just 2 seats, and BJP going down from 11 to 10. So, but you have to also take into account that after the defection of Congress and JDS MLAs, BJP's number went up from 11 to 19 because some of them joined BJP and won those elections. So we have to take that number, and if you take the number, it has drastically come down. If they are winning,
can I just ask you? Can I just ask you and Professor Shastri one? Can I ask you and maybe Dr. Shastri, you want to tell me? Correct me if I'm wrong. Bengaluru, contrary to what many people do, is also a strong Vokaliga city. You've had a number. The JDS is not a non-starter in Bengaluru. Am I right to suggest that where the contest becomes three-cornered, because I then need a lower percentage of votes to win, it makes it perhaps more competitive than in a straight bipolar fight? Is the JDS at all a factor in some parts of Bengaluru, particularly in the more rural aspects of it?
Rajdeep, in Bengaluru, the traditional Janata Party had a very strong presence and used to pit the Congress always in the Bengaluru region. You're right that Bangalore is an important center of the Vokaliga vote, and that explains why the JDS does so well in that
but
region.
Hasn't DK
and also
Shivakumar,
the fact that you have a large non-Kannada speaking population in Bangalore
but Mr.
city
Shastri,
also.
hasn't DK Shivakumar, who's a Vokaliga leader and projected to be possible Chief Minister face, we don't, what happens later is later, he's campaigned heavily in Bangalore rural, heavily with the Vokaliga factor.
But I must add, he is representing rural Bangalore.
Exactly, rural Bangalore.
Harish Pijur, you're from Bengaluru, quite an icon in the city. The fact that the Congress is projected to bag 17 seats in Bengaluru with 44% of the vote share projected versus 10 for the Bharatiya Janata Party, is that a surprise? Because this is where the BJP was thinking their big guns will boom.
Yeah, very frankly, Rahul, I'm not surprised by this because of two things. One is the turnout in Bengaluru is a lower number. And the higher the turnout, the more the benefit for the BJP, whereas the lower the turnout, the more the benefit for the Congress. But the key point, the moot point, is that people are saying something, and they're saying it very loud and clear. And I think, this division between the Congress and the BJP, holding a status quo kind of a situation, is quite unique, because the BJP is possibly holding on to those numbers, basically due to the mega rally of Prime Minister Modi ji, because that was a super success. So I think that rally came in good measure, and just to hold on to the numbers that the BJP has held on. But this is extremely good news for the Congress, which it hasn't had for a long time, except for in central Karnataka now.
In a way, for the Congress, which has traditionally been ousted also out of urban India in Lok Sabha polls. If you look at cities of India, Rahul, barring Kolkata, which is the and Chennai to some extent, which is the other big city where the Congress has bested the BJP
but this
in
isn't
Lok
an
Sabha.
assembly election.
Yeah, that's right. So I think the distinction is when the election, you see, and the fact that I don't have a cooperator to blame. I want to blame someone. Last year, Bangalore was underwater. There were floods. People were angry. Traffic is a huge issue. People generally in Bangalore are lovely people, but they constantly complain about crumbling civic infrastructure.
And then they don't go out and vote.
Yeah.
No, but who do I? But those who vote, Rahul, want to take it out on someone, right? And possibly you want to take it out at times on whoever you see is the ruling party. This 40% Sarkara. You see, you hear it much more in urban Karnataka than you hear it in rural. In rural, it was gas cylinder that I heard. In urban, I heard 40% Sarkara.
In Bengaluru, what I heard, Rajdeep, was constantly what you spoke about. Despite a court order that the BBMP elections be held, there have been no BBMP elections. And there is so much anger that I think that the lack of a cooperator has been taken out on the local MLA.
Okay, joining us now is the man of the moment, the man with the Midas touch, India's best pollster, Pradeep Gupta, is in the house. Welcome, Pradeep.
Thank you very much.
It's good to have you with us. You're making things exciting. 70 out of 224 leads out on our screen right now. The BJP with a lead, 36 versus 32. But this is largely coming on the back of what you showed in coastal Karnataka, where you're showing the BJP dominate.
Yes.
In Bengaluru, where the Prime Minister made so much of an effort, and in central Karnataka, for which we put out data, you seem to think the Congress is leading by quite a big gap.
Yes, in Bangalore, in fact, last election also they scored, Congress scored a lead over BJP, so which is the case even this time, but lead is increased this time. In coastal Karnataka, where, let me tell you, coastal Karnataka is the only region, the smallest region of Karnataka, where the caste equation and the behavior of the people is by and large like any other Hindi speaking state, northern state.
Why is that?
Because in Karnataka, the major caste is Lingayat, Vokaliga and Kurba, and all these three differentiator caste, or the major caste in Karnataka, has insignificant number in coastal Karnataka, less than 5%. So what is the reality is the same ST, SC, OBC, Muslim. Here the Christian community is 6%, which is the highest kind of.
So tell me one thing, have you been practicing your dance moves or not?
No,
Are you and Rajdeep ready to tango again? Rajdeep, you've been working on your moves?
No, look, let's not even go that far.
Why not?
That's all on
I know
the
that's a part of...
That's all on the 13th, but the fact is, I'm telling you, and Pradeep
You said BJP is campaigning for 2024. I'm also setting the stage for the 13th.
but look, Pradeep, you agree with that? The broad, what we are finding this, Bengaluru, which we just discussed, same Lok Sabha election, same voter, votes for BJP, but here in this state election seems to be more divided, in fact, seems to give the Congress the edge. The same voter seems to be preferring the Congress at state level and the BJP for the center.
Which is the case everywhere in the country, and the only one reason is the technology, and second is because of technology and literacy, the voters become informed, or they take informed decision, and they pretty well know, not only Assembly and Lok Sabha, even in Nagarpalika, municipal corporation election, they behave totally differently. That is the reason why you will see in Nagarpalika municipal election, there are so many independent candidates come.
So where does this leave, Ashok, where does this leave then Prime Minister Modi's road shows? You see, you do these road shows, they cost a lot, they're all there on TV. It is the Prime Minister, as Rahul said, the energetic election campaigner. But tomorrow, if he loses Bengaluru, does it suggest that Mr. Modi needs to also realize that one size doesn't fit all? I can do the road show, but I'm not going to be able to win the election for you.
I think Mr.
You think he realizes it?
No, I think he's a smart enough politician to realize it. He puts in his all in all elections.
Right.
Okay. He likes election campaigns.
Does he need to change strategy for a local election, for a state election, rather than play it the same way?
He's obviously facing anti-incumbency in the city and in the state. He's doing his best to cover that gap.
Is there another way he could do it, you think? Or is this the, is it just the spectacle?
No, but Rajdeep, can I give a different perspective?
Sure.
Just the fact that the Prime Minister himself is calling disgruntled candidates, is campaigning in the way that he is. He's the leader.
Also charges party
what else will any Karyakarta who's sitting at home, MLA ne mera kaam nahi kiya, Minister ne mera kaam nahi kiya. He says, look at how the Prime Minister is working.
Rahul, I think the important point is the Prime Minister believes as the captain of the team, where the party needs me, I will go. And he has been doing that.
He leads
but I also believe that
he may lose, he may win, but he leads from the front.
And what I still go back to my point that this Bangalore road show was the end of the Karnataka campaign, but the beginning of the Lok Sabha campaign for Karnataka.
I agree, but does the captain need to be as good as his team? You see, a captain is also only as good as his team. I'm the captain, as you're saying. I go into every election with the same enthusiasm, whether it's Gujarat, whether it's Maharashtra, whether it's Karnataka. But if my team is not good enough on the ground, if my MLAs are not delivering, my corporators are not delivering, what does the captain eventually do? I'm just saying this because there's a sense the Modi hai to mumkin hai. Aayega to Modi hi.
He can do a Rinku Singh.
You see, everybody believes that aayega to Modi hi. I have been hearing in the last 5 days people from Bengaluru, oh, look at the crowds. Modi ne election turn kiya hai. We are hearing it from Mr. Upadhyay also. But if these numbers hold, you have to put some limits to Mr. Modi's ability
Only in
to
a
win
local
your election.
but in a local context.
It's a state election, Rahul.
Sure, of course.
So what does it show?
No, but as Ashok said, you play with the cards you've got.
Absolutely, agree.
One sec. In Bengaluru, from 11, the BJP is falling to 10. Right.
As of now.
Now, as of now, if these numbers
No,
are
but the base is 16. The base is where you ended up, not where you started.
Which means that in a strongly anti-incumbency mood, they would probably have lost more.
But they have lost more, no? Because those MLAs that
but this is
defected to
correct.
the BJP won on a BJP
Now remember,
ticket in
as the-
2019.
You're saying Mr. Modi
They've
has
lost
saved
5.
them from an utter rout. What could have been a rout?
If these numbers hold, he's probably close
Yeah,
to that.
that's probably a fair way to look at it. Like, look at percentage, Rahul. The BJP, as per Pradeep's poll, got 41% in Bengaluru last time. It's down to 38, 3%. You could argue that if Mr. Modi had not done what he'd done, they'd gone down by 6%.
No, so I'll quantify that. Once we put out the big numbers, we'll quantify the exact impact the Modi campaign had. So how many people said they voted the way they did because of the Prime Minister's own presence? We have a very specific number on that, and that you should look out for post 8 p.m. What I want to do now is go to Hyderabad, Karnataka, Kalyan, Karnataka. This is the most impoverished part of the state, the big regional disparity that Rajdeep was speaking about earlier. And in Hyderabad, Karnataka, okay, let me do this first. Let me show you where Hyderabad, Karnataka starts out from. So you have a sense of the starting point, and then we'll show you the actual numbers. In 2018, there are 40 seats in Hyderabad, Karnataka. The Congress had 21, the BJP 15. And when we were speaking to senior BJP leaders, they said, yahin pe reh gaye, there's a 6-seat gap. And remember, if you see the screen at the bottom, the BJP has a 4-seat lead at this moment, 36 versus 32. And these 40 seats of Karnataka, will the BJP be able to win ground back from the Congress, or will they cede more ground? Let's go across now and show you for the first time on your screen right now the numbers from Hyderabad, Karnataka, the most impoverished part of the state, the poorer part of the state. Here, the Congress has a massive 11% gap over the BJP in vote share, which gives it a sweep, 32 versus 7, 32 leads for the Congress in Hyderabad, Karnataka, which is also called Kalyan, Karnataka, because this is the area jahan ka Kalyan hona hai. 32 seats for the Congress, 7 for the Bharatiya Janata Party, and 11% gap in seat share. The Congress spokespeople from the AICC headquarters will be getting their laddus and running towards Pradeep Gupta and saying, "Aapke muh mein ghee shakkar." If these numbers are wrong, if they are right, if they are wrong though, Pradeep, the BJP will have its sword out for you, because with these numbers going up on the screen, Rajdeep, the tally at the bottom will start to change.
This is the first big news for the Congress apart from central Karnataka. Hyderabad, Bangalore, you could argue the difference is only a couple of seats here and there, but this makes a huge difference to whatever happens. This is the traditional Congress belt, which the Congress has lost steadily to the BJP. For example, in Bellary, the Reddy brothers made a huge dent. When Sonia Gandhi wanted to make her political entry, where did she go? Bellary. Earlier we saw Chikmagalur. When Indira Gandhi wanted to go into politics, where did she go? Chikmagalur. These were traditional Congress belts where the BJP had made huge inroads. Now we are seeing a return possibly to the Congress's bastion. Mallikarjun Kharge comes from here, Gulbarga, an area dominated again, I repeat, large SC Muslim OBC population.
Traditional Congress voters.
Traditional Congress voters in this election, at least locally, especially the scheduled caste. Mallikarjun Kharge lost the election of 2019. Now, in those very areas, it appears we could be heading for a Congress
I spent a day with Mallikarjun Kharge and his entire team campaigning on, in this area. It was an Agni Pariksha sort for him. You could see it on his face when he was there. He's an 81-year-old man. He would start at 10 a.m. in the morning, go until 10 p.m. at night. So for him, this is really important because, he still told me, 2019 में प्रधानमंत्री आए थे, उन्होंने बोला था कि मेरा अकाउंट बंद कर दिया. He says, इस बार मैं दिखाऊंगा कि इस पूरे रीजन का अकाउंट.
Tejasvi Surya joins us. Tejasvi Surya is the BJP MP from South Bengaluru. We caught up with him on the campaign trail. You were leading when we put out the results for the first 3 regions. Now, Hyderabad, Karnataka just went up 64 for the Congress versus 43 for the BJP. In Hyderabad, Karnataka, Access My India predicts that the Congress will essentially romp home 32 versus 7. Now that's a big gap in favor of the Congress party. What seemed to be going so horribly wrong for the Bharatiya Janata Party, Tejasvi?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Rahul. I have just been hearing the exit poll numbers that you have been predicting, and I can only say this, that I have been on the ground all day today during the campaign. I have been collecting reports from our Karyakartas all across the state, and I have also campaigned extensively at least of 50-60 constituencies across Karnataka the last 3-4 weeks, and I can tell you that these numbers couldn't have been much wrong, couldn't be more wrong than what they are today. Rahul, I can only say this: please wait till the 13th of May. The voter is going to speak out. I was traveling all across Bengaluru today, and people were telling that the kind of voter turnout that they are seeing, especially in urban pockets, is something that is reminiscent of the Lok Sabha elections. So whenever such big turnout happens in urban areas, whether it is Bengaluru, Mysore, Mangaluru, Hubli, Dharwad, all of these places, then it is a sure shot victory for the BJP. So I wouldn't want to give too much credence to these numbers, and I would want to keep my, I would want to stand by my numbers, which I had spoken to you about when you were here in Bangalore. I still say that the BJP will form a majority government in Karnataka.
But a high turnout, Tejasvi, can also mean anti-incumbency. We are seeing high turnouts in places of Hyderabad, Karnataka, much higher than Bengaluru. So, there is a possibility. Remember also Mallikarjun Kharge is from the area. He's Congress president.
Rajdeep, to be... Yes. No, Rajdeep, to be very fair, I have not got reports from Hyderabad, Karnataka, because I have just come back from visiting the booths in my constituency. So I would want to reserve my comments on that. I wouldn't want to preposterously say something where
because
I do not have adequate numbers.
Pradeep Gupta is predicting that 17 seats will come to the Congress versus 10.
That's exactly what I'm telling you. It's something that is shocking and something that is unbelievable. And today I was in constituencies where BJP does not have an MLA, where we are fighting these seats to win. In all of these seats that I have been traveling all through today, all our booth workers are telling me that we have recorded great voter turnouts in those booths which are traditionally in support of the BJP. So, for example, a particular booth which is a BJP stronghold, we have registered more votes than compared to Lok Sabha 2019. And that's a trend that I have seen at least in 6 constituencies that I have travelled and collected reports all through the day in Bengaluru.
Where is Tejasvi doing his polling? Where are you doing your polling?
I can
Which
tell you
Jupiter have you been to?
No.
Rajdeep, particularly in case of Bangalore, where the cosmopolitan city we call it, the last time BJP secured 11 seat, this time they seems to have 10. So not much of a difference in that sense. And JDS, last time they won 2, this time 1. So these 2 seats are adding up to Congress Delhi. It is as simple as that.
But that's not the right way of looking at it. You have to look at the fact that the BJP starts at 16 because by the end of it, through the JDS and the Congress, they were able to get 16 MLAs. Don't look at where they ended up. Look at where they started.
No, I don't agree with that. No, I don't agree.
Aapne MLA le liya, so you will do well.
I'll tell you why.
Your starting point is 16, not 11.
No, you're right. If you look at the defections, you're right, Rahul, that if you look at the overall number of what the assembly was before the elections were declared. But remember, it's a by-poll. All of these people got elected in a by-poll. These got elected on Congress tickets. They went and joined the BJP. They got elected on a BJP tickets. Defectors in by-polls also usually win. By-polls cannot be used to measure an election. I am looking at apple to apple. Apple to apple is what? 2018 versus 2023. 2018, the gap is only one. I don't think Bangalore is a big setback at the moment. I'm trying to give my friend Tejasvi something to hold on to so that he will give me again some nice coffee, Bengalurian coffee that he gave me last time. It's not so bad. The real bad news is coming from Hyderabad, Karnataka and central Karnataka. Bangalore, even at its best, they could have got 2 seats more, 3 seats more. I don't think the BJP should worry too much about it.
I want to go across to Aishwarya Mahadev, who's listening very silently. I wonder if she's carried a box of Mysore Pak with her. She says, okay, bol lo, Tejasvi. 64 versus 43. Aishwarya, are you jumping with excitement in terms of the Congress in the lead after 4 regions have been polled in this India Today Access My India exit poll?
Good evening, Rahul. I think it's been very evident through all the surveys across and on the voices on the ground that very consistently the Congress had an emphatic win. And I really do not envy Tejasvi today because, of course, when it's convenient for the BJP, they constantly say, oh, surveys are extremely accurate, and including your pollsters themselves. But today there seems to be a disagreement. And even Tejasvi's huge pomp about the fact that Prime Minister Modi is turning tides doesn't seem to have come through. But I think it has been a battle on the ground. I voted today in the old Mysore region, so I'm more excited to see what my region holds for me. But I think these numbers will look even better because having toured around the district, there is no phenomena of a silent voter, Rahul and Rajdeep, to be very honest. A lot of elections have seen it, but the emphatic manner in which voters are coming out, it is a very clear contest there, tells me that these numbers are going to look even better as we go forward. So,
Tejasvi, you want to respond to this, Bob, which will come up again and again if these exit poll numbers hold on the 13th, about the Prime Minister doing these big campaigns, and despite his phenomenal personal effort, 2 days out in the sun, if the BJP ends up 17 versus 10 with the lead being in the favor of the Congress, the big man won't be happy and the Congress will say, he didn't deliver.
Rahul, you can't blame the Prime Minister though, because the state leadership was so hard to try and save in this case, I'd like to say.
Tejasvi Surya.
Rajdeep, Rahul, I can only say this. Rajdeep, Rahul, I can only say this. Insofar as Bengaluru is concerned, I am very sure, I am very confident that we will be adding to our tally and not losing anything. Please wait till the 13th. I say this after having received a lot of positive reports from Karyakartas sitting in our booths. Most of our Karyakartas, in fact, to be very honest, the last assembly seat that I was in, it was in BTM layout, which is a Congress stronghold. I was talking to Karyakartas of the Congress party who were sitting at the tables in the booths. They were telling that the voter percentage overall has increased in the BTM layout constituency also, and a lot of educated apartment dwelling voters who generally vote only in the Lok Sabha elections, they see are voting and participating. Who they would have voted for is anybody's guess. They generally are voters of the BJP. That has been the case all across the city. That is the kind of reports we have got. Let us not, jump the gun and start celebrating, let the Congress not jump the gun and start celebrating.
Aishwarya has been very nonchalant. I thought Aishwarya would be really pumped up and charged up and excited about this big victory that seems to be coming your way in the regions that have been counted. You're being very calm and classy about this.
Rahul, I'd like to believe I'm calm and classy all the time, but I also don't
come back. Yes, well done.
Point. However, I think I'm looking forward to the numbers even further. But very honestly, I think the Congress, this is not surprising for us at all. This is what we've seen. This is what you've seen on the ground, and I really, really hope that the BJP, it's quite wonderful of them to think they even have a shot in BTM layout, but it's wonderful to see how hopeful they are and wish them all the very best. We're just waiting for the final numbers, but none of this surprises us. We're just trying to see
look at how they fought with their backs against the wall. I think, that's the critical message, Pradeep Gupta. The moment the Congress thinks the pitch is a bit dicey, that the track is uneven, they stop batting. the BJP, regardless of what the asking rate is, till the last ball is being bowled. They were, the Prime Minister himself, the Home Minister, batting themselves on the pitch of Chinnaswamy, refusing to go back to the pavilion.
Rahul, they have all the more reasons to, be like that the way they are because of the stalwarts like Modi, which is never seen before in Indian politics. 2 consecutive elections repeating one after another general election, and so many assembly elections, particularly last 1 year. They won as many as in alliance. Of course, the 8 election, only the Punjab and Himachal Pradesh given the verdict against them. Otherwise, everywhere it is BJP. So that is the reason why they have all the more reason to be,
I'm told
very
that
hopeful.
Yediyurappa ji is joining us. Just 1 second. Can I check that, please?
Go ahead, Ashok. Very quickly, Ashok and Shah.
We've covered four sub-regions. I just want to point out the Janata Dal seat share so far has come down from 9 to 3.
That's right.
Come down 1/3.
And you're right.
Okay, just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. One second. I need to go across to B.S. Yediyurappa. Far and away the tallest leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Yediyurappa ji, namaskara, welcome. Can you give us a sense of what you've picked up during polling? What's the feedback that you have got? Do you think the BJP has a chance to win? The poll seems to be giving the edge to the Congress so far.
Dear friend, we are going to get absolute majority. Even today I am telling you, after counting we will be knowing everything. And I didn't told that we are going to have adjustment with JDS at all. That whatever happened after result, the central leadership will take decision. Now according to me, we are going to get absolute majority.
What is your number, Mr. Yediyurappa? Because you've been you've seen many an election. What is the number that you are looking at for the BJP?
According to me, we are going to get absolute majority to form the government. That much I can say now. After the counting is over, you will be knowing everything. According to me, we are going to get absolute majority and we are going to form the government.
So you're saying that, but our numbers don't indicate that. Are you, in a way, this is the first election, sir, in 40 years that the BJP has fought without you, or 30 years without you being the face. Do you believe that is one reason, possibly, that maybe the Congress is doing better, sir? Possibly, that maybe the Congress is doing better.
No. Long back I resigned for chief ministership and also I told I am not going to contest for the election. Even then I toured entire state. That's why on that basis I am telling you, even now I am telling you that we are going to get absolute majority and on our own we are going to form the government.
Yediyurappa ji, do you think the BJP made a mistake by changing you as chief minister? Because as we travelled through the state, one of the issues the Congress took up is that Yediyurappa ji is crying, Lingayats were not respected by the BJP. Do you think that if you had stayed on till the end and the party had fought under your leadership, maybe the BJP would have done better?
No, not at all. I myself resigned for chief ministership and also I told I am not going to contest for elections, and that is why Basuraj Bommai has become the chief minister of Karnataka. Even now I am telling you that we did any mistake, and Lingayat community even now they have supported. That's why I am telling you that we are going to get absolute majority and we are going to form the government on our own.
Were you as enthusiastic, sir, though, about this campaign as you were in previous campaigns? I mean, I know your son is contesting. He's also been campaigning very aggressively. But be honest, sir, do you feel somewhere, to take forward what Rahul said, you were a bit disappointed and hurt. You cried when you were removed as chief minister. There was a disappointment. Mr. Shivakumar is constantly saying that Mr. Yediyurappa was not treated well by the BJP.
No, that is not correct. BJP has given everything for me, and I am the national leadership also given an important post. They have not neglected me at all, and now I am telling you again, repeatedly I am telling you, on our own we are going to get absolute majority. You please wait up to counting.
It seemed to us from what we were picking up that you wanted for Jagdish Shettar and Lakshman Savadi to be given a ticket. Were you personally disappointed when someone like a Jagdish Shettar, who'd been with the party for 3 decades, left and joined the BJP and left and joined the Congress, and you weren't able to stop it?
Congress and you weren't able to stop it?
You know very well, Jagdish Shettar, we have given all the positions, the opposition party leader, and we made him chief minister and everything. He himself resigned for his own reason. And Lakshman Saudi also, you know very well, that we were having a legislature council period another 5 years. Even then he resigned. This will not affect our party position, and for their own sake they have joined Congress party. For that I am not at all bothered. I am telling you that we are going to get absolute majority on our own.
What is your role going to be then, sir, after the election? Have you in a way decided that you will now never contest any elections anymore? Is that very clear? If the BJP doesn't win, will you come back into politics full time?
Always, I will go around in the state. I will go around in the state. My one aim is you must get minimum 25 Lok Sabha seats, and I want to see that again our Prime Minister Narendra Modi become the Prime Minister of India. For that I will go around in the state and tour for the next Lok Sabha election.
My colleague Preeti has a question for you. Go ahead.
Sir, any assurances given by the BJP on your son's position ahead?
Yes, he has contested and is going to win more than 40 to 50,000 margin.
Okay. On his position in Karnataka BJP, sir, any assurances given there?
Position for your son, sir, in Karnataka BJP?
No, after election, our national leadership will take own decision. It is too early to say anything.
Sir, in this campaign, there was more focus on central government's achievements and central leaders. Campaign ali ashtu Karnataka Sarkara, adra bagge charche aglilla. There was not much discussion on the Karnataka government's achievements. Do you think that should have been corrected? More focus on Karnataka rather than focus on center?
When Modi ji and also Ramit Bhai and Nadda ji came in Karnataka of the election campaign, they have told everything what our achievements, Modi ji, my period achievement and also Bommai's period achievement. They have not neglected anything. They have told everything to the people of Karnataka. That's why we are going to get absolute majority.
Okay, we'll thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Yediyurappa. It takes a lot of spirit to come out on the day of polling and to bat in the way that you have. Thank you very much. We wish you all the best for the 13th. Thank you, namaskara. Thank you for joining us, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think, Rahul, our viewers again need to know, this is a remarkable leader.
Oh, sure.
You know, he built the party literally from scratch, brick by brick. You know, we often don't recognize the role that a Yediyurappa has played. The BJP in the 1990s, I remember going in an election of 95, all the talk was Ramakrishna Hegde, H.T. Devagowda, these were the towering figures. Yediyurappa in that election won the election in Shikharipura, but the way he built the party, he knew the names. You know, these are these old style leaders. They know the names of every panchayat leader. That's the kind of leader. You know, a real Kisan Putra, as he called himself.
In Karnataka, he had this stamp of his presence as the BJP grew. The only difference came in 2019 when he became chief minister, when his writ did not seem to run large over what happened in the party. What he wanted very often was not done, and therefore you saw that loss of...
No, but did he also, let's also be clear, once he became chief minister, accusations of corruption, of nepotism, all of which in a way diminished Mr. Yediyurappa. I mean, it gave the centre an opportunity to remove him.
No, but that was earlier.
Sorry?
It's also a generational thing. He has reached, I mean, he can't carry on as the leader of the BJP.
No, but can I just say, I interviewed him when he was chief minister in multiple innings before this. His comprehension and his ability to answer in English, way better than it's ever been. The first time I interviewed him, he had a script in front, and no matter what I asked, he had like 10 answers and he'd just read off from it. Here we were asking him live questions, he was answering them.
He's been a very, very tall leader. He's built the BJP as Rajdeep.
I mean, when I think of it, which is the other tall South leader BJP has produced south of the Vindhyas? It's only Yediyurappa. In all these years, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, you go across the state. Now there are attempts to build up leaders, but it is just BS. It's BSY. He's the only mass-based
Singh Shekhawat in Rajasthan.
Yeah, I'm talking about south of the Vindhyas. Sure. You know, so let's look at, since we are talking about Yediyurappa, we have lots of time, Professor Shastri. Don't worry. We will turn to the region which, in many ways, could decide this election along with old Mysore. This is what happened in Kittur, Karnataka, Mumbai, Karnataka, Bombay, Karnataka. Use whichever word you want. Yeah, I have a special affection for this region, which is why I came. My grandmother comes from Bagalkot. It was part of the old Bombay state. My grandfather was a police officer in Dharwad. It's a beautiful part of the country from Belgaum.
How many states are you a citizen of? How many home states? How many homes do you have?
Can I give you a very interesting thing
yes,
of what happened
please.
today? Goa declared a holiday. Goa declared a holiday for Karnataka elections so that Kannadiga voters could go across the border and vote. So I come from Goa, so there is a connection there. Maharashtra and Goa, Sharad Pawar went, what was the first place he went to campaign last week after all these disgruntlement? Nipani, which is again across the border. This was all part of old Bombay state. There was old Mysore, which is where my friend Professor Shastri comes. There was old Bombay. Now I know Karnataka has taken it over, no problem. And I know that the word taken it over will get me into trouble.
I hope you don't say that you want it back.
No, it is their part. It's a beautiful part of the country and all credit to the Kannadigas. They've done a magnificent job of their state.
It's just that it was part of Bombay presidency, and when you redrew the boundaries of states, it's
one of the classical music capitals of India.
That's right. From Gangubai Hangal to Bhimsen Joshi, you can come to all the greats. I'm just trying to give our viewers a sense of this beautiful part of the country.
So you're sure, Rajdeep, Karnataka is not your home state or one of your many home states? Can you say that on record?
Okay. So you've got 17 place 30, traditional BJP area, strong Lingayat presence. You would expect the BJP to hold on. Since we are talking of Mr. Yediyurappa, this is the other region with coastal Karnataka where they really made their growth. Let's see what's happened this time. And this could, in a way, give us a sense of who's winning the battle of Karnataka. What is the Axis My India exit poll saying for Mumbai Karnataka? And that's what the numbers say. You've suddenly seen for the first time since, of course, 2013, when, remember, the BJP was split, the Congress has, in the last 15 years, for the first time, taken an edge over the BJP in Mumbai, Karnataka. Has that Lingayat factor, which we've been talking about, the rich-poor divide possibly among, or middle-class poor divide in parts of Mumbai, Karnataka work, the defections that took place in the BJP, Lakshman Saudi, Jagdish Shettar, a sense that the Lingayats had lost their big leader in Yediyurappa, 28 to the Congress, 21 to the BJP, 1 to the JDS, none to the others. Remember, Congress has 45%, BJP 42%. The one caveat though, and maybe Pradeep will have to answer this, the worry is the Congress may have more vote share. Will it translate into seats? Pradeep, this is the one big test for you, because remember in Karnataka we saw even last time, Congress gets more percentage votes, BJP gets more seats. How confident are you of Mumbai Karnataka? Because this, or Kittur Karnataka I should say for the Kannadigas, it is the critical area for deciding who wins this election.
Rajdeep, you correctly pointed out the less percentage of votes for the BJP and more seats for the BJP last election, and that is purely because of 64 seats of old Mysore where BJP has hardly any presence. So here I am coming to this. Now this Bombay Karnataka, why BJP's stronghold traditionally been, see the caste arithmetic here.
Yes.
19% Lingayats comes from this region, 19, which is the biggest number among all the regions for the Lingayat. And apart from Lingayat, the OBCs, the Marathas is 8%. Marathas is going to play a big role here. And
Marathas are only confined largely to Belgavi and part in and around. My point is the Lingayats, Pradeep, in some parts here are even more than 20%.
Consolidation.
So are you saying the Lingayats have broken?
No, I am not saying this. Lingayats have consolidated and voted same as last time in
for the
favor of BJP.
Okay.
What is the difference here is the SC votes, then Kurba votes, then your Muslim votes, all these put together is 52% and 48% on the other side.
But Pradeep, last time also Kurbas and Muslims voted for the Congress. Are you saying the SCs are making the big difference?
Of course, yes. Last time JDS fought in alliance with BSP. So good number of Dalit votes shifted to splitted among Congress and JDS combined.
So JDS is collapsing again.
Yes, JDS is the reason.
We want to go across to CN Ashwath Narayan, Minister for Skill Development, Entrepreneurship, Livelihood in Karnataka. One of the key faces of the BJP in the state of Karnataka has been former Deputy Chief Minister in the state, Mr. Ashwath Narayan. We have trends for 160 seats out of 224. The Access My India exit poll done for India today, which is far and away India's most accurate, most reliable exit poll, seems to suggest the Congress leads 92 versus 64. Even in places like Bombay, Karnataka, which have been strongholds of the Bharatiya Janata Party in election after election for the last several elections, the Congress seems to be 3 points ahead of the BJP in terms of votes and substantially ahead in terms of seats, 28 versus 21. What's going wrong, sir?
I can make one very clear point, sir. See, this election in the state of Karnataka 2023 is completely unpredictable by any of this exit poll, by any surveys of any of these organizations. Completely, this is unpredictable. And with regard to the election management or the political management, completely our opponents have completely failed. And the most important relevant issues, which is close to the heart of the people, it has not been handled very clearly. They have really hurt the sentiments or the feelings or the emotions of the people of the state of Karnataka, particularly by Congress party. So let me tell you very clearly, in Mumbai Karnataka, definitely I'll tell you whatever might be the survey, the Mumbai Karnataka, the numbers are definitely going to increase, and we are going to retain the numbers in Malnadu and coastal area. And with regard to the Kalyan Karnataka,
Mr. Ashwath Narayan, do you think you're winning this election?
Karnataka, we are going to
or
increase the
are you
number.
conceding that the ask
Definitely.
is just too high? That abhi mushkil lag raha hai, it's not possible for the BJP to win from here. At least looking very, very difficult.
No, sir. I'll tell you one thing. Even the percentage of votes for BJP, it will be more than 40% votes. I'll tell you frankly, it will be more than 40%. The previous election, it was 36%. This election, it will be more than 40%. I can tell you with all the confidence, it will be more than 40. Whatever might be predicted by the other exit poll organization or the sepsologists or any organization, the surveys. But I can tell you confidently, this election, Bharatiya Janata Party is going to get more than 40%, and it has expanded for the entire Karnataka. No regions have been left out by Bharatiya Janata Party.
So are you saying, Dr. Ashwath Narayan, that this talk that the BJP's best case scenario is a hung assembly, and then you do some kind of a deal with Mr. Kumaraswamy, who incidentally is not doing well? One of the stories which is already emerging is that JDS is down to 4. Of course, the big JDS region of old Mysore still to come. The fact is that, are you telling me that there is no question in your mind of a hung assembly? You're already not picking up the phone to Mr. Kumaraswamy or HDK?
Yeah, definitely. That is not, see, in the most important area, even in the Chennapatna, our Honorable Prime Minister came down, campaigned for our candidate in the constituency where Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy was contesting. It is very clear. We have taken them head on, sir. Head on, we have taken them. There was no question of any compromise. We have fielded all our candidates very strongly, and we have done our best. There is no question of any compromise.
So are you saying our exit poll? Are you saying this exit poll is totally wrong, sir? Are you saying our exit poll is totally wrong?
Sir, it cannot be, see, it cannot be all the time, it cannot be the same ideal situation for an exit poll people to only come out, predict all the right things. But I am of the confidence, I am having the right input, my party is having the input, I am of fullest confidence.
He is hoping that the Surya Kumar Yadav of polling will have a bad day. That you're going to get stumped at Chinnaswamy.
Can I just tell you something which a BJP strategist of the past has told me? He says the reason why Pradeep and all of you need to be cautious is in close contests, and Karnataka has many of them, the BJP has the better last mile connectivity. So don't rule out the BJP.
Which would be true if it were a close contest.
That's
Go
what I'm
region by
just telling
region.
you. I'm just
There's
telling
a
you
7
what,
or 8% gap.
maybe they're
between
clutching
the two.
at straws, but
7
that's
to
what they're
8%
saying.
May I
gap.
ask Dr. Ashwin Narayan
please,
one question? Your own fate is on the line, sir. Your own fate is on the line. Fourth time, do you think you'll win from Malleshwaram? Because where Bengaluru numbers seem to suggest you're losing out.
That's one thing we need to do.
Malleshwaram, I'll win by, the previous election I won by 53,000, this time I'll win by 75,000 margin.
To be fourth time lucky despite what our numbers seem to suggest.
Numbers, definitely in Bangalore, it will be not less than 16 to 7 constancy. That is the minimum what we are winning in Bengaluru city. It will be minimum 17 seats. It can stretch up to 22.
You know what I really like about the BJP exit poll strategy is that from Yediyurappa, Ashwath Narayan, all the big guns have actually come out and are speaking. You know, usually if the exit poll is swinging against them, they may just fade away.
And that's a nice thing, but go ahead.
Ashwath Narayan sir, Sandeep Shastri here.
No, see,
I have a
elections
small
are
question.
Sir, elections are...
The double engine Sarkar was a major election campaign for the BJP. Do you think that in the double engine you did not project the state engine enough? It was more of central engine and very little talk about the state engine. Is that something that should have been changed by you?
No, sir. See, one thing, see the connect, the people, the connect of our Honorable Prime Minister, I'll tell you, over the time, all the election, it has increased so much. Let me be very frank. I'll tell you, in the state of Karnataka, the first and foremost, even for the state assembly election, people look up to Narendra Modi ji. That is the kind of percolation has happened. I can tell you frankly, whatever might be, whoever might be the leader, they want Narendra Modi ji's leadership. Even his words or his leadership is much looked by, they sought after by people of Karnataka. You can do whatever survey, whatever it might be your sepsologies, your in-depth analysis. I am of the very frank opinion. State of Karnataka in 2023, what was in 19 is completely gone beyond much more, and people look up to Narendra Modi ji for the mandate. Okay. They want to give mandate to Narendra Modi ji itself and Bharatiya Janata Party.
Okay, so there you have it. The BJP saying mandate for Narendra Modi. Dr. Ashwath Narayan, appreciate your joining us. We wish you well for the 13th. Malvika Avinash and Aishwarya Mahadev are with us. Malvika Avinash and Aishwarya Mahadev, thank you very much. Numbers are not looking good, Malvika Avinash. At the moment, the Congress seems to, and we've still got old Mysore to come with 64 seats, is now, as per our survey, with those 64 seats to come, just 21 seats away from a majority. Your first reaction?
Well, namaste to all. I'm glad that we had the opportunity of exercising our democratic right today. I voted in Mysore, not in Bengaluru. So, insofar as your exit polls are concerned, you are number crunchers. I think you do a professional job of this. However, whether they are real or whether they are not so real, we'll know on the 13th. And therefore, I think I will reserve all of this up to the 13th. What has been completely sort of not examined here is the manner in which BJP works as a party, as an organization. We work 24/7 and through the year. We don't work only during elections, unlike the other parties. That is something I'm sure you've noticed across the country over the last 10 years. The other thing perhaps that has got completely ignored is the booth committees and the Panna Pramukhs that the BJP has, the strength of the booth committees and the Panna Pramukhs. All of this, I think, will ensure a comfortable majority for the BJP. Well, however, your numbers are yours, my numbers are different.
No, but it also shows the level of anti-incumbency that had been built up against your local government. And if the Prime Minister hadn't made the kind of personal effort he had, and if the central leadership hadn't made the kind of connect on the ground, the numbers could possibly have been much worse. It just suggests that the state government simply didn't rise to the occasion, didn't do the job that voters had hoped that they would.
That's how you look at it. I look at it differently. The Prime Minister's presence, as well as the presence of all the central ministers as well as that of the national president, is going to add up to what was missing in 2018. We were the single largest party, however, we didn't have the majority that we required in the assembly. And you know what followed, so I won't go into all of that. The presence of the Prime Minister has only increased both the enthusiasm among the voters as well as the party workers. So I look at it positively and as an addition to our existing strength, not so much as anti-incumbency, but as an addition to pro-incumbency, which has been the trend in UP as well as in Gujarat. So you're going to witness that again in Karnataka. We are very confident of a victory.
Is that a concern, Aishwarya Mahadev, that no matter what happens now, in 2024, aayega to Modi hi. Even if the Congress somehow manages to win the state election, there is enough to suggest in this poll and even otherwise that the disaffection was against the local government. In the Lok Sabha elections, the BJP and the Prime Minister still have the very distinct advantage.
Rahul, two observations. In 2014, at the peak of the Narendra Modi sort of onslaught that you saw when he was making his bid for Prime Minister, and you saw massive numbers coming up everywhere, in Karnataka, we still sent 17 Congress members of Parliament. In 2019,
that's not
however,
true.
it is
It's
not
the
a
BJP
genuine...
which got 17. Congress got 9, madam.
1 second, sorry. And
You
hello.
got your numbers wrong. 2014, you didn't do as well.
That's right.
And
She's right. Malvika is right. 17 played 9. But go ahead, Aishwarya. The fact is 2014 and 2019, BJP has done very well Lok Sabha. Let's accept it. I think the point is the Congress seeing this purely as a local victory? You see, even if you win, today also all your posters have Siddharamaiah and Shivakumar, smaller pictures of the Gandhis. Why not for once acknowledge that you fought a local election?
Rajdeep, I think from day one, the entire fact has been it is in local election, it is on the issues. It was the BJP that tried to come up and bring it and make it a national election, almost bypassing the state leadership. If you look at it, whether it is Mr. Bommai being completely ignored, whether it's Mr. Yediyurappa also, whose son, mind you, after his interview, the son also conceded that if his father was chief minister, maybe the BJP would have done better. But the indication is still this, that the state leadership is so far gone. The state leadership is so far gone that even the national leadership could not try and salvage the situation, one. And the second, it also shows you the waning popularity of the Prime Minister as well. If you look at the 2 days massive roadshow in Bangalore and you're still showing me the numbers that you're showing, it obviously is an indicator of something larger in the state. And the people of Karnataka overwhelmingly are people that have decided to reject the mandate of the national leadership versus state. It is about Kannada Asmite, it is about Kannada Astitva, it is about Karnataka pride. And the people have recognized that. And I believe going forward, it is still going to be extremely positive for us. And we have no worries whatsoever. I think 2000, if I may come to the point, is that 2019 was a little bit of an outlier because of the coalition that we had, which disturbed us when it came down to Parliament. But I believe next year, we're still on a strong footing to send you enough MPs again, because the 25 odd MPs that we have from the BJP now seem to be silent, whether it's about our border region, whether it is about the GST.
Okay. You're declaring as if 2024 results have also been announced and the Congress has managed to ensure that Modi isn't getting a victory. Don't get so carried away. The 13th is still some distance away. What I'll do right now, though, is come to old Mysore. As we've been saying, if you've been tracking our coverage from day one, this election is about what happens in old Mysore. If this is going to be tough and tricky, the Bharatiya Janata Party needs to repeat in old Mysore what happened in 2019. And just for context, in 2019, if those trends from the Lok Sabha elections had been converted into assembly leads, the BJP would have got 32 seats. The Congress would have got 17, the JDS 8. Does that happen, or is it similar to what happened in the assembly elections of 2018? Let me show you what happened in old Mysore. This is where Siddharamaiah comes from, Shivakumar comes from here, Devagowda comes from this region, and therefore in old Mysore, first let's take a look at where the starting point is. The Janata Dal Secular had 26 seats. It is far and away in several elections in the past been the #1 party of the 64 seats of the old Mysore region. The BJP had 16. The BJP's vote share is about 20. So unlike the rest of the state where the vote share is in the mid-30s, 36% and above, in Old Mysore it's only 20%. That's what brings the overall BJP vote share down. They're hoping to change that. And you saw the kind of effort Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, JP Nadda made in this region. They really gave it all they had. The Congress had 20 seats in the Old Mysore region. This being said, now that you have a sense of the starting point, let me show you what Pradeep Gupta, India Today and Access My India are predicting will happen in Old Mysore. Access My India predicts for India Today that the BJP will have 25% of the vote share. That is about 5% more than their vote share from the last elections. 21% is where the BJP ended up in the last assembly elections, 25% now, so 4% gap, 4% lead. The Janata Dal Secular at 28% of vote share. The Janata Dal Secular in the last assembly election was 35%. So from 35, it comes down to 28. That's 7% down for the JDS. The Congress, though, at 40% vote share. In the last elections, the Congress's vote share was just 35. So essentially, the Congress's vote share is up 5%. The BJP's vote share is up 4%. The Janata Dal Secular vote share is down 7%. That's as far as votes are concerned. Now, get ready for the biggest revelation of the India Today, Access My India exit poll data from Karnataka. India Today and Access My India are predicting, and Pradeep Gupta, I hope you have your helmet and your bulletproof jacket on, because if this goes wrong, oh my God, you are in trouble. 36 seats for the Congress out of the 64 seats in Old Mysore. The BJP's vote share up 4%, but the seat share is only 6. The Janata Dal Secular's seat share, which was 26 in the last assembly elections, comes down to 18. So 6 seats down for the JDS. The Congress's vote share up from 20 to 36. A 16-seat advantage for the Congress in Old Mysore. This, Rajdeep, is essentially the BJP working really hard, ploughing the fields of Old Mysore, and the Congress harvesting the bounty because they increased their vote share but not enough to win. So you punched the JDS took a blow, but you couldn't punch them hard enough to give them the knockout blow.
This is where, if these numbers are true, it's game, set and match and for the Congress. And it's very interesting because this actually parallels what one Congress strategist told me. Every 10 votes, listen to this carefully, every 10 votes that are going away from the JDS, 7 of them are going to the BJP, 3 to the Congress. But because the Congress was always a much stronger force than the BJP, the rise in the BJP's vote is coming at the cost of the JDS. And in triangular contest, the Congress, without any dramatic increase in its vote share, has the advantage. So the JDS decline, the real story in a way of Karnataka,
is emerging bipolarity.
Is an emerging bipolarity where the JDS's decline in this election appears to be helping the Congress, A. B, in the poorer rural areas where the contest is perhaps tighter between the Congress and the BJP, the Congress is edging the BJP out because the Dalit vote in particular, which had gone away from the Congress in 2018, is coming back to the Congress. So the real story, Rahul, of this election, and we can go in a moment to the big numbers, is that the Congress is besting the BJP in Old Mysore in triangular fights and in a bipolar fight in North Karnataka.
Quick reactions on Old Mysore.
I don't know whether this exit poll would show a triangular fight or we have actually go to a bipolar fight with a distant third position.
No, but look at the
percentages.
Percentages are 28, 25, 35. No, how many parts of the country do you have such tight vote percentages between 3 parties?
Yeah, but you look at the seat conversion we have done. The JDS seat is
now
just
reaching a stage where it can't convert.
Half of the Congress
Pradeep Gupta wants to get a word.
Yes, Pradeep, please go ahead. It's your poll. It's your poll.
पहले बताओ confident हो कि नहीं? Because if this is not right, then boss, the swords out. All the Nizami swords out for you.
No, we are very much confident. Now let's discuss the Old Mysore and what is the story here. Let me try and explain our viewers. Last time in 2018, JDS and Congress secured 35% vote share each, 35, and BJP could secure 21, meaning BJP was distance third. See the difference of vote share, the 14% vote share, 14 percentage points vote share between BJP and JDS 35 and Congress 35. Now what had happened this time, see the result of this vote share. This time it is 40% to Congress and 25 to BJP and 28 to JDS, meaning sharp split of the vote, making sure Congress is winning in big way. Similarity of Gujarat election when Aam Aadmi Party and Congress splitted the vote, and you see what has happened.
No, but the gain to the BJP is only 4% from the last assembly
But traditionally, BJP even in this election did not have the credible face for all 64 seats.
Remember
Let me tell
in 2019,
21 percentage vote share, meaning what?
No, so are you saying, correct me if I'm wrong, Pradeep Gupta, are you saying the JDS vote has come down, BJP vote has gone up in Old Mysore, but it's not enough to win seats.
Yes.
It's enough more to actually help the Congress. The rise of the BJP is actually helping the Congress.
No, but I want to tell our viewers something very important. We put this exact same question to Home Minister Amit Shah when he came to the India Today conclave in Karnataka recently, and he said, you all are thinking very short term. Look at the big picture. This is not about one election. This is about what happens in the next 15, 20 years. They anticipate that the Janata Dal secular vote share will diminish even further. This will become a bipolar fight because even at its peak in 2008, the BJP was not able to get a majority across the state because of Old Mysore. This region of southern Karnataka held them back. Therefore, they're hoping that once the JDS's vote share diminishes even further, in 2019, the BJP had 42% of the vote share here. So that's where they've reached. It didn't happen in the assembly elections, but they say they are playing the long game here.
Should we give the big number?
Let's talk.
Should we give the big number? Because in a way, now the story is out. Let's just give the numbers. We can then go deep into the analysis of these numbers. Let's first look at vote share. Karnataka, very interesting state because vote share often can be misleading, but the BJP is 35%. Remember last time the BJP was 36%. So the BJP is almost holding its own despite anti-incumbency. That's an interesting story. The BJP's vote share is virtually the same. The Congress though has gone back to its vote share of the early years of the 1990s to 43%, up 5%. So the Congress gets a 5% swing in its favor. The BJP goes down by 1. The JDS takes a hit of 3%. So the Congress takes votes from JDS, some votes from BJP, but the gap in Karnataka between the two main parties, as per Pradeep Gupta, Axis My India, is 8%. 8% between 43% Congress, 35% BJP. How is all of this? Others are 6%. Remember, others include independents and smaller parties. But that's how it looks. An 8% gap. No wonder Mallikarjun Kharge, if that's him, is doing a bit of a dance that Pradeep may do on Saturday if his numbers are right. Mr. Nadda too is smiling. Okay, let's look at how is this translating into seats. BJP 62 to 80, down from 106 last time. That's taking a hit of about 30 to 40 seats as of now, as per Pradeep Gupta's poll. I keep insisting these are Pradeep's numbers. Remember, Congress 122 to 140. The Congress, as per Axis My India, is crossing the halfway mark, getting a clear majority. No need for any resorts to be booked by DK Shivakumar if these numbers are right. 120 to 140. The JDS 20 to 25, down 12. They got 37 last time. What we are seeing, others will get a couple, possibly 0 to 3. The big picture is simply this. The Indian National Congress, defeated in election after election in recent times, barring Himachal Pradesh, could well be doing the dance, as we are calling it, of Mallikarjun Kharge. 120 to 140 means halfway mark, Pradeep, correct me, is about 130. 131 is what you're talking. Remember, 113 is what you need to win an election in Karnataka. BJP 62 to 80, halfway mark, therefore is about 71. JDS halfway mark 22, and JDS that should change to others is 0 to 3. But what you are really seeing, Rahul, is perhaps for the first time the Congress winning an election against the BJP in almost a direct fight since 2018, except for Himachal Pradesh. Except for Himachal Pradesh.
Himachal Pradesh was a much smaller
state. These numbers would show, Rahul, these are very similar numbers to what SM Krishna got in 1999. That time the Janata Dal was split and the benefits went to the Congress.
The Chief Minister of Karnataka, Basavaraj Bommai, is speaking at this moment, reacting to what the exit polls are saying. Let's listen to the sitting Chief Minister.
Exit polls are exit polls. Yes, sir. And even these exit polls are going very close finish. So, but our information on the ground is very clear that we are going to get 100% complete majority, comfortable majority. And the real poll results will be there on 13th. I think everybody should wait till 13th.
So the polls are showing that some polls are showing neck to neck and showing BJP at 95 and Congress at 106. Do you still feel that the exit polls are wrong?
No, exit polls are
Basavaraj Bommai, Chief Minister of Karnataka. The India Today Access My India poll numbers saying 112 on the lower end of the range for the Congress party, going up possibly to 140. The BJP at the lower end at 62, going up potentially to 80. The JDS between 20 and 25. Remember, the JDS was at 37 in the last assembly election. So the JDS is the big loser, and the BJP's tally also coming down. This is Sandeep Shastri, a very significant exit poll projection, provided it holds on the 13th.
What has been projected in our exit poll, if those numbers hold, I think we are one of the few people saying that the Congress would get this very clear majority, even if it is at the bottom end of the numbers. I think the interesting point that this exit poll shows is the huge vote share difference between the Congress and the BJP that this poll projects. And secondly, as we have been saying in the show, I think the JDS, in terms of its seat share, has really taken a beating, and the advantage of that has gone to the Congress, that the Congress has benefited from the JDS pushing to the background, and with especially in Old Mysore region, the nature of contest has been such that the retreat of the JDS has benefited the Congress and not benefited the BJP enough to be able to win seats.
Ashok Malik, what would be the thinking in the BJP strategic circles looking at these exit polls?
Look, clearly it's a defeat if these numbers hold, and congratulations to the Congress. But since 2014, in the Modi era, in state after state, multipolar battles have given way to bipolar, cleaner bipolar battles. This has happened in UP, this has happened in Haryana, and Karnataka was a holdout, a relative holdout. What we are seeing now is the JDS vote reaching a level where it cannot convert to seats, possibly. If this holds, in the short run, it is helping the Congress, no doubt. In the long run, it can also help the BJP, because the JDS vote will now split if this is irrevocable. Some of it will go to the Congress, some of it, which is anti-Congress, will come to the BJP. And what a bipolar polity means for the BJP in the long run is it can finally escape its 31, 32, 33% ceiling in an assembly election in Karnataka.
No, because what you're saying is absolutely correct. For context, out of the 20 plus seats that the JDS is likely to bag, 18 of them are coming from Old Mysore, which means in the other 5 regions of the state, the JDS is now pretty irrelevant. So it just becomes a one-region party, like the BSP in some senses. You may still have a rump, but you simply cannot win the state like the Janata Dal.
I'll give you an example of how politics has changed. 2004 was the JDS's peak election. They won 58 seats at the time. That was the election where the JDS, in a sense, was fully united. Devagowda was still around, Kumaraswamy. Devagowda is still around, but in 91. The family has since split in various directions.
Siddaramaiah was there.
You know, and Siddaramaiah was there. So it was a very strong party. The point that Ashok made earlier, you know, it was not just a Vocaliga only party. It had other leaders from it had Muslim leaders, it had strong Kurba leaders. It was a larger. Over time, it has become a private limited company of Devagowda and Sons. Somewhere over time, it has declined. It benefited last time because there was a hung assembly. You see, as Kumaraswamy told me, I'm the joker in the pack. He believes that if a hung assembly is there, I'm still relevant. But that's not enough for you to build your vote base over time. Their declining vote base, a substantial section is going to the BJP. You see, the BJP's vote share, let's keep clear, BJP is losing in seats, but the BJP is holding its vote share. And I think that's significant at a time of anti-incumbency that the BJP should still hold its vote share.
That's
35%.
That's not the... See, that number is misleading because while the BJP as an aggregate is 35%, 4% of that gain comes from old Mysuru where they've gone up from 21 to 34.
Sure.
So if you look at the other 5 regions, the BJP has actually lost a lot more. So therefore,
excellent point, Rahul, and you're absolutely right there. Because I think there are two stories coming out here. One story, decline of JDS, right, and triangular contest thereby benefiting Congress. The second story, and this will of course have to be done even in a post-poll by Dr. Shastri, the poorer regions, the rural Karnataka regions is where the gas cylinder election has played out. I maintain it is the gas cylinder election in poorer parts, Hyderabad, Karnataka, in central Karnataka, in rural parts. The Congress has benefited from the fact that the BJP would not address distress post-COVID. There was a problem with incomes faltering, and in Bengaluru, 40% commission Sarkara, the lack of a BBMP and corporators have prevented. Bengaluru is a small part in the larger context, but I think it's the bigger story is, and which should worry the BJP, poorer parts of Karnataka have not voted for them. And that's unusual because in UP, we saw just the opposite.
Can I make a small point on this? In all the regions except Old Mysore and coastal Karnataka, the gap between the Congress and BJP varies from 6% to 8%. But when you come to the Old Mysore region, as per the exit poll, the Congress is ahead of the Janata Dal by 12 percentage points. So the larger issue, what Rahul said, the BJP's vote share may have fallen by 1% only, but then in regions like Kittur Karnataka and in Kalyan Karnataka, that is Hyderabad Karnataka and Mumbai Karnataka, the decline has been sharper. While they have gained in Old Mysore, Janata Dal has collapsed there, giving the advantage to the Congress. And that explains if these exit polls hold,
how these numbers compare with past elections in Karnataka. So if we can have that up on our screen, going back in time, how these numbers compare with the past numbers from Karnataka. Now, this would be interesting. Shehzad Punawala is with us. Shehzad is a bit silent in these numbers.
No, I'm only silent because the double engine of India today won't let the double engine of Karnataka speak. And double engine of Karnataka is coming back to power.
It's coming
13th of May.
Good. Josh Hebi. Okay, so here it is. 2013 Assembly election, the Congress had 37% vote share. In 2018, it went up to 38. In Lok Sabha, it came down to 39 for the Congress. Now, Access My India predicts that the Congress's vote share in this election would be at 43. That's 5% up from the Assembly election of 2018. The BJP's vote share, which stood at 36% in the Assembly elections of 2018, went up to 51% during the Lok Sabha elections, would be at 35. That's as an aggregate 1% less. But remember, in the 35% that they've got, they went up from 21 to 24 in Old Mysuru. But in the other parts of Karnataka, parts like Bombay Karnataka or Central Karnataka, where the BJP was strong, their vote share has actually come down. Now, that's a big problem. The other big story is the growing irrelevance of the Janata Dal Secular, from 20% in the Assembly election of 2013 to 18% in the 2018 Assembly election to 16% now. The Janata Dal Secular in some sense is becoming like the BSP of Uttar Pradesh. They're there, but they don't really have the ability to win too many seats. Now let me do the same thing when it comes to seats, to give you a historical context of how Karnataka is poised to look. Now, there is Mallikarjun Kharge in most of these animations, and that's interesting because not just does he come from Karnataka, this is an election in his home state, and he's been wanting to be chief minister for decades. He had an opportunity multiple times over, including when SM Krishna came from behind and became chief minister. So he's actually led the party, according to the exit poll at least, to power. So from 122 seats in the assembly election of 2013, the Congress came down to 80 in 2018. Converting the Lok Sabha trends, they were at 36. That could go up. 122 to 140 is the range that Pradeep is giving. The midpoint is 131. So 131 is where the Congress could end up on the 13th of May. The BJP, which started at 40, went up to 104, 170, could be at 71 as the midpoint.
So, small point.
Yes.
All of these numbers, this is the one big story, which I think our viewers need to know, and I'm sure at some stage you can put it up on air. The BJP among STs, as per Pradeep's poll, 33%, down 1% among scheduled tribes. Remember, scheduled tribes are significant. In 15 seats, there are ST reserve seats. Congress, 44%, gap 11%. Among SCs, I've said this 10 times now today on the program, poorer groups, right, left, touchables, untouchables, SCs, BJP 22%, Rahul, down 5. Congress 60%, up 14. Whopping difference as per Pradeep's poll of 38%. And this is borne out by what I saw on the ground as well. The gas cylinder election, as I will tell my friend Shehzad Poonawala. Kurbas, expected, because last time also the Congress did well among Kurbas. Siddaramaia's 63% Congress, 22% BJP. Muslims, 2% BJP, 88% Congress. What has happened, Rahul, is the Ahinda combination, which in 2018 did not work for Mr. Siddaramaiah, has worked, and how in 2023, if these numbers are right. It is, as I called it when I came back, Preeti will bear it out, the revenge of the poor. The poor have chosen this
let's
time
hear from
as per
Shehzad
these
Poonawala.
numbers.
He says he's confident that 13
Please
the
go ahead,
numbers will
sorry.
be different, Mr. Poonawala.
Look,
but these are big numbers, Mr. Poonawala. Big numbers, you should be worried. You should be worried.
Let him speak. Shehzad.
I will obviously start with the very hackneyed caveat that these are exit polls, not exact polls. But a very important caveat that your group should have put out is the fact that in 2018, the same group did a survey, exit poll, and you got it horribly wrong. You said Congress would get 118, BJP would get 79 to 92. So we are hoping that you're going to accept this, that you got it horribly wrong.
Absolutely right. You're quite right. Quite right.
Right. So let's put that caveat out that India Today Access My India got it horribly wrong. Now let's.
Time you're saying the word horribly, but go on.
Well, I can say
Okay,
Bajrang
let
Bali
him
ki
speak.
jai also, but you might have a different view on that. Now let
Do
me
you
come
agree
to.
we got it really right in Gujarat?
I
That
think.
Access My India Today poll got it bang on in
95% of the
Gujarat.
polls right. 4 polls
Now
that
I can
we
answer one,
But let him
but not a
speak.
triple engine
Let
at
him
one time.
speak, let him
Now, see, let me come to a couple of points. First of all, let's take Rajdeep's point of view. If the people are suffering post-COVID, are the people of Northeast immune to this? Are the people of other states where we have come out with a pro-incumbency narrative immune to it? Only in some places, and if there was an anti-incumbency phenomenon, there was great anti-incumbency against our government, then how come when the JDS vote apparently, according to you, is collapsing, how come it is coming in our favor too at all? If there's a pan anti-incumbency, that
Only in
too,
one region.
one second, ma'am. It should then, why would that vote come to us? Especially, so point is that look, I will take one figure out of it because I don't want to completely say that this exit poll doesn't mean anything. You have said 35%, and you're the naysayers in the poll of polls I've seen. There are 8 polls, 3 put us ahead decisively. There are a couple of them that put Congress ahead, but not decisively. I'll take whatever you're saying. 35% vote means that we've lost just 1% vote in what is an anti-incumbency election. Let me tell you that the seat conversion of the BJP is far better than the Congress. Point number one. There are 3 variables that you're not factoring in. The Congress, if it felt the anti-incumbency was playing up for them, would never have gone for this desperate move of open appeasement politics. And this is not Bengal. It's not a 35-40% minority-dominated population where you take that risk and it pays dividends. The Congress party has shot itself in the foot by actually going into hyper appeasement politics, which has had a counter polarization in your terminology, and therefore that is something you're not being able to judge. And secondly, the conversion into seats of the vote share of the BJP is also wrong, and therefore, with all humility at my command, I'll be here on 13. but I will differ from what the exit polls are showing right now. You will see a completely different picture on the 13th.
Okay, Shehzad is entitled to his opinion, and the fact is that we will wait for the 13th for Rajdeep and Pradeep to dance, if at all they do.
No, we are not dancing anymore. It goes viral. I get trolled. I don't want it. My kids have told me they will disown me if I continue with my dancing. I'm a bad dancer. And by the way,
kids told you that?
Yeah, and the reason for it is that, you see, we danced once when we got the numbers right. That was completely misinterpreted. So I've decided I will dance only in private parties.
You danced multiple times. What do you say? You danced during Gujarat,
No, but since then what happened, I was told you've danced because when AAP won, so you've got to dance when BJP won.
Now you must dance if the Congress wins.
If the Congress wins.
My friend, we will dance if our poll is right. If our poll is wrong.
He's willing to dance. If the poll is
if the poll is wrong, do something else.
If the poll is wrong, Shehzad will dance. He'll say, boss, then he'll dance on your head.
Yeah,
then he'll dance on your head.
That's right.
Be certain of that.
Look, I first of all, I just hope that if Rajdeep and Pradeep are dancing, they get new dance moves, because those were...
They have one move.
They have one move.
But they're classics,
which is more than the number of moves I have.
It looks like more like two uncles dancing. So I hope they get their dance moves on track. But
so if the poll is wrong, then you will dance.
No, I am saying that the people of Karnataka will be dancing on 13th of May simply because they will be celebrating the government coming back to power. And I'll tell you why. This is one reason. Look, Rajdeep's contention that a large amount of the JDS vote is coming to us when it's coming and there's an attrition.
No.
It's coming to both, but mainly to you.
It somehow indicates a very Lok Sabha 2019 kind of vote. And if that is the trend, then I will say again with all humility at my command, you're not grasping the extent to which the BJP
I just want to say something which is really funny. I'm sorry. Our producers just pointed out that some pollsters saw our poll and reversed their projection. They projected something else, which is directionally very different. But then they saw what India Today and Access My India predicted, and they very quickly went and they actually put out statement saying we've reversed. Galti se ulta chhap gaya. Hum chhapna kuch ulta chahte the, ulta. Anyway, doesn't matter.
But no, where is this anti-incumbency? I can't find it with a megascope, microscope, all kinds of scopes. I'm putting periscope. Where is the anti-incumbency according to your poll? All that you're trying to tell me is that 1% is anti-incumbency, pan-anti-incumbency across the state, which has a history of not defeating on 0.1.
Shehzad, now you must let me also speak. Yes. The fact is that a state like Karnataka, which is why we've done the poll the way, is region by region. And that's how we've done. In coastal Karnataka, you've held your own. Where you've taken the hit is central Karnataka, Hyderabad Karnataka, and Kittur Karnataka. In Kittur Karnataka, I think the numbers will need greater explanation, which Dr. Shastri can provide. In Hyderabad, Karnataka, central Karnataka, it appears that the poorer parts of rural Karnataka have seen strong anti-incumbency. Old Mysore region has seen a three-cornered fight where you've grown in vote share but benefited the Congress ironically as a result. That's the big picture I'm giving you,
Tanveer Ahmed of the Janata Dal Secular is joining us. And one of the big takeaways from this poll, and I'm focusing on the Vocaliga vote share for a moment, is that the JDS's grasp of the Vocaliga vote share, which in 2018 stood at 54%, is now down to 46%. The Congress has increased its Vocaliga vote share to 24%, which is up 7 from the last poll, and the BJP at 25%, which is up 2. What seems, unfortunately, Tanveer Ahmed, from your perspective, to be happening is that the JDS is becoming a BSP-like party in Karnataka, increasingly irrelevant to who forms the government. From 37, you're now likely to be down to between 20 and 25.
Rahul, firstly, I'm really glad that you have given us 24. Last time it was 18 and we ended up getting 38. So actually, as you all are saying that it is exit poll, not exact poll. And if it is dancing, definitely I'm a better dancer. I can also show some moves along with Rajdeep because on 13th we are definitely going to have that big picture. The big picture is definitely totally going to be different. But if it is the truth what you are showing, we really accept the mandate of people and we don't mind really sitting in opposition. But I have travelled to more than 118 constituencies where I have worked. I've seen the mood of the people. This is just a small little survey of 1,000+ people in each constituency. We can't really take this as a complete mandate. complete mandate. And we are really hopeful that people of Karnataka has really blessed us with a large number. Our prediction was saying that we are getting anywhere between 48 to 55. Now you are really saying that half of it, which definitely I as a spokesperson, I as a person who has worked on ground for last 150 days, I don't really accept this result. But however, you are entitled for what you are saying, and Shehzad is entitled for what he is really claiming. But we are very confident that people of Karnataka have really blessed us to really ensure that who is going to be the ruling party, or whether we are going to be the ruling party. We would definitely be part of the government. That's all I want to tell you.
Tanveer bhai, let's be honest. No, 1 minute, sir. In the last 15 years, there have been 3 occasions which H.D. Kumaraswamy has been Chief Minister. Each occasion he's been Chief Minister because Karnataka has thrown a hung assembly. So you thrive on chaos and instability hung assemblies. Maybe the people of Karnataka have decided enough is enough of these resort politics. We want to give a clear verdict in which you've lost out, because as we've been saying, elections could be slowly becoming more and more bipolar.
Rajdeep, people of Karnataka don't really take us as an opportunist party. People of Karnataka really wants us to really keep check on both these national parties, because for them Kaveri is not an issue, Mahadai is not an issue. We are a local Kannadiga party, Kannadiga centric. They definitely see a big game which we want to really play for betterment of Karnataka. I know what you are saying, you are entitled for what you are saying, but I know people of Karnataka wants a Kannadiga centric party which would really work for Kannadiga Samskriti and Sahitya, which they want JDS, and especially they really resort a big hope on H.D. Kumaraswamy, and they take him as a big leader, and I'm very confident people of Karnataka wouldn't have really let us down with 20 and 25 number. Okay. And if they have, we don't really mind working as an opposition, a good opposition.
Tanveer Ahmed, we'll come back to you on the 13th. We don't want to keep repeating how brilliant our poll is. The track record speaks for itself. There is always the outlier, the black swan as it was. So we just stay calm, keep it classy, wait till the 13th.
Syed Nasir Hussain, Member of Parliament, National Spokesperson of the Congress, is joining us. He's very close to Mallikarjun Kharge. Remember, Mallikarjun Kharge comes from Karnataka. There is that connect also, which the Congress hopes will work to its advantage. Your first reaction, Mr. Syed Nasir Hussain, to these numbers, as has been pointed out by Shehzad Poonawala, some of the other channels are suggesting a much closer fight. Are you as confident as these numbers are, or are you going to still have 2 sleepless nights now, or 3 sleepless nights?
Rajdeep and Rahul, I think I need to give one for your channel, because when I was still on the rounds till the late evening polling that was going on, there was a huge surge of voters post 3 p.m. And as we are speaking, even now the voting is going on in some of the polling booths, some very closer to my house here in Ballari. So I was just browsing through various channels, and I was just finding that everyone was showing a closer fight. From day one, I used to maintain that we would touch 140, 145. That was the kind of clear narrative that was set in Karnataka. That was the kind of clear thought process that was there in Karnataka, the kind of issues that we raised, the kind of narrative we built up. I thought that we will have a clear majority, and people of Karnataka had seen what happened.
But did that change in the last 10 days? So there is that belief that the Congress, if this is a marathon race, you all took the early lead. There were those who believed, though, that in the last stretch, the BJP started catching up. Therefore, some of the polls that are suggesting a closer fight are reflecting that. Do you fear that in close contests, the BJP with its resources, its better organization, or at least an equal organization, can give you perhaps a sleepless night, as I said?
Rajdeep, I do agree with you that the BJP with its government at the center, with all the resources at its disposable, and its governments in different states, would try and definitely do what it has done in many of the states. And the last leg of the election campaign, 10-15 days, they are very aggressive. They are very well networked. They do things in a systematic manner, And especially with all the resources at their disposal, even I thought that they will do the same thing in Karnataka. But I was in the field. I was traveling to the length and breadth of Karnataka. Then I found that in Karnataka, probably that magic has not worked. I'm being very realistic here.
Nasir Bhai, Nasir Bhai, most Congress spokespersons who come to an exit poll show tell us that they don't believe the exit poll numbers. So I hope you're not going to say something like that.
No,
right?
he's praising us. He's
only
praising
today,
us. He's saying we are the only channel that has captured it. Imagine if we had given other numbers.
But most times, it's also true. Now, this I'm just making a rhetorical point, but the fact is, most times, Congress people come on the day of the exit poll and say, "Aap bikyo yo, go the media, this, that, kharid liya gaya," and then you don't believe the polls. I hope you're not going to say that today, Nasir Bhai.
I'll definitely see. In different channels show different things at different times. But I know that people in media do really work very hard. They have their own methodology of assessing and analyzing things. I would just speak about myself as a spokesperson, as a person who follows politics very.
I think you should take.
My 140 was.
Okay, I want to go across. Just 1 second, Nasir Bhai, stay with us. I want to go across to one of the principal newsmakers of this election, the showman, the organizer, DK Shivakumar. Karnataka Congress Committee Chief. He is the big man. He was doing the rounds at various Hanuman temples. He's the man who's really organized the Congress's campaign on the ground. 141 was his big ticket number. 122 to 140 is what India Today and Access My India are predicting. DK Shivakumar, sir, namaskara, welcome. Are you ready to do a bit of a dance?
Namaskar.
Itna serious क्यों है sir? You should be excited and charged up and say, I have done it.
No, it is not my effort. It is all my team, all my party leaders, cadres, the guidance from my AICC president till to all two former presidents and the workers of the state.
But sir, this
last
is
3 years,
sorry, go ahead.
when COVID was there, they have helped us. They see to that our party was alive and we helped, though we were not in the government. And from that day till today, we had number of rallies, protests, 100 not out, membership, our padayatras, lot of public meetings, agitations, cases against us, and all this we have been fighting this illegal government. So I think even I don't stand by your number and so many, still I stand by on 141 is my number.
Yeah, I know you've been giving us this number 141 again and again. This is only an exit poll, sir. It could change. There are other polls which are giving you much less. The question I asked Nasir Hussain, are you worried that Karnataka in the close contest still, the BJP could give you a bloody nose? Are you, you know, Mr. Shivakumar, you keep giving me this number of 141. Where is the confidence coming from? Because Mr. Modi was there, large crowds, road shows, the Bajrang Bali controversy, the BJP believes they've turned around this election in the last fortnight. How confident are you, honestly, about your numbers?
See, if Modi was confident in this, with this double engine and the hard work is both the government have done, why you would have been here for such a long time? His hard work, or if the development agenda would have been fulfilled. See, people look at whether how safe we are, how happily we are, how progressive we are. I think he could not do it. He could not make a man, name a leader in Karnataka, though there is a chief minister. They withdraw the chief minister name. They withdraw the chief minister name. Then they said that vote for Modi ji. We have respect for Modi ji. Modi ji will not run the government here. So he knew that he is coming below 70, 75. So he rushed up. He is trying to do whatever he wanted. We wish him all the best, but still I don't yield to any of the survey numbers also. I stand by 141 is my.
So are you saying it was Siddaramaiah, Shivakumar versus Bomai? Is that what you're telling us, that Mr. Modi was not a factor in this election? This was a hyper-local Nandini versus Amul issues on the ground in terms of gas cylinder. I saw you doing puja to a gas cylinder.
This is purely a local elections. This is not the election. Modi name will not work out here. Modi engine did not work out here.
DK sir,
it has failed. Nothing,
DK sir,
nothing. It is purely local.
If
They
these
wanted
numbers
to,
hold,
people wanted to. Yes, people
and
wanted
if the
to.
Congress does get a majority, are we speaking then to the next Chief Minister of Karnataka?
Let us 30 or let us come out with the after the result. Definitely, I'll open my mouth. Till that time, I'll not open my mouth. But I'm not a sannyasi
fact,
here.
if these numbers hold in the old Mysore region, where seemingly you've done very well in the Vokaliga belt, you've been able to pull away a percentage of the JDS, then you're poised to ask to be the Chief Minister.
See, in Vokaliga belt, you take it from me, 23 to 24 seats Congress party is winning.
Will you give yourself credit for that, and that would possibly make you as a contender of being the next CM face, sir?
I am not a contender for anything, I say. Congress
No, but
party
surely this
has
is
made
one of
me
the big
president
things
of the
in your
party
mind right now.
to
Come on,
lead
DK
the
sir.
party.
DK sir, you're being so serious. You're not smiling. The polls are showing you're
lead
winning.
the party.
You've come with your most serious look right now. The biggest question is who will be the next Chief Minister of Karnataka? I'm sure in your heart of hearts you're thinking, boss, I've done it. I hope what happened to Sachin Pilot doesn't happen to me, that I am somehow able to ensure that Siddaramaiah doesn't do a Gehlot and I will be Chief Minister and not Siddaramaiah. This has to be playing in your mind somewhere.
Let us not discuss all on this. We all will sit together, we will decide together. Don't worry.
Okay,
Our
Professor,
party is capable of handling situations like this.
Professor Shastri has a question for you. Yes, go ahead, Dr. Shastri.
Shivakumar or Sandeep Shastri here. A small question to you.
Oh,
do you think
namaskara.
if these,
Sorry,
if is a
I
big
could not
if,
meet
of course,
you. Please
if
excuse
these
me,
numbers
pardon me.
hold, your strategy of focusing on the local, getting your national leaders also to focus on the local and not talk about national issues, do you think that was a strategy that is working? That is, if these numbers hold.
I remember, Shastriji, last 2-3 years back also you had written that only local can work out. You had written somewhere, I see that you had guided the party and the state also, how it has to be, what are the sentiments of the people of Karnataka. We have moved in a similar manner, and we want the local issues to be there now. That is the priority, and I think our leaders also concentrate on that. We did not go to the national issues. They tried to deviate on this emotional angle and communal angle. We did not burst to them. We took up locally, and the people of Karnataka are convinced that the image which has been done to have a corruption-free government, a development-oriented government, a government with a governance, a vision for the better Bangalore, for a greater Bangalore, and for a global Karnataka. That is what we wanted. And I think we have proved to the people, we have convinced the people, including Bangalore city.
So look at Rajdeep, how seriously he's giving every answer. It's almost as if he's speaking, exuding the energy, exuding the energy of a chief minister in waiting.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, Rajdeep, you just remove the word "if you win." We will win. This is my word.
Okay.
Will you be CM?
If you win, will you give credit then? You've said very clearly on this show, and I like the idea you said it, that this is a victory of a local election if you win. Will you take the credit for local elections to the local leadership? The problem with your party, I've often found, you all misread the wording. You will go and say, no, the Gandhis came in, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Rahul Gandhi, they campaigned, that's why you won. Will you all for once say locally empowered leaders like yourself, Siddaramaiah, deserve credit?
No,
I mean, you...
See.
Come on. That's, that's the fallout of a local election. Local leaders should take credit.
See, in one of the election, one of your intro or somewhere, I think I mentioned, 40 in politics, 49 is 0, 51 is 100. At least Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, Priyanka Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, and my entire AICC team, they have done their best. They have given, they have worked so hard.
Who's the captain?
Who's the captain? Spend their time here.
Who's the
should also
captain? You
give
like
credit to
cricket?
them.
You like
But they
cricket?
took
RCB's
the
captain
local
is Faf
issues.
du Plessis. Who's the captain of RCB's captain is Faf du Plessis. Who's the captain of the Karnataka Congress?
No, I play chess more than cricket here.
DK sir, now coming into form. See, he started off a bit slow. Now he's perking up and coming into full DK mode. Tell me honestly.
What did he say? I play more than...
He said, I play chess, I don't play cricket. I'm more shatranj ka khiladi. Now tell me this, DK sir. Were you genuinely concerned when the BJP went out all guns blazing in the last week of campaign, and when you had that Bajrang Dal versus Bajrang Bali kind of moment, and the Prime Minister Amit Shah, the BJP big guns, unleashed the might of their artillery? Were you a bit shaken at that moment?
No, I have not. In any moment I was not shaken. That they tried to seek in our manifesto, media picked up that issue. But that is not the issue. The issue is a government with a governance about the price rise, about the local issue. That, see, Karnataka is, it is not like you can not fool people like UP and other parts of North India. They are not least bothered. See, I am telling you, you take out from the coastal belt, and including the Malnad belt, where we had lost the entire Malnad and the coastal belt. Their numbers will be so, more than 50% we will reach there. That is how our numbers are. I am not discussing on North Karnataka, Kalyan Karnataka or other part. I am even telling you in the coastal belt and Malnad belt.
No, but what changed? You see, because the BJP played Bajrang Bali when you all had it in your manifesto, and I saw you and your other leaders respond to that. You said, we'll have Hanuman Mandirs across Karnataka, don't worry. But also I saw simultaneously you were doing puja to the gas cylinder. For me, that was a defining image. Congress recognizing that the gas cylinder makes a difference.
No.
Is this a gas cylinder election or a Bajrang Bali election?
See, it is a gas cylinder. Honorable Prime Minister taught us a lesson. We had to take a leaf from the Prime Minister. He showed us, he discussed, he said, you do puja. Okay, he had a victory. So the same manner, I am just taking a leaf out of the Prime Minister and conveying to the people of Karnataka.
DK sir, tell me honestly, did you know that this Bajrang Dal ban issue would be infused into the manifesto? I heard from some sources in the Congress that some local leaders didn't know that this was coming, that this was done by the manifesto team, and you didn't know that this Bajrang Dal issue would be in the manifesto. Tell me the honest truth, sir.
See, I don't want to discuss things. We have released the manifesto. We will stand by it. That's all. Simple.
No, but you didn't know earlier that this is there, right? That's what you're suggesting. You didn't know that this was there.
I don't want to discuss. We have released whatever we have released. We stand by it.
The interesting thing is he's not saying he knew. You could just say that you knew earlier. You're not saying that you knew. That makes me even more curious, which basically means you're not saying you knew earlier.
Yes. We knew, definitely we knew. There is nothing wrong in it. The words what have been done is exactly right, and media has taken it in a different way. I want to discuss much on that. Let us discuss first on what development, you have to discuss on the blackmail of the Home Minister, blackmail of Nadda, telling that if you vote for Congress, we will not give money, we will not finance. The Home Minister telling that there will be riots. That you discuss. You are not discussing that. You are only telling Bajrang Dal, Bajrangi. Hanuman, we are Hanuman of the state. We are Hanuman of the state.
No, you are Hanuman of the state. Everybody, it is the home. It is the home of Hanuman. But, okay, so let me ask you then. Are you telling me day one you will implement those 5 guarantees, because you've not done it in Himachal Pradesh? On day one, if and I repeat, if you win this election, those 5 guarantees, first day, first show in your cabinet, that is free rice, power, 3,000 rupees to graduates, 1,500 to diploma holders, 2,000 rupees to women, free travel for women. First day, first show. And where's the money coming from?
100%. The first day of the government, we just yesterday went to Chamundeshwari, our goddess of the state. We had a prayers. We requested Lord Chamundeshwari to bless us. We implement on the first day. We have a commitment. We have a oath. We honor it. That is what our leaders also have made a commitment to us. We both have signed the checks there. That we will do it.
Mr. Shivakumar, your counterpart.
Thank you, Rajdeep. You can go ahead.
One question, sir. One question. So one question, Mr. Shivakumar, your counterpart, Mr. Siddaramaiah said...
I don't want to reply. See, I don't want to... No, I don't want to reply to any of the BJP or any
I'm not BJP,
counterparts.
sir.
Anyone.
I'm not BJP. I'm not BJP, sir.
I don't want all the...
Preeti, go ahead with your question.
Sir, I'm
one
not BJP.
Last question.
Not BJP,
Please
sir.
go ahead with your question.
I don't...
She has a question for you. Go ahead.
Sir, not BJP, but the question is, your counterpart, Mr. Siddaramaiah, this morning had said last election, if numbers like this hold, which is about 140, do you see him becoming the next chief minister?
See, he is not my counterpart. He is my Congress Legislative Party leader. With his whims and fantasy, he has all rights to speak about himself and the party. So we will discuss other things. I think you
So
need
are you
not
going
be
to
a
be
part of
celebrating, partying tonight? Or are you wanting to just keep it very low-key till the results come out on the 13th?
Because you're sounding very tired. You're sounding tired but not retired. So how are you going to rest?
He's far from retired.
Next 2 days, how are you resting?
No, I was exhausted. No, I was just going to my booth. I was being exhausted. So a lot of even national media were behind me. Just I had slept for 1.5 hours now. And I am the first channel speaking to you now.
No, that's a very good decision.
Thank you.
Speaking to us is absolutely the right decision. And we hope that you can be back early on the 13th.
And how many hours are you going to sleep tonight? You were sleeping, you told me 2 a.m. You were going to sleep at 2 a.m., waking up at 7 during the campaign. How many hours will you finally sleep tonight?
No, today I'll take early sleep.
Today you will take an early sleep. Okay, good. I won't ask you more.
We will... Kanakpura itself, right, sir?
Okay.
No, I'm in Kanakpura in itself. I'm in Kanakpura itself.
So you will sleep in your home constituency
itself. I wanted to meet my local, my house here.
Okay, enjoy, Mr. Shivakumar. You sound tired, and I appreciate that you came to us
But he's led a formidable campaign, Rajdeep. Forget what happens on the 13th. Shivakumar has really given this battle everything he had. He has fought as if his life... I haven't seen a Congress leader in recent time fight with the kind of intensity and purpose that Shivakumar has. He's been the organizational man. He's brought this campaign together from financing. When I saw him at Bengaluru, he was calling leaders who had rebelled, speaking to them, shouting at someone, calming somebody down, trying to do the counseling you haven't seen Congress leaders do of late.
2 points here, very quickly. One is on Mr. Shivakumar himself. Remember, he spent some time in jail. The BJP has been sort of targeting him, or so he claimed that he's being targeted.
Is that something that could be a problem in the future for him?
It could be, I think. It could be one reason why I think Siddaramaiah is still the front runner to become chief minister, quite apart from, as you show the numbers, easily the most popular. But I want to make a larger point. Go across the country today. How many states are there where you have Congress leaders who are willing to fight the good fight, who are resourceful, who are willing to challenge the BJP on their own terms? Very few. Do you know how many workers the Congress has in Karnataka? 70 lakhs registered. Which other state, including my home state of Maharashtra, which was the original Congress bastion, it's disintegrated. Karnataka, to my mind, is the last citadel of the Congress. Some would argue even Kerala, but Kerala, the Congress has lost 2 consecutive elections. This is the last bastion.
No, because
why is 13 so critical, Rahul? If they don't win Karnataka, they're out, over and out, write their obituary. I'd never write an obituary of any party, but it's extremely difficult to come back. But if they win Karnataka, give credit to Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah. For 2 Congress leaders to have fought the kind of battle. You see, the BJP, my friend Shehzad is putting his hand. The difference is the BJP has allowed their local leadership in Karnataka to go through what Ashok is describing a generational change, but in the process has not been able to find the leaders yet to match either Shivakumar or Siddaramaiah. That is the hard reality. Mr. Bomai, good man though that he is, was never fully projected. Mr. Yediyurappa, that tallest leader, is on the margins. That's the truth.
Well, you know, the verdict on that will come out on the 13th, but couple of quick points, if you'd allow me. First of all, while Mr. Shivakumar is entitled to be as tired as he is, his comment on people of UP that they are fools is extremely unwholesome, and I want to officially put a point on that the people of UP are not fools because they voted for the BJP. I take strong objection to that. Secondly, and I don't know if Sonia Gandhi is listening to this because she's elected from UP. Secondly, he said that Mr. Nadda said that we will stop central schemes or we will not give money if we are not elected to power. That's exactly what Nadda ji did not say. I take strong objection to that too. But now let me come to two things that he didn't say. You kept asking him to speak about what were the real issues, and he clearly said that it was not the national issues, it was local issues, and therefore, and Mr. Modi was not a factor. So is he saying that Mr. Khadge, who abused Mr. Modi and called him a poisonous snake, he's in a sense slamming Mr. Khadge? Secondly, he's also slamming, he said that this was not a communal election. Who made it communal? Who spoke about religious reservation? Who spoke about SDPI ke saath gadbandhan kar lo? And who spoke about Bajrang Bali ki jai as a daravna nara, Mr. Rahman Khan, and then they
Who decided to remove 4% reservation for Muslim? And I will give you Mr. Nadda's bite exactly.
Rajdeep, please explain to me, the people from Congress want to make it 6%. We are absolutely committed that there was never any reason to give religious reservation, and
Mr. Nadda's bite, as quoted by PTI, is let Karnataka not be devoid of the blessings of Modi ji, which is why I appeal to you to ensure that the Kamal wins and continues the development of Karnataka. Therefore, there was a link. There was an attempted link between a double-engine Sarkar and Karnataka.
No, that's exactly not what Mr. Nadda said.
What is this? This is the bite.
Can I explain? When there is a central and a state government, the schemes are implemented seamlessly. The Kisan Samman Nidhi was not implemented seamlessly here till the time they had a government of Siddaramaiah. The other schemes are not implemented seamlessly. When there is a double-engine Sarkara, it is implemented seamlessly, and therefore Karnataka grew to number 1 in FDI.
Let's spend
your smile says it all.
On
my
the data.
smile says nothing. I always smile.
Your shows that you're in agreement with.
Opinion is free. Data is invaluable. And I just want to go across as I break down for you, caste by caste, how votes have moved according to the India Today Access My India exit poll. So this is very significant because we'll be able to plot in comparison with actual vote share from the last assembly elections, how different communities have voted in this poll. So we'll start with Lingayat votes, which is about 14% of the overall votes of Karnataka. About 76 seats the Lingayats dominate in. According to Access My India, BJP is projected to bag 64% of the Lingayat vote share. In the last assembly elections as well, the BJP had 64% of the Lingayat vote share. So there's been no change. The BJP has held on to its Lingayat vote share. This is a significant takeaway from this poll because there's been so much talk about whether the Lingayat vote share will fragment. Our poll shows that hasn't happened. The Congress amongst the Lingayats is expected to bag 20% of the vote share. In the last election, the Congress had 16% of the Lingayat vote share. So the Congress's vote share amongst the Lingayat community up 4%. As far as the JDS is concerned, their vote share amongst the Lingayats is now 10. In the last election, they had 11, so that's about down 1. Let's now come to the Vokaliga community, the second most significant community bloc in Karnataka. About 11% of the total voters of Karnataka, commanding about 54 seats where the Vokaliga community dominates and determines who wins and loses. That's where Shivakumar comes from as well. The Congress here projected to bag 24% of the Vokaliga vote. This is up 7% from the last time. So because of the effort of the likes of Shivakumar and because of the way the Vokaliga vote has shaped up, the Congress has been able to increase its vote share amongst the Vokaligas by 7%. The big story there is that the Janata Dal Secular's grasp over the Vokaliga vote share is down 8% from 54 to 46. That's one of the biggest takeaways from this exit poll. The JDS no longer dominating the Vokaliga vote share in the way that it did till 2018. Let's now come to the Kuruba community. This is where Siddaramaiah comes from. 7% of the total votes in Karnataka. Amongst the Kurubas, the Congress, according to the India Today, and this is the first time we're putting this table out, so it's very significant in terms of understanding what really happened in this. 63% of the Kuruba votes projected to be backed by the Congress. In the last assembly election, this was 59. So that's 4% up from the assembly election of 2018. The BJP, and we heard various BJP leaders say they've got Kuruba leaders now, they hope to pull Kuruba votes away. That hasn't really happened in the way they would have thought. Last time they're at 23, this time they're at 22. That's actually down 1. Let's now come to Muslim votes. And this is where Congress spin masters will say that the Bajrang Dal, Bajrang Bali issue actually worked in their favor, because Access My India projects that the Congress's grasp over the Muslim vote bank, it's about 13% of the total vote bank of Karnataka, has gone up from 78 to 88. In the last post-poll study, it stood at 78%, this time 88. Now, this is the kind of massive one-way polarization that we tend to see in a state like West Bengal, where the Trinamool Congress gets these numbers, late 80s, close to 90. That is phenomenal polarization of the Muslim community in the direction of the Congress. I'm just saying this from a psephological perspective. The BJP picking up only 2%, the JDS 10. Now, the thing here is that in the last election, the Janata Dal Secular had about 8%. So what we're seeing is a lot of the Muslim vote consolidating in favor of the Congress party. After this, can we now show you how men and women have voted? Now, this is important also because typically in election after election in recent years, we've seen the BJP do very well amongst women. Now, this would be disconcerting. Just look at the data. Forget the politics, look at the data. Here, the BJP and the Congress's gap amongst women is 11%. 44% of female voters told our pollsters that they voted for the Congress. 33% of the female voters said they voted for the BJP. Amongst the men, the gap is only 5. Now, this is one of the biggest takeaways from this post-poll study. Pradeep Gupta is here. Can we just bring him in? Because I'm very curious to understand how this works. Take
Rahul,
any state recently, Rajdeep, the BJP has been, except say West Bengal, where the BJP, because of Mamata Banerjee's presence, and say AIDMK under Jayalalitha. This kind of a gap, 11% gap, Rajdeep, what do you make of this?
Rajdeep Sardesai said it's the gas cylinder election. Who is the person who gets most hit by when there is price rise? The woman in the house. Why is it that every political party, including the BJP and the Congress, both the BJP and the Congress said, Rahul Gandhi in a speech and BJP in its manifesto, we will give free bus travel to women across Karnataka.
Look at their guarantees. Look at what the Congress guarantee card is. Out of those 6 guarantees, 4 guarantees are aimed at women.
Yeah, so you see,
4 of them are aimed at women.
No, Rahul, the fact is, many of the people I met, women, said we will vote for Mr. Modi at the center, but in Karnataka we want a government change. I'll give you a simple point. Mr. Poonawalla mentioned centrally sponsored schemes. What has happened in Karnataka? The 10 kg rice scheme, Anna Bhagya, has gone to 5 kg.
5 kilos.
Please understand, you see, you can come, one size doesn't fit all. Mr. Poonawalla rightly explained that why is it that in the northeast this is not, that we have not faced this anti-incumbency, why not in North India? Your delivery systems of your local MLAs, there's anger against the local MLAs who are missing during COVID. There is anger because, please understand, Mr. Siddaramaiah was the old-style welfareist chief minister. He was giving these Anna Bhagya schemes. Indira Canteen. Indira Canteen came in, was extremely successful. The BJP thought, ye kahan Indira ke naam pe hai? They tried to reduce the funding to it. The BJP has successful centrally sponsored scheme like Ayushman Bharat. It has made a difference. Ujjwala initially did make a difference in states like Karnataka. There is the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Yes, they are giving credit to Mr. Modi. The same voter is telling me, I am not satisfied with my government in Bengaluru. I want to teach. I am not satisfied, more importantly, with my MLA. I want to teach him or her a lesson. I will vote for Mr. Modi when it comes to general election. This is the reality of India.
One of the BJP's thesis in the campaign was that we've built up this Labharti vote, those who benefited from centrally aided schemes, and the Garib voter, the poor voter, is the one who will take us past the finishing line. An 11% gap amongst women. This would ring alarm bells on the 13th if these numbers hold.
Look, if these numbers hold, the whole theory of a double engine sarkar is the central government delivers and the state government also delivers. Okay, the two have to fire together. Obviously, there has been significant, if these numbers are true, significant disappointment that the voter has faced at the level of the state government, and that is clearly becoming apparent.
This is, remember, very significant. A 5% gap between the Congress and the BJP amongst men, and 11% gap amongst women. I've seen this in a state
in Himachal, sir. This also happened in Himachal.
Sir, but typically, women voters, because of all the schemes of the Modi government, have in recent elections been siding the BJP much more than the men.
Yes.
I think what's more important is
Bengal women voted
where the women vote, that party wins.
Yeah, that's true.
Also, it has had.
But you know,
it
Mr.
has been the
Shastri, you'll
BJP
weigh in on this. Mr. Shastri, you'll weigh in on this. 102 seats, if I'm not wrong. Women are more than men.
Yes, yes.
Women, 102 seats. Women outweigh men in terms of voters.
And as you said, Preeti, in this poll, if there is a 11 percentage point difference, this is a clear indicator that for women, for the issues which matter for them, they see the Congress as the one which would deliver, and more importantly, they see that in the last 4 years, they have not seen the benefits they were hoping for from the state government. Because at the end of the day, delivery of welfare schemes by the state government is what women are looking at. I think what Rajdeep said, I think Rajdeep's term about the gas cylinder for me is symbolic of price.
You know what I got a lot.
But Rajdeep, even the BJP was giving 3 gas cylinders in their manifesto.
I'll give you 2 very quick points. You mentioned, and rightly so, Rahul, that we've seen in other elections women voting much higher for BJP than for the Congress. I'll give you UP. In UP, what was the issue for women? Symbolized law and order.
Law and order.
Law and order. Please understand, different states vote differently. Law and order was an issue for women. Yogi's government was seen to have performed well on law and order. Women rewarded him. Why has Nitish Kumar over the years done reasonably well when he was particularly with the BJP? Because he was seen to have schemes directed at women that were working in contrast
Mamta
to
Banerjee.
It's all Mamta Banerjee does, you know, whether it's Griya Lakshmi, Rupar Shri,
exactly.
directed for women. So you have either women schemes that deliver, or people contrast you to the previous government that was there. You asked me, why is it, you know, why is it that the BJP in Karnataka was not able to, they've given 3 gas cylinders they promised in their manifesto. I said it to you the other day, the BJP, if these numbers are right, got, I believe, their strategy wrong in 2022. What were they doing all through 2022? Tipu Sultan, Savarkar, hijab, azan, halal, every time trying to create a polarizing issue.
Let Ashok Malik come in on this.
This was not going to work. You should have focused on welfareism then.
But they went
your reservations, just a minute, your reservations came in February for SC and STs. You think people don't see through all this? You think the Vokalikas and Lingayats don't see through it? That in the last moment, last stretch, you're suddenly saying, aapko reservation.
So what happened? The BJP went down the azan hijab route and then pivoted towards reservation and everything else that they did.
Too late.
Why did that not work in Karnataka?
In the past year, it was fairly clear that the party was struggling in Karnataka. And Mr. Modi's campaign was meant to cover the gap. As I said right at the beginning, he covered some of it, could not obviously cover all of it. But one more point I'd like to make, in election after election in India, in Karnataka and elsewhere, frankly, women are emerging as a swing constituency.
Sure. A small point to add to the point that is made. If you look at the fact that the BJP in its manifesto made promises about 3 cylinders and all that, the voter is looking at performance on the ground. You see, when a party makes an assurance, the question that the voter asks is, am I seeing it actually being delivered on the ground? And if it's simply a promise and not delivery, the voter is not going to take that seriously.
Okay, so since if someone's just tuned in, let's spend a moment taking you through the big picture that's emerged in this India Today Access My India exit poll. Remember, this is India's most formidable poll with a 95% accuracy record in over 100 polls so far. Access My India is predicting for India Today that the BJP, which had 104 seats at the end of the assembly elections last time, going up to 116 if you include the by-polls, etc., could end up between 62 and 80. The Congress could end up between 122 to 140. No wonder Mallikarjun Kharge is dancing there in the corner. The midway point is 113. If this is true, this would be the biggest Congress victory since Chhattisgarh. Remember, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan were narrow victories. Himachal is in a small state. In a state as significant as Karnataka, this would be the biggest victory that the Congress has had in a direct fight with the BJP if these numbers hold on the 13th. The Janata Dal Secular, which had 37 seats in the last assembly elections, could be down between 20 and 25. Let's now look at the vote shares, because the vote share, because people, when they wonder whether these numbers will hold, should really be looking at the vote share margins, because if the vote share is tight, then yes, pollsters are on an edge and the numbers could be a bit topsy-turvy. But if the vote share gap is as big as this poll suggests, then, well, the BJP has a lot to be concerned about. This poll suggests that the BJP, and there were 37,000 respondents in this poll, Access polled in every single seat, 35% of the vote share for the BJP, 36 is what they had last time. And when you look at it from 30,000 feet, it looks like the vote share is down only 1%. But remember, in one big region, the biggest region of Karnataka, the BJP's vote share has actually gone up by 4%. And in coastal Karnataka, they've held on. So essentially in Hyderabad, Karnataka, in Bombay, Karnataka, central Karnataka, the BJP's vote share has come down, which is why the BJP is as badly off as it is when you convert those votes into seats. The Janata Dal Secular projected to bag about 16% of the vote share. In the last election, it was 18. So that's about 1.5% down. So that, Rajdeep, is the overall picture. When you look at these numbers and dissect them, what, according to you, is the big ticket national picture that emerges?
The big ticket national picture, and this is where, I think the Congress should sort of hold their horses, because I can see Congress people already celebrating, saying Karnataka will be the platform for our national revival. We've seen that in the past. This is a state which for 30 years, there's a trend of voting separately in national and state elections. This is what it does show, is that when you hyper-localize an election, you have a strong local, credible local leadership, you can benefit from it. The Congress is certainly doing that in Karnataka. But to suggest that if this was a national election, the results would be the same, would be completely missing the wood for the trees. I maintain, Rahul, and I said this in a blog that I wrote, Siddha for Bengaluru, Modi for Delhi. I heard it again and again from those same poor women voters. And I think that is the distinction we need to draw. The big national picture is simply this. The BJP needs to recognize that Mr. Modi cannot be one size fits all. He cannot simply swoop into a state, do road shows, do these high profile rallies and lift an organization that suffers from anti-incumbency on the ground. So that's the message to the BJP. The message for the Congress is don't misread the verdict. And the message for the Janata Dal Secular is you can't run an election only as a family bastion in a small area and expect every time to have a hung assembly and have your market share intact. Yes, ma'am.
We talk about the national elections next year, but there are big 4 elections coming up by the end of the year. If you just look at the vote share right now where the Congress stands, about 5%? It's jumped up from 80 seats to what is being projected right now. Every time, if you've seen, even in the past, that the Congress has a vote share which is close to 40%, anywhere near 40%, it can easily jump up in terms of seat share.
With one caveat, remember in 2 of those 4 states, the Congress itself is in power.
Yes.
So they will then be measured by their own delivery systems in Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan, as the BJP will be in Madhya Pradesh, as KCR will be in Telangana. I think the big picture is when you're in power, people will vote for you or not vote for you based on your delivery on the ground. Yes,
Rajdeep,
Professor Shastri.
The big picture is that at the state level, credible leadership matters in a big way.
Are you saying Mr. Bomai was not credible?
No. Now, you had a state government which was quite unpopular, which was not delivering on the ground. And if your chief minister was popular, why was he not your chief minister?
Are you saying that the pay CM, the 40% Sarkara hit the BJP?
They were on the defensive because of these factors.
Okay,
but Rajdeep, you and I both were on ground. You heard Modi in every district. Did you hear Bombay? I didn't. I heard Modi, national, and I didn't hear Bombay.
Okay, Preeti, one more quick point. Let's not read this exit poll as a mirror for next year. I think that would be the biggest mistake we would be doing. Across the state, I've heard BJP supporters say, next year it's Mr. Modi. This time we want the state government to go.
Okay, but either way, there are lessons for both the national parties. State elections are very different to national elections. The BJP cannot afford to fall into the trap that the Congress under Indira fell into by appointing so-called weak state leaders who are perceived to be remote controlled by Delhi. And the Congress needs to empower local leaders as they did in Karnataka. And if they have this verdict, then that will be a recipe perhaps for the future. You make it Modi versus Rahul Gandhi at the national level, may not quite work. But let's take that to Priyank Kharge. He's MLA. Chairman, was MLA of course till recently, he is the communication chief of the KPCC, son of Mallikarjun Kharge. Also joining us, Yogendra Yadav, Dr. Syed Zafar Islam of the BJP, Dinesh Gundu Rao will also be with us, but Priyank Kharge has to leave shortly, so I'll come to him first. Mr. Kharge, if these numbers hold, it's a big if. Will you see this as a victory for a localized model, a hyper-localized model where you focus on local issues rather than making an election, a national referendum on leadership and attacking Mr. Modi? You attacked Mr. Modi and it seemed to recoil. Your father attacked him, but most of your other leaders only focused on local issues.
Well, I partially agree with you. We had kept the narrative extremely local or hyper-local, as you call it. We made the narratives that are made for the Karnatakas. We had the Karnataka pride being played out extremely well, and that credit goes to actually BJP. They came in and kept insulting Karnatakas time and again. And we just took it up from there. And more importantly, like how Rahul was saying, the government had a great branding by itself, the PCM, the 40% Sarkara. These are the brands that we did not come up with. These are the brands that the people came up with, the Contractors Association came up with, the RUPSA Association came up with. And we just took it to the next level. So we were a step ahead when it came to narrative building.
So you agree,
we were a step ahead when it came to better preparing.
So you agree that even if you win, and as I keep reiterating, it's a big if, this template may not hold for a general election next year. You'll have to change the template. This works for state elections.
See, like I said, it does. Again, I agree with you partially. The road to Delhi is by winning states. We need to win as many states as possible to get to 2024. So Karnataka is a big step for us, and the surveys are indicative. And I'm sure that we will cross the 130 mark. But as you know, in Karnataka, we have just one MP, and the only way we have is up. So we have hit the rock bottom here, and I'm sure we can get to at least 15 to 18 in 2024.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Kharge, for joining us. I want to go across to Yogendra Yadav. He's always got a very sharp and incisive take on the data. When we had you once on the political stock exchange, I remember this is kind of what you were suggesting towards the higher end of our range. Of all of what we've shown our viewers so far, what's your analysis? What are you picking up from these numbers? Because you tend to read more from the numbers than most people can.
Rahul, for some reason, it's been a flood of exit polls this evening. On last count, I saw 10 exit polls. Of them, 8 show Congress to be ahead. 2 opinion polls, two exit polls actually say BJP ahead. In terms of, if you look at averages, most exit polls are saying Congress ahead, but only marginally, somewhere there around the midpoint, just around the majority mark. Your poll seems to be an outlier because it says that Congress is winning big. Outlier doesn't mean it's wrong. I personally think that your outlier poll is actually accurate. No, I'm nobody to pass judgments on exit polls. After everyone has done their figures, but there are 2 or 3 things which make me take your poll more seriously. I've just also said on social media that I take the India Today one more seriously this time for 2 or 3 reasons. One is that in the recent past, the Access My India poll has had a decent track record. You've made more than one outlier predictions, which have proven to be right. So I would take that seriously. Second, the internal breakup that I'm looking at in terms of regions, and you've provided breakup in terms of gender, in terms of communities, that tends to make sense. And third, I must confess that it is somewhat in tune with what I saw on the ground. Look, it's an exit poll, and nothing that I say is going to influence even one voter. So there's no point in taking sides now. I'm not an independent analyst. I'm a political activist, but I do realize that this is not the moment to eat something.
No, so what would be that one factor, Yogendra Yadav, that you saw on the ground that you believe makes a difference from 2019, where the BJP swept the elections in Karnataka, to 2023, where it appears the Congress has the edge?
Rajdeep, I personally thought that this election was not decided in the last 2 weeks, if the India Today figures are correct, and I think they are correct. I personally, incidentally, I should just put on record that I do not rule out the possibility of Congress doing even better than your upper edge. But that's just a possibility. What has changed? To my mind, first of all, credit should be given where it's due, namely the Mumbai government. It's such an incompetent government which enjoys such poor credibility with the people. I traveled, so did you. I did not meet one BJP supporter, BJP voter, who is willing to defend the track record of Mumbai government. You talk to BJP voters about Mumbai government, and they will tell you more than so they are not.
Okay.
Secondly, in the fourth election, Congress did two smart things. Congress managed to put up a show of political unity, which is very important. And for once in this election, BJP seems disunited, Congress seems united. And second, in terms of its overall message and communication, Congress was quite clear. This 5 guarantees thing was clearly targeted at the poor voters, who are actually principally Congress's voters. You have shown me gender and caste-wise, but if possible, also show me rich and poor. I'm sure it will bring out the...
Do that. Just give me a moment, Yogendra Yadav. We'll just look, and this is very significant because when you look at the data that we're just putting out on our screen right now, you will realize how the BJP is actually faring poorly amongst poor voters. Now, that typically hasn't happened in recent elections, but it seems to be happening in Karnataka, where even amongst the poor, the Congress is ahead. Now, if you look at the income-wise breakup, those who earned up to 10,000 rupees, 33% said they voted for the BJP, 44% said they voted for the Congress. So there's an 11% gap there. Otherwise, there's a 6% gap. But amongst those who are 10,000, up to 10,000, the Congress is at 44, an 11% gap. It comes down as you go amongst the richer communities. I want to show you
Rahul, even more significant. If you earn more than 30,000 per month, monthly, BJP leads the Congress 41 to 33. If you earn below 10,000, the Congress leads the BJP by 11%. It's the revenge of the poor.
The higher the propensity to vote for the Congress in Karnataka. It's the revenge of the poor. The poor and lower income. If there is one lesson, if these numbers are right, while we should not extrapolate for national election, we saw it though in Himachal also, a relatively poorer state. Do not take the poor for granted. Ensure that your welfare schemes reach the poor last mile. If the Chief Minister does that effectively, he gets rewarded, the Prime Minister gets rewarded. But if you don't do it, the poor will vote. The middle class and the upper middle class will complain about potholes, may not go to vote. Garib zarur jayega polling booth aur aapko sabak sikhayega. Trying very hard to change, to be seen as the party of the poor. In Karnataka, the richer you are, the higher the propensity to vote for the BJP in this election. The poorer you are, the higher the propensity to vote for the Congress. I want to show you now responses to the question about who people want as the next Chief Minister of Karnataka. Now, this is interesting because if you're watching TV, you think it's an even fight between Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah. If you actually look at the numbers, it's not. So here it is on your screen right now. 27% of the respondents say they want Siddaramaiah as the next Chief Minister. 15% say they want Bommai, the sitting Chief Minister. JDS's Kumaraswamy is at 15%. Shivakumar is only at 2%. Now, he's a great organizer, a leader possibly for the future. But in this particular poll, Pradeep Gupta is now with us. There is no doubt that of the 37,000 people you sampled, 3 in 10 say they want Siddaramaiah as Chief Minister. DK Shivakumar comes in at only 2%.
Yes, and reason for this was quite evident that in last 2 terms, which is 10 years, Siddaramaiah ruled the state for 5 years, 5 consecutive years, single person, single Chief Minister. Whereas last term you see, the first year was H.D. Kumaraswamy in alliance with Congress, and after that B.S. Yediyurappa, and after that Basavaraj Bombay. So this is the reason why they have seen and witnessed the performance of last 4 Chief Minister, and they store their faith largely in Siddaramaiah, particularly because of he is also very popular, because he is seen as a poor representative, something of that. He resonates very well in that sense.
You know, absolutely right. Dinesh Gundu Rao joins us at the moment, member of the Karnataka Legislative Assembly, senior Congress leader. Appreciate your joining us, Mr. Gundu Rao. You've seen in the past, exit polls can go wrong in Karnataka, so I will give you that caveat. But given that caveat, I want to understand from you, what is your number? And at 120 plus, do you feel fully secure that there will be no Operation Lotus in the next couple of years?
Yeah, I'm sure that us getting an absolute majority itself will be enough for us to thwart any of these attempts that BJP makes to destabilize and topple governments. But yeah, the more the number, obviously it's better, more stable, more stability, and the government can do its job without any of those interferences. So yeah, but as
we'll
for
have to
what
grapple
I am
with
feeling,
if these numbers hold on the 13th of May is who will be the next Chief Minister. The data that I just put out, 27 for Siddaramaiah, 2% for Shivakumar. Respondents in the India Today Access My India survey are speaking very loudly. Shivakumar is, by a factor of 10 and more in fact, your number 1 choice to be Chief Minister. How do you resolve this Shivakumar-Siddaramaiah question?
so I don't think it's going to be so complicated, because I think that will get resolved once the results are out. The opinion of the MLAs definitely is going to count a lot, and the High Command party leadership will take a decision.
Who do you think the MLAs are with?
Now, I don't want to get into the debate right now, because we have avoided this debate right from the last 2 years. This has been repeatedly asked, who's going to be a Chief Minister, and we've said that this is what is going to happen. So let's wait for the numbers. Of course, Siddaramaiah is the most popular leader across all party lines today in Karnataka. There's no doubt about that.
No, but we saw what happened in Rajasthan, Mr. Rao. With all respect, Sachin Pilot now very disgruntled. How do you stop Shivakumar from... The numbers are very clear. MLA support Siddaramaiah, people support Siddaramaiah. He's one of the reasons you're winning. Shivakumar made a lot of effort. He'll expect his pound of flesh, as did Sachin Pilot, and you made a complete hash of the situation in Rajasthan.
And Rahul, plus 7%
See, all these
vote
things
increase
can
in
be
local
decided.
leaders.
No, all these things can be decided later. Obviously, we are a democratic party, and opinion of people count a lot. And who the MLAs want will definitely become a very important factor. Along with that will be the other leaders sitting together and working out a solution. But I don't see that becoming such a huge issue, because DK Shivakumar is a loyal congressman. We've seen how the BJP has tried to harass him. In fact, they had even offered him that if you defect to the BJP, we will take away all your cases. And he didn't listen to all that. So
Rajdeep, how do you think they'll resolve it? You tell us, because you spend time with both.
Siddaramaiah. It's a no contest.
How will you ensure Shivakumar doesn't become a Sachin Pilot?
See, DK Shivakumar is, at the end of the day, to be fair to him, through 30 years, thick and thin, has been a congressman. He may be...
so is Sachin Pilot.
Right, but two differences. He's got a lot of cases against him. He's battling virtually every day some notice, income tax notice. He would, in an ideal situation, want to be Deputy Chief Minister, want crucial portfolios like power and PWD. And I think he will get that, for starters. What happens 2.5 years from now? Siddaramaiah by then will be 77, 78. We don't know. But certainly the first...
No Chief Minister gives up voluntarily in the Congress midway. You need a Modi Shah to make that happen.
So I would be very surprised if Mr. if Mr. Siddaramaiah leaves after 2.5 years. But there has been talk. And there was talk similarly in Chhattisgarh also between Mr. Baghel and
we saw what Baghel did.
It didn't work out. There was reportedly talk that Sachin Pilot had been promised one year before Rajasthan elections he'll be made. That didn't happen. But the fact is, Rahul, this verdict is in a way for not just the party but also for the leader. I believe if the Congress didn't have a Siddaramaiah-like leader, this anger would not, the anger against economic distress would not have possibly converted into votes. Everywhere I went, people said Siddaramaiah Anna Bhagya. Siddaramaiah did good work. You see, that welfarist image stuck. Shivakumar is a strong man, but he's not getting you the votes in Hyderabad, Karnataka.
But he can come and say plus 7%
plus 7%, ma'am, in Bokaliga is not winning you the election. The election has been won in Hyderabad. The poor have won. This is the revenge of the poor. Please appreciate. The poor have given the verdict. The women have given the verdict. It's Siddaramaiah's election. Let's give credit for once, if these numbers hold, to a local Congress leader who has actually become a mass leader.
One of the very few still left.
Very few. There are very few.
I agree.
Endangered species.
If these numbers hold, the mandate...
Sir, you're getting... Sorry. You don't like me calling him a mass leader?
No, of course he loves you calling him a mass leader. I know which side Dinesh Gundu Rao is on, but I just can't say it publicly.
No, to be fair, and Mr. Gundu Rao also should appreciate, none of the urban leaders, the Shivakumars have a resonance in Bengaluru. Go to Hyderabad, Karnataka, go to central Karnataka, rural areas, they talk about Siddaramaiah. Why not acknowledge that for once, sir?
Yeah, but Rajdeep, I already said that Siddaramaiah is the most popular leader across all parties. Forget the Congress. And BJP did have a popular leader in Mr. Yediyurappa, whom they have cut him down to size and made him literally irrelevant. Though they did try to prop him up before the elections, but it didn't work. So that apart. But also, Rajdeep, one thing is, it's not just the poor who are voting for the Congress in larger numbers. I've been also campaigning an election contesting the elections. I've seen a lot of the educated voters coming out in large numbers and voting in this election today. I saw it in my constituency also and in my neighboring constituency. And the interactions with them was they were not for BJP as far as the state goes. I do not know what they will do for the center, but for the state, as far as the state goes, they were saying we don't want this government. So there's been a shift in the vote.
But that's not what our numbers are showing. Mr. Gundu Rao, 20,000, those who are earning between 20,000 to 30,000 per month, 40% BJP, 38% Congress. Above 31%, above 30,000, 41% BJP, 33%. So the more affluent you are, possibly more educated, not necessarily that affluence and education comes together always, but there is a chance that they are voting for the BJP, sir. So that's why I said the poor seem more inclined this time to vote for you. They are the ones who are hurt.
What I'm saying is there is a shift in that vote bank also towards the Congress, and there's a shift across Lingayats, Vokkaligas and Brahmins
the data
also towards the Congress.
The data suggests that the BJP's hold over the Lingayat vote share stands at 64%. There's been no change. You mentioned education. Let me show that to our viewers. If you look at it's interesting. Like is the case with your affluence and your economic position, even with education, amongst those who haven't been to school, the Congress has a 52 versus 27 gap between the Congress and the BJP. Amongst those who have a professional degree, it's 41 for the BJP and 29 for the Congress. So here it is on your screen now. Just look at it. As you go up the education ladder, not gone to school, 52% say they voted for the Congress. 12th pass, 37% say they voted for the Congress. Graduate, 36%. Postgraduate, 33%. 29% professional degree. So the more educated you are, the less likely you are to vote for the Congress. In Karnataka, for the BJP, amongst those who didn't go to school, only 27% said they will vote for the BJP. Amongst those who have professional degrees, 41% said they'd vote for the BJP. 38% of those who are 12th pass. Now, the BJP will say, ye jo padhe likhe nahi the, unhone harwa diya. That's a big problem because only 27% of those who didn't go to school voted for the BJP versus 52.
No, Rahul, you have to see what is the total 100% representation is. The ratio, right ratio is. The right ratio is if you want to talk about occupation, I have that also. If you want to talk about, first let's talk about income group. So up to 10,000, there are 53% people, 53. 10,000 to 20,000 income, 31%. 20,000 to 30,000, only 12%. and 30,000 and above 4%.
So even if the rich or the relatively rich are voting, it doesn't matter because the poor are voting for the
Yes, and
BJP.
that is why the welfare schemes are all about. Otherwise, why?
No, so let's show you urban and rural. And this, Ashok Malik, again is problematic because typically you expect that in urban areas the Congress will not do well, which has been the trend, that the BJP is the urban party, or at least in most states in urban areas the BJP has done well. Now in Karnataka though, in rural areas the Congress is 41% of the vote share. In urban areas it has 44% of the vote share. So the Congress's vote share in urban areas is 3% more than the Congress's vote share in rural areas. The BJP, which has a 33% rural vote share, has a 36% urban vote share. The JDS 19 versus 14. Now
because of JDS.
Sure. But the interesting thing is, and this again, if you've been tracking Indian politics post 2014, you wouldn't have seen happen in too many states, where the Congress's vote share in a major state is actually higher in urban areas than it is in rural areas. Sandeep Shastri, where else would this have happened? Since
Rahul,
2014.
I think it's important to notice that as per the exit poll, the gap between the Congress and BJP, both in rural and urban, is 8%. Why does it look bigger in urban areas? That's because the JDS is losing 5% there. And that 5% is getting transferred to Congress and BJP.
And Rahul, please, the poor also live in urban India.
Yes, that's the important.
No,
Forget all this urban-rural divide. This is an election. It's staring us in the face. If we don't see it now, Pradeep Gupta, I think, has brilliantly analyzed this poll if he gets the numbers right. Because poor also have hurt. Post-COVID, where the BJP is, well, what did Mr. Yogi Adityanath do? Mr. Yogi Adityanath won the election because he got certain issues like law and order right, which are also major concerns, rural and urban. What Mr. Bommai got wrong, I think, if these numbers are right, is A, his government was perceived as corrupt. 40% commission sarkara stuck in people's minds when contractors association, school association. So those are issues that did. But the real issue that hit was the welfare schemes that Mr. Siddaramaiah had were either slashed down or were not working as effectively in the last couple of years. And that is where you went to the poor. The first thing they said, but sir, cylinder price 1200 rupees. I met a lady outside a Lingayat Mat in Gokak, and that's where finally some button clicked. That's how it clicks. That's how you find a poll. You don't go to the guys who speak. You go to the person who doesn't want to speak on camera. And she told me, go away from here. First get my gas cylinder for me at 400 rupees again. That's when I knew this election had changed. The poor were voting. All these rural, urban, Rahul are important, but the real change is the lower income groups, lower middle class, poor have hurt. Do you know that there is a place called Yediyurappa where there's huge malnutrition in Karnataka?
That's where I went, Rajdeep, Yediyurappa and Raijur.
Yeah, so I'm glad you went there because most journalists, I just read an article by a senior, political analyst today in one of the newspapers where he was convinced about the bright lights. Yes, Karnataka has got the most FDI. FDI doesn't win you election. Chandrababu Naidu would have won Andhra Pradesh all those years ago.
So in Raijur
elections are won through welfare.
Wait kar lete hain 13th tak.
No, I'm saying
because
if these numbers are right. Look, you know what? Why Pradeep's polls work for me? Because there's a logic to the numbers. It's not just he doesn't throw numbers. When you've broken these numbers down just now, I can see the logic and it matches what we saw on the ground. That's what we need to start doing.
It's not like one pollster who I mentioned earlier came up with a particular trend earlier in the evening, saw Pradeep's numbers, then reversed his trend. Didn't change it by a little bit, but just completely reversed his trend.
Yes, sir.
May I now let me tell you the psychology of voter and what is the reality on the ground across the India and across the country. The 100 vote caste, general election 33% didn't turn up. So 100 vote caste, which is 2/3, 67% vote. 80% of that 100 who cast the vote belongs to the poor and mostly rural. Of course, in some area, urban also, but 80% is that, and that is the reason why welfare schemes are. 1, 2. Over the years across the states, wherever BJP is also winning with the same plan, with the same dynamics, with the same dynamic and same Labharti, which is the case. So whenever people go, all election is about 3 things: वादे, दावे, इरादे. वादे जो challenger है वो वादे करेंगे, जो इनकम्बेंट गवर्नमेंट है वो दावे करेंगे उन्होंने ये किया और जनता अपने इरादे बताती है।
You know, before Ashok you come in, poor Zafar Islam has been waiting for half an hour, as has Syed Aslam, both spokespersons of their respective parties, BJP and JDS. You heard this just now from Pradeep Gupta. It's interesting because the Labharthi is also a constituency of the BJP of Prime Minister Modi. If these numbers hold clearly in Karnataka, somewhere this has not worked. Why do you think that is? If these numbers, Syed Zafar Islam, is the north different from the south? Is a Gujarat so different from a Karnataka?
Well, Rajdeep, let me make few points. First of all, if you just, I want to remind you, 2019 election, out of these 224 constituencies, 170 constituencies where we were the winner in, we had the largest vote share in 170 constituencies out of 224 in 2019. Away from that, all these numbers, whatever you're showing, I mean, there are many other exit polls we have seen. None of them are showing this kind of numbers. But I do not want to comment on the analysis which the agency has done. They may have a sample survey bigger than the other one. They may have a different methodology to analyze it. But what we feel, based on the feedback from the ground, that our number will be somewhere between 125 to 130. And I am not saying that I will discard all your analysis, but personally I do not buy the argument which you have, because Vokalingas, you are showing that we have got very little vote. That the fact that Vokalingas youth have completely moved from JDS and Congress to Bharatiya Janata Party, that is something which has not been captured. No one has spoken about it. But we on the ground have realized that there is a mass movement of youth from Vokalingas youth into BJP.
But Mr. Islam, if you look at the age-wise vote share that has been predicted in these polls, Mr. Islam, if you look at the age-wise vote share that has been predicted, where you talk about the youth in general, 26 to 35 years age, BJP is 32%, Congress is at 44%, sir. That's the fine print in youth.
So that is what I'm saying.
25%, let me also get 18 to 25%.
I have a huge...
Hear me out, sir. 18 to 25% age-wise vote share, BJP 35, Congress 44%.
So, Preeti, that is what I'm saying, that I have a huge disconnect here. Because the assumption or the analysis, whatever they have, or whatever the methodology they have, but we have a disconnect. And those who are feeling very excited today, I see Rajdeep in particular, he will be terribly disappointed.
No, sir, again, sir, you are my friend. This is wrong. I get excited with every poll. I am excited with politics. I am passionate about elections. That's true.
Let me make my point at least. Rajdeep, let me at least make my point. You have given me chance after 30 minutes. Let me just take 10-20 seconds more. See, I mean, whether you are excited or not excited, I'm not overly concerned about it, but we feel that we will definitely win this election. And particularly, you're talking 52% have voted, especially the lower strata of the society, have voted for Congress, which is actually, I do not buy, and we do not buy, as a party, we do not buy, because during Congress time, none of the welfare scheme which has been central welfare scheme was implemented in the state of Karnataka. It is us who have introduced those welfare scheme. The number was for Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, 17 people only, the number had come, 17 people have been recommended by the H.D. Kumaraswamy government. Today, more than several lakhs people have been the beneficiary, and put together under all this welfare scheme, more than several crore people have been the beneficiary, and those are who are those people, the beneficiary? It is the lower strata of the society. It is not the educated one, not the
no one is excited, no one is celebrating.
That's why we have a huge disconnect.
Heads down and dissecting just the numbers. The panditry can happen later.
Sure, sir.
Kahin khushi, kahin gum, that's part of life, you know.
Syed Aslam, you're joining us, spokesperson JDS. Have you all given up your hope of a hung assembly and playing the joker in the pack?
Well, Rajdeep, absolutely not. Let me tell you, this is just the exit poll. This is not the final result. Thank you so much. I've been patiently waiting for the last 40 minutes. Rajdeep, please do not remove us from the fray. We are still in the fray. I think this happiness will be short-lived and the excitement will be short-lived for the parties who are already celebrating, and of course there is no reason for them to be exuberant. Rajdeep, let me tell you.
Worried though, sir? Are you worried that the Muslim vote has? Sir, one of the reasons why you seem to be going down is the Muslim vote has gone en masse to the Congress, not to you.
Muslim and Dalit.
Muslim and Dalit vote has moved away.
I still don't agree to that fact. If you see in the last elections in 2018, we had seen that about 12% of Muslim votes had come to JDS, and I'm sure with Mr. CM Ibrahim being the president for JDS, state president for JDS, and of course, there is a sentiment about the reservation which is removed recently. Of course, we will have the Muslim votes being increased to the JDS. And coming back to the stats, Rajdeep, like I told you, there's a clear negative wave against the BJP. There's a wave with the anti-incumbency. They're reeling under the pressure of corruption charges, and of course the inflation and unemployment. So it was for us to, for us to capitalize with these issues. The Congress must have started their 5 promises now. We started the Panch Ratna Yatra way back in November. Kumaraswamy and a couple of our leaders, we have travelled the state across 224 seats, and of course we have seen the masses joining us together.
So what's your best case?
There were lakhs of people.
Give us your best case. Give us your best case. What is your number?
I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to give the number, but I would just tell both the national parties their happiness is short-lived, and of course we will have the last laugh.
Okay, Ashok Malik wanted to come in on the impact this could have on 2024, because the Congress will now get very excited.
Looking forward to 2024 and beyond, I would say one challenge for the BJP, one opportunity. Challenge, if you look at these numbers, the first-time voter, the youngest voter, the woman or the man who was 10 years old in 2014 when Mr. Modi came to power is today 20, has no memory of UPA. Some focus on that, because the youngest voters here are voting for the Congress in much larger numbers. Okay? So that is one concern someone in the BJP should be watching. The opportunity in Karnataka in particular, particularly if Sardesai becomes Chief Minister, which is likely, I agree with you, if these numbers hold. With the JDS contracting, with Sardesai and the backward Muslim coalition in power, the BJP can make a serious grab for the Vokalega vote and towards building a Vokalega Lingayat coalition. Which has existed earlier.
Can they come together?
Which has existed earlier. Which has existed earlier.
Ashokji is making a valid point. But in the past, you have not had a social coalition unless you are talking of one-party system days. You don't have a social coalition of the Congress and Vokalega in terms of big numbers. So I concede the point
with the JDS contracting also.
I concede the point that Ashokji is making. I think what's important, if these numbers hold out, is clearly as you are going state election by state election, and that will be an indicator towards the end of the year also, local issues at the state level seem to dominate. What Rajdeep said, Karnataka set that trend 40 years ago. In 1984, we set that trend. That trend is now being seen in other states, that state elections have a totally different trajectory and national elections have a different trajectory.
And Rahul just wanted to make a quick point over here about JDS Vokalega vote share shift to the BJP and all that. In 2019 general election, JDS and Congress fought together, and you see what is the result. And also, one more point that time I just stopped somehow. You said that in this poll, there is a logic. Let me tell you, in all our polls, till today 63 polls, we predicted 59 most accurately with the same logic, same methodology, same science and everything same. And BJP has also won whatever number of election won on account of poor favoring them. And large.
I don't know whether Yogendra Yadav is still with us.
He's no longer there.
He's no longer there, because I think one of the things that... because one of the things I think that's happened is, while I keep repeating, we talk about Vokalega Lingayats. The social coalition that is building is what has happened if these numbers are right. The Congress has gone back to its old social coalition. The Congress had lost the Lingayat vote since the 1990s. It's not happened today. Ever since Virendra Patil, the famous instance, the manner in which he was removed, the Congress hasn't had a Lingayat chief minister. In fact, one thing the Congress was worried about was the fact, the manner in which Siddaramaiah attacked and said this is a corrupt Lingayat chief minister. And there was a fear that there would be a backlash. What's happened? The BJP has held on to its Lingayat vote. So it's not that the Congress has got the Lingayat vote, something it's not got for the last 30 years. Vocaligas. Again, the Congress has never really got the Vocaliga vote. During SM Krishna's time, it got it for a little while, but never was able to match Deva Gowda's appeal among the Vocaligas. Where was the Congress strong and why is the Congress weakened in other states? The Congress has always had a large chunk of the Muslim vote. The Congress lost out because the Dalits, the scheduled tribes and the OBCs, the non-dominant OBCs left it. Those communities in other parts of the country, especially in North India, either turned to regional parties or to the BJP. Mr. Modi, for example, is a very popular, seen in OBC terms in Bihar and UP. In the South, the Congress original part, why did Indira Gandhi go to a Chikmagalur? Why did Sonia Gandhi go to Bellary? This was your constituency. You had a wide coalition. Why was Maharashtra a citadel of the Congress for years? The Congress lost that vote. The Congress's message is, you go back and do welfare measures and you will get back that vote. Mr. Modi has taught a lesson to all parties, Rahul. There is a Labharti voter. And the Labharti, the Congress has lost. Mr. Modi has been more effective with them.
That is why you are in the government, boss.
That's right. That's why Mr. Modi has won 2 consecutive elections.
One of the biggest questions that's in the minds of those who are watching at this moment is, why did people vote the way they did? How important was the Modi factor in this election? To what extent did Prime Minister Modi's personal appeal impact the way voters voted? So here is really a very, very interesting finding about how people voted and why they voted the way they did. The number one response was 36% said they voted because they wanted the development of the state and whoever they thought could develop the state better. Out of this, 41% were BJP voters and 34% were Congress voters, right? Now, because of the MLA candidate, 14% said they voted the way they did because of the MLA candidate. 11% said they voted the way they did because of the favorite party. Now, this is significant. Look at this. 7% of all those who were polled by Pradeep Gupta and Access My India said they voted the way they did because of Prime Minister Modi. The BJP's vote share is 36%. Take 7% of the total vote that came away from that. Basically, 1 in 5 people who voted for the BJP, because when you look at the breakup amongst parties, 19% of those who voted for the BJP, and that's a big number, 19% who voted for the BJP in this assembly election said they voted for the BJP, Pradeep Gupta, because of Prime Minister Modi.
Yes, and in fact, those who voted for the BJP in our poll, 41% said for the development. You know, generally they say Vikas development ke liye kar rahe. The second best number is 19%. They said because of PM Modi we are voting to BJP. And the third thing was MLA candidate. We are voting to BJP for because of MLA candidate and Pasand ki party. We call it Pasand ki party, meaning loyalist, BJP loyalist. We are voting BJP ages, so we will vote this time also to BJP 11%. So this is the combination of
so the other
BJP
people
voters.
Will have is that what could go wrong? What are the variables in this poll? See, I'll tell you, I work very closely with Pradeep and there are a couple of things which everyone needs to be. Polling isn't jiggery pokery, it's not some black magic, it's just science and there's a lot of data analytics that goes in. One, this is a single phase election which complicates the fact because you've got to make a projection before you know what the final vote share percentages are.
Yes.
And oftentimes comparing with last elections gives you a sense of whether there was more vote or less, and that can be an X factor. Secondly, this is single phase, so it's not as if you've been able to go multiple days after the phase is over and do a post poll. So a lot of this is done pre-poll with validation on the day of counting.
On the same day.
What all can go wrong according to you?
Also the voter turnout among the female. We went wrong in Bihar purely on account of voter turnout of female voters.
What can go wrong?
So one is the voter turnout, second is the, of course, this is as you mentioned that single phase poll is most of the thing or on the predictive basis. And post poll it is confirmed basis, most of the thing. So this is one thing, and when we say go wrong, I think 5 to 10 seats here and there may happen always as always. Otherwise, I don't see any other possibility.
No, but I'll tell you why. You know why, and why Karnataka is tough, Rahul. There are 50 seats where the BJP won last time by a margin of more than 10%. The BJP is doing 50 seats almost certain to win, even with a strong wave against it. There are about 40 seats where the Congress has won with more than 10%. And there are about 20 seats where the JDS has won 3 consecutive elections. So you're already looking at half the state of Karnataka out of 224, which is a relatively stable Congress, BJP, JDS state. The battle comes for the remaining 114. And these are spread across the state. The worry that any pollster will have for Karnataka is that coastal Karnataka, when you started off, is so different to what happens in an old Mysore to what happens in Hyderabad, Karnataka. To capture that purely through vote share is not enough. Which is why Pradeep's method is perhaps better because you go constituency-wise. Why do you think there is such variation in today's polls? A, because it's single day. So a number of people have gone, seen the seat share and extrapolated seats. Don't do that in Karnataka. And also in Karnataka, the other thing is, because it's triangular in some parts and you have strong independents who will pick up 5 to 10,000 if they've been denied a ticket by the main party, they can make the difference. That's where the 10 to 15 seats come. I would have actually given an even bigger variation. I like to play like Mr. Gavaskar safe at times. 110 to 140 would be a variation.
We discussed what can go wrong. I want to spend a moment on why this poll is unlikely to go wrong. And while on the margins, while converting into seat share, there may be some variation on the extremities. There is unlikely to be a directional variation, and the reason for that, Sandeep Shastri, is that there is an 8% gap between the number 1 party and the number 2 party. So if across 37,000 respondents, you picked up an 8% gap, that 8% can become 7, it can become 6, it could possibly, even in a worst case scenario, become 5. But that 8% gap directionally can't reverse. So it's not as if the BJP can be up 8%, then that basically means that the pollster didn't do his job properly, and that's very difficult.
I agree with you. A 8% gap is a huge gap, and therefore the projections happen based on that. But I'll add another point. We have chosen the path of going region by region. And if you look at how we have projected region by region, there are regions where there is a 6% gap, Kittur Karnataka and Kalyan Karnataka. Bangalore sees a much wider gap, and old Mysore sees a still wider gap. Now, this factor becomes important.
No, but I want to tell our viewers that not just have we gone region by region, tomorrow when Rajdeep, Preeti and I come back, we will show you a seat by seat breakup. So that's why this poll is as special as it is. It's not just a broad macro state-wise data. It's not just region-wise data. We will go seat by seat, and if there's someone who's in your mind saying, "Us seat mein kya ho raha hai?" tell us what you have in mind. We'll give you a sense of what's happening on that exact seat. Ashok Malik, as we summarize, what would Messrs. Modi, Shah and the BJP big guns be thinking tonight? Would they still be thinking that maybe the data is all wrong, or do they pretty much know that?
That I don't know. I can only analyze this data and take it to be accurate. If indeed this data is accurate, then obviously the Congress has won a handsome victory. But I would say the BJP finishing at 70 or 80 odd seats, which is what this seems to indicate, is an honourable defeat.
No, but 60 may not be honourable.
60 is not an honourable defeat.
So I think now it's also
is an honourable defeat.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. It's also about bragging rights, right? Let's assume that the BJP ends up around 80. If the poll is correct, then it's not so bad. If that 80 comes down to 62, which is the lower end of the range, then it's problematic. Rajdeep, what song is coming to your mind as you get set to wind up for tonight?
No, let's be honest. 80-60, a defeat is a defeat. Let's not now say there are no honourable defeats in politics. You lose.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Come on, Rajdeep. The fact is, the BJP fought a tough fight, like their life depended. If the Congress was on the other side, they would have not even fought.
I agree, but they lose. The problem is, when the BJP loses, we blame, the BJP will say, "Arey, hamari local level strategy nahi chali."
But which is actually true.
We will show JP Nadda. When the Congress wins, they will think Priyanka and Sonia Gandhi delivered when actually the local leadership did. We need to start understanding, I keep repeating, every state of this country is very different to the other. Karnataka particularly is an outlier state. My friend
So
is
what
here.
song are you singing tonight?
What song am I singing tonight? You know, the usual song I sing on, we should wait for election day. Dekhe zara kisme kitna hai dam. You know, this has been a very tough election because the difference is it was the only state. And it was summer. It's the 1 month where the weather is not as great as otherwise it is. I think both sides have fought very hard. Even Kumaraswamy did a 5-month yatra. Dekhe zara kisme kitna hai dam. But I repeat my thing. Garib, suno garib ki. अगर आप गरीब की नहीं सुनोगे ना, वेलफेयर स्कीम नहीं करोगे, वो गरीब आपको एक ना एक दिन सबक सिखाता है.
Rajdeep and Pradeep,
गरीबों की सुनो, गरीबों की सुनो, वो तुम्हारी सुनेगा. That's the song.
Pradeep and Rajdeep have 2 days to get the dancing game in order. We've had multiple guests come up and say we have only one dance move, guys. So you need to just kind of maybe meet a choreographer.
Wasn't that a song? गरीबों की सुनो, वो तुम्हारी सुनेगा. तुम एक पैसा दोगे, वो 10 लाख देंगे. That is the message. If Pradeep's poll is right, this is a poll. Don't forget all the data you've given. Lingayat, Vokaliga. This is a poll of the poor.
Okay, ji. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed our coverage. We'll be back tomorrow, day after, and then, of course, Saturday, Super Saturday. As Pradeep said, out of the 63 polls, 59 have been correct. So if you believe in statistics, analytics, and probability, you've seen by far the sharpest insights into the way Karnataka is likely to have voted. But nobody is God. Far from, that's hardly something that we'd ever claim. So we'll just wait and let the fat lady sing on the 13th. Thank you very much for tuning in. Goodbye. Bye, Namaskaram.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
Issues and factors influencing the Karnataka elections. Amul versus Nandini controversy. Hijab versus saffron debate. Corruption allegations and the rebel factor are all crucial issues that could sway the voters. The Lingayat and Vokaliga communities have dominated state politics for decades, and their votes will be crucial. Stay tuned to indiatoday.in/interactive for our daily coverage of the Karnataka elections every Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. only on India Today TV. Don't miss out on the #1 election team. Reporting from Ground Zero. Grounded in journalism.
कोरोना का बीमारी आया, उसमें मेरा नौकरी चला गया था.
Abhijit Lavande lost his job during the coronavirus pandemic. This is when he decided to go back to the roots. He went back to his village, Singhapur in Pune district, where he took up farming.
मेरे पुरखों की जमीन थी 9 एकड़. उसमें मेरे पिताजी और काका अंजीर और सीताफल का खेती करते थे. उसके बाद मैंने 2018 साल में जो कोरोना का बीमारी आया, उसमें मेरा नौकरी चला गया था. तो उसमें मैंने ऐसा डिसीजन लिया कि ये पुरखों का जमीन है, वो आधुनिक से खेती करने का.
खेती में हम सब्जी, टमाटो, बैगन लगाते थे. कभी बारिश आती, जोर से आती तो नुकसान हो जाता, कभी दुष्काल पड़ जाता, इसलिए हमने अंजीर की खेती लगाई.
He adopted modern techniques of farming and cultivated figs, custard apple and jamun.
इस साल 14 टन का विक्रमी उत्पादन उससे मिल गया और वो उससे बाजार भाव भी अच्छा मिला 90